He was reborn as a tiny fish, slow and one bite away from becoming someone's lunch. Weak, dumb, and underwater. Perfect. But this isn't the end of his story. With each battle, he evolves, closer to his final form, a dragon. He's not strong now, but he's determined to climb the food chain, because it's not about where you start, it's about what you're willing to become. Can the weakest life form become the apex predator? Let's find out. This story begins with the protagonist named Oren, who was raising his level in the mountains while fighting demons. A huge demon with 3 pairs of eyes, 4 paws, and a huge size appeared in front of him. He roared furiously, spitting. The protagonist exclaimed in admiration, like, "Wow, he will get so much experience for this." The monster rushed to attack him. Oren deftly dodged and soared above the demon. His companion, standing below, asked him, "Did he raise his level?" MC answered her, like, "This time, it looks like he will have to tinker." The monster looked at him in surprise, not understanding how he was able to dodge his fatal blow. The protagonist swung and struck from above with such force that he cut the monster in half. His companion agreed with him that he had to tinker. When he went down to her, he noted that it was easier to level up with a fish and a snake. The girl said that it was so. At first, he was a little fish. She asked him, "What was it like?" The protagonist stroked her head and hesitated, thinking how to explain all this to her. She asked him again, "What was it like?" Oren said that it was quite difficult then. He had to, literally, survive at first. The girl imagined pictures, one more terrible than the other. The protagonist said that he opened his eyes and did not understand where he was. What are these bubbles? Where is he? Looking around, he noted with surprise, is he underwater? How could this happen? He was sleeping at home. What the hell? Oren did not remember anything. Seeing 2 fins in front of him, he thought with horror, what is this? Are these really his hands? Have they become fins? Panic seized him, but this could not be. This is probably all a dream. Why the hell did he become a fish? The protagonist tried to calm down, but no, this could not be in reality. He remembered that before he went to sleep, he was still a human, right? But what happened after that? He didn't remember. He looked around again and thought, well, where is he now? Some kind of aquatic inhabitants were scurrying around him. Crystals and corals, seaweed and more, everything indicated that this was definitely not somewhere on Earth. He thought that he needed to find a quiet place and think it all over properly. After swimming for a while, he found what seemed to him a safe place and hid in a cave. Now he had to analyze everything. He thought that no matter how he looked at it, this place where he was now was clearly not on Earth. And as you could see, he was a fish now, not a human. It sounded like he was reborn in another world, right? That was cool. It seemed like it was. Honestly, he would rather be a hero or some kind of cheating protagonist. The protagonist noticed that it was empty here. It was not very nice to be reborn alone. He needed to take heart. There must be some kind of status panel here. He would level up and become stronger. At that moment, he heard a voice that told him that he could earn experience points by hunting targets. He would evolve as he leveled up. The protagonist was amazed. Wow, he was hearing a voice right in his head. He asked him who he was. Let him show himself to him. The voice replied that he could not do that. He was the voice of heaven. He only gave advice and explanations. The protagonist said that everything was clear, just like the NPCs in the tutorial. He decided that let it be so. It was easier to live when someone was talking to him. He wondered if he could somehow check his status. At that moment, a system window appeared in front of him. It contained the information that interested the protagonist so much. He had the status of a blue fish, small. This is a rare fish that lives in rivers, an endangered species due to many enemies. His level was half, HP 3 Thirst, MP 5/5s, Attack 4, Defense 8, Magic 2, Agility 13. His special skills were Voice of the Sky, benefit of being a rare species. His normal skills consisted of Long Tongue and Glow. The protagonist looked through the information and noticed that he seemed to be quite weak. He asked the Voice of the Sky what the next stage of evolution was. The voice answered him that it was a blue fish, young. The protagonist chuckled and clarified that he was not talking about that. He had already figured that out without him. He may be weak now, but he can evolve by gaining experience and become stronger. Do people who were reborn in another world have any advantages? The voice answered in the affirmative. Oren happily exclaimed that he knew it. He asked the voice if since he was a fish, he could become a tuna. The voice answered him that it was impossible. Then the protagonist went through other options. Skipjack, marlin? The voice again answered negatively. MC went through all the species that came to his mind. A small but very strong piranha? The strongest freshwater alligator? A real living fossil? A coelacanth? The voice answered all his questions categorically. In the end, the protagonist suggested, well, maybe a shark? The voice again answered no. The main character thought, maybe he could become a fishman? But then he himself realized that it was physiologically impossible to become one, so he did not want to. Suddenly the voice openly burst out laughing. The protagonist was surprised. Why was it laughing? He begged, well, what should he answer? What could he evolve into? The voice immediately became serious. It said that it understood him, and told him that at the very end, he could become a dragon. It seemed to the protagonist that even his eyes fell out of surprise. He asked the voice what it said. Let him repeat it. Repeat it again. The voice said again what it had told him earlier. The protagonist couldn't believe his ears. What? This was so cool. He was serious. He could become a dragon? Oh, really? He would be so strong. This was different from what he had imagined. It gave him goosebumps. His imagination immediately drew a huge, beautiful, and powerful dragon. He noted that once he became a dragon, he would be able to fly, and even emit flames. The protagonist was inspired and firmly decided that he would definitely become a dragon. Then he said, since they had decided everything, it was time for him to evolve. He asked the voice how he could raise his level. The voice politely asked him to open his mouth. The protagonist did as he was asked. The voice asked him to close his mouth now. The protagonist did this too, perplexed. The voice said that he had received experience points. His level had been raised from level 1 to level 2. MC couldn't contain his surprise. What? What do you mean? Promoted? The voice explained to him that he had caught his prey. The protagonist protested. No, he hadn't eaten anything. His interlocutor asked him to take a closer look. Oren said, take a closer look? But since it was said, he had to do it. He looked around carefully and saw various small creatures. One of them greeted him. The voice noted that he was hunting plankton, gaining experience. The protagonist thought without enthusiasm that his first meal in another world was plankton. Damn it. On the other hand, he doesn't even feel it, so he could easily earn experience points. The voice told him that he had reached the limit and could already evolve. The protagonist asked him incredulously, is he serious? He began to egg himself on, like, come on, Oren, evolve. From a blue fish, young, into a dragon, evolve. A soft glow appeared for a while, then it disappeared. The protagonist said that he understood everything, but he hadn't changed much. He had just gotten a little bigger, that's all. He looked at the system window. The only thing that had changed a little was his stats. His level is 1 of 12, HP 7 of 10, MP 7 of 15, Attack 8, Defense 16, Magic 4, Agility 19. His status hadn't changed much either. He had evolved from a small fish to a young one. The protagonist was indignant. He had been like that from the very beginning. Now he would eat plankton. Experience points had been received, and his level had been raised. The protagonist silently closed his mouth. An hour later, the protagonist was despondent. He understood that it was getting harder to raise his level. At that moment, small fish appeared near him. He asked them irritably, what were they doing here, stupid fish? An idea occurred to him and he asked the voice, who were they? Could he eat them? The interlocutor explained to him that it was a Malletango. A fish 10 centimeters long, lives in schools. One of the fish stuck right into his snout. He looked at it and thought, it seems that people like such fish. But is this one still a small one? The voice noted, however, that there are big fish that use small ones as bait during hunting. Meanwhile, the fish took him by the fin and pulled him towards itself, as if it was calling him to follow it. The protagonist did not understand what it wanted. He swam out of his shelter. In an instant, a school of fish circled him. Suddenly, he felt a blow of such force that he flew back to the wall of his shelter and was surprised to notice a crack formed in the wall. He looked at the fish that were heading straight for him and thought, have they gone crazy? They did not look so cute anymore. He realized that he was in bad shape. He urgently needed to come up with something. But, as luck would have it, nothing came into his head. The protagonist forced himself to think. He needed to do something. The voice informed him that it looked like he was going to die. The protagonist snapped back, saying, let him shut up. He knew that without it. Almost intuitively, he pushed off the ground with his tail and rushed at the school of fish, hitting them with his tail. He accompanied each blow with the word like, take that. To his surprise, he gave them a good thrashing. The system told him that now he needed to swim away. The protagonist, running away from his opponents, said that he was already swimming away. A little later, the protagonist, putting on something like a scarf, pretended to be an old fish, hid in the seaweed. He caught his breath and thought that it was good that there were a lot of plants here. The protagonist asked the voice, aren't those fish breaking the rules? The interlocutor answered that no, this type of fish itself is quite weak, but their skill is strong. Oren asked him again, skill? The voice explained to him that they use their skill, enhancement, sharp, to use their tail fin as a knife. The protagonist remembered how their tail tip glittered and noted that with such a skill, even being weak, one can win, right? The voice answered him that everything was correct. He wondered if he had such skills? The interlocutor said yes, of course. The big mouth skill allows him to hunt prey as big as himself. Glow allows him to reflect sunlight with his scales and blind his enemies. The protagonist was indignant. These are weak skills. He immediately pulled himself together. He forgot that he needed to hide, and he was screaming like a madman. Peeking out from the thicket, he saw his pursuers swimming up to him. He screamed in panic that he had been found. They were getting closer. He would have to swim further. The voice noted that if he continued to run away, nothing would change. He needed to use the glow now. The protagonist responded irritably. He thought now was the best time? The voice was silent. He noticed. Was he ignoring it? Then he cursed and screamed that he would trust him. Orin concentrated and used the skill the voice had spoken of. With a loud cry that they would get it from him now, he activated his ability. At that moment, such a bright light appeared that it blinded everything around. The protagonist felt a burning sensation in his eyes and screamed about his eyes. The voice informed him that he had acquired the resistance skill. The protagonist happily noted that he would live. He didn't understand what had happened at all. He almost killed himself. He had gone blind. His interlocutor informed him that he had acquired resistance and had killed the enemies, that is, 2 birds with 1 stone. MC didn't believe him. What did he do? He continued to rub his eyes, noting that although it was unpleasant, it was effective. When he was able to see what happened, he saw his defeated opponents. The voice advised him to eat them before the blinding effect wore off. Orin was surprised, so he should eat them alive? For a moment he felt sorry for the fish, but he still tried to do what his interlocutor advised him to do. After biting, he spat out the meat as he thought he could not swallow it. After a short time, he noticed that the fish were starting to come to life. This meant that the blinding effect was starting to wear off. The voice advised him to use his big mouth skill. The protagonist asked him again, "Big mouth?" The voice continued that it would reduce the time needed to eat. The protagonist looked at the fish and figured that they were about his size. Would he be able to swallow 2 at once? Well, he should try to do it. The protagonist activated the ability that his interlocutor was talking about, and his mouth opened so wide that he himself thought in amazement, could he open his mouth so wide? Having caught several fish at once, he swallowed them. He was overcome with joy. He exclaimed that it was so cool. He was able to eat so much in one sitting. He rejoiced. He managed to open his mouth so wide that an ordinary fish would never be able to do so. And the glow is not what he thought at all. The protagonist said that in this world, skills are different from his idea. But if you think about it, this can be his advantage. Honestly, he was glad that he was able to defeat his opponents. The voice told him that he had gained enough experience points, and now he can evolve. The protagonist saw his level value in the window 12/12, and was surprised to note, wow, he really ate a lot. Orin heard that he can become a blue fish, adult. Looking at his stats, he noticed that nothing had changed. Yes, they had increased, but not by much. The only thing that interested him was the skill enhancement, sharp. He wondered what that meant. One thought came to his mind, and he asked his interlocutor, is this a skill of the fish species he defeated? The voice replied that it was obtained through evolution. He was surprised to get this skill just like that. He asked the voice to tell him more about it. His interlocutor said that he would get to it now, a little about the skills beginner's edition. Orin was surprised. Seriously? Is this some kind of short course? The voice, ignoring his remarks, continued that skills are abilities that every creature in this world has. They can be actively used, and they are divided into 2 types that act automatically. These are ignition and superpower. His big mouth and glow can be called active skills. The surprised protagonist said that he understood it. The voice continued that there were about 2 ways to improve skills. The first way is evolution or race change. The second way is to get resistances. In the first case, he becomes stronger and gets new skills. The protagonist thought, how did he get enhancement, sharp? His interlocutor, meanwhile, continued that in the second case, he is exposed to an attack, to which he will later get resistance. The protagonist was surprised, that is, the resistance he got to blindness? Now it was clear to him how he got this skill. He thought it was because he ate everyone. The protagonist decided to try to use it. Having activated the new skill, he realized with amazement that he succeeded. The tip of his tail flashed with a blade. His object was a stone boulder. Having swirled around it, he tried to cut it, and again, he succeeded. The protagonist, looking at the cut boulder in surprise, noticed that he had cut it just like a Malletango. The tip of his tail was very sharp. The voice, meanwhile, informed him that it was a beginner's manual. It even praised him, saying that he was smart. The protagonist asked him if this was Hanamaru or something, and then he exclaimed triumphantly that evolution was wonderful. His interlocutor suggested that he move on to the next part. The protagonist, like a smart student, grabbed a pencil from space for notes and asked the voice to please begin. The voice began an extended version of the manual. At that moment, someone grabbed him and squeezed him almost tightly. The protagonist, in a panic, thought, what is this? Raising his head, he saw a real monster with a mouth similar to a killer flower. Orin screamed at the top of his lungs, what kind of eel monster is this? A voice informed him that it was a hagfish, a river-dwelling eel that was grabbing its prey, secreting a strong acid to soften and eat its target. The protagonist noted with annoyance, soften, he said. His fin was literally melting. He sank his teeth into the eel's skin and screamed at it to let go. He pulled its skin this way and that, then became indignant. Is this idiot made of rubber or something? Where did he even come from? The protagonist saw that the other tentacles of this monster were grabbing the bodies of dead fish, and noted in surprise that these were the remains of a Malletango. Watching as the eel literally sucked its prey into its horrible mouth, the protagonist wondered if it was their smell that attracted it. Feeling that the monster was bringing him closer to its mouth, Oren screamed at it to stop. Was it going to eat him too? In fear for his life, he used his glow skill again, but nothing worked. He thought in a panic, why did this happen? Then the protagonist activated the Strengthen Sharpness ability, and shouting that this fool was about to get it, tried to influence him. But it was all in vain. It didn't help at all. The demon's ring was tightening around the protagonist's body more and more. It was very painful for him. He was already starting to think that a little more, and he would die. He wondered how much HP he had. The system window immediately helpfully showed him the number 2 out of 35. MC in despair noted that there was so little left. At that moment, a voice recommended him to combine both of his skills. The protagonist, in a hoarse voice barely audible, asked him, was it possible? The voice said that the explanation was in the extended version, but their lesson was interrupted. The protagonist no longer cared about anything. Let him speak faster what needs to be done. His interlocutor noted that he could combine abilities to obtain more powerful and effective ones. The protagonist shouted, well then let him combine them. Let him do it right now. The voice asked what skills he would like to combine. Oren exclaimed that there was no time to choose, just let him be strong. Finally, his interlocutor informed him that he had received a new skill, Fangs. The protagonist was surprised. Is this the same as Big Mouth? Suddenly he felt as if his mouth had grown bigger. This was the activation of the Fangs ability. The protagonist noticed that this was not Big Mouth, it was significantly different. Opening his mouth, he grabbed the eel's skin, tearing it in half. When his opponent was finished, Oren said, this skill has such enormous power. Swimming away from the defeated opponent, MC said he already thought that he would die. The water will become muddy now. Suddenly he felt weak and noticed what it was. His body suddenly stopped obeying him. The voice explained to him that he had lost a lot of blood. If he ate the defeated enemy, he would recover. The protagonist asked him in a weak voice, was he serious now? Then he cursed. He did not want to die in such a place. His interlocutor began the countdown to his death. Oren was setting himself up. He must eat this nasty eel and recover. Meanwhile, the voice continued to count the minutes. MC decided that he needed to try with all his might to get there and do what was necessary. He activated his new ability and began to absorb the defeated enemy. But at that moment, he felt how much pain he felt. It seemed to him that his mouth was about to dissolve, but he could not let it go. It was better to endure such pain than to actually die. The voice informed him that they had received acid resistance. The protagonist noted with relief that now he would not be in pain. He will be able to recover. After some time, his interlocutor noted that he had restored more than half of his health. It could be said that his life was no longer in danger. The protagonist said that this was simply great news. Since he was able to evolve, the wound healed faster than he expected. Now he was a blue fish in the adult stage. He noted that, nevertheless, almost nothing had changed. The voice told him that if he ate the remains of the Maxine, he would be able to evolve again. He was amazed. Was this serious now? Looking at the enemy, he convinced himself he was bad, right? The protagonist made a speech over the eel's body that he was a strong enemy. Thank him for being able to absorb him. Having coped with his difficult task, the protagonist noted he is now an adult, right? In theory, evolution ends at this stage, isn't it? But since he could still become a dragon, it wasn't the end. It dawned on him, wouldn't he become different after becoming an adult? Finally, he would get his perfect final body. He would become every guy's fantasy, a three-headed dragon, or something like a flying fish with blue scales. The voice asked him in surprise, what nonsense? The protagonist immediately wilted and said that there was no harm in dreaming. He turned to his interlocutor. Who would he become later? The voice answered him that his race would change to another. He would be able to choose who to become. A is a Nelma, B is a Maxina. The protagonist digested this information in his head and then exclaimed, have they really come to this? A race change has occurred. He asked the voice, and where is the choice here? It answered him that he would be able to evolve beyond a fish. It became clear to the protagonist. So there are different types of dragons. Could it be a wolf dragon? Or say a frog dragon, a cat dragon? If you think about it like that, if Maxine evolves, will it become a slippery dragon? He thought indignantly that he didn't like it. This was clearly not the dragon he wanted to be, so he expressed a desire to evolve into a Nelma. At least he wouldn't be slippery. The voice told him that this was a good option. The protagonist called for evolution. Suddenly he couldn't breathe. He was surprised. Was he squeezed? He wanted to howl. It became so painful. Why did it hurt so much? The voice explained to him that changing his race hurt him because his body was being rebuilt. The protagonist was indignant. He couldn't say this before. It hurt him, didn't it? It hurt so much that it was hard to bear. He screamed, and his pain suddenly receded. The protagonist noticed, was that all? Looking into the crystal, he happily exclaimed that his race had really changed. Now he seemed to be a little bigger, so he will soon become a dragon. He even got antennae. He thought that all this time he was the height of a blue fish. And now he changed his race and became stronger. The main character drew a grid of evolution in his thoughts and came to the conclusion that so it means he is evolving from a fish into a dragon. It was the first time he changed his race. He was interested in how his status changed. The information window showed that his level was 1 out of 10, HP 20, MP 25, Attack 21, plus 80, Defense 30, Magic 5, Agility 10. Special skills remained the same, but simple skills increased. Fangs, Enhancement Cruelty, Body Enhancement, Rain, Water Flow Control were added. Resistance in the form of blinding and acid was also added. He was delighted. A lot had increased. The protagonist focused on the stats. Did they decrease? When he was an adult, his HP was 150, and now only 20? The voice noted that this is a feature of the race change. A significant decrease in the maximum level and characteristics. Oren was indignant. Why is this? His interlocutor said that it will take time to develop, since more experience is now needed to increase the level. However, if the maximum threshold increases after changing the race, then the value of the characteristics will be an order of magnitude higher. The protagonist was surprised. He understood, so by changing the race, he still becomes stronger. He wondered what this 80 in attack means. The voice replied that this is an addition to the skill Fangs. The protagonist was amazed. Wow, he has a skill. He understood everything. Now he wanted to consider his new skills. Enhancement, Cruelty. This means an increase in the rigidity of parts of his body. Enhancement of the body, Rain. In rainy weather, his physical shape improves. MC noted that the last skill was somehow not very clear to him. The voice explained that it was water flow control. The accuracy of control depends on the level of skill. Oren replied that this already sounded good. He wanted to check how it worked. He activated the ability to control the water flow with his fin. It worked, and he already imagined himself in his head as an incredible magician. The protagonist exclaimed in amazement. What was this? Magic? This was very cool. He would finally become a magician. He became interested, and how strong was he? The protagonist called on the skill Water Flow Control, but instead of the expected flow, he managed to release only a small stream of water. He even felt a little offended. It sucked. Then it was as if a light bulb went on in his head. He realized that he was doing it wrong. He needed to accumulate his energy, although he was not entirely sure about this, but he wanted to try. So he concentrated, accumulated energy, waved his fin, and called on water flow control again. At that very moment, a water vortex appeared, which turned into a real wave. When the wave left, he felt a little tired. The protagonist noticed that his childhood dream had come true. Although back then, he had no strength at all. He tried to activate this ability again, and again, everything worked out great. The voice asked him if he was still continuing. The protagonist answered him that he was. He had dreamed about this all his life. The voice noted that if his HP ran out, he wouldn't be able to move. The protagonist had already realized this himself. He seriously couldn't move. The voice told him that his HP would gradually recover if he rested or ate. But if his HP reached 0, he wouldn't be able to move until it was fully recovered. The protagonist was not happy with this, because if he met an enemy now, he would swat him like a fly. He grumbled that he could neither move nor use skills. He was just stuck here. An hour later, he was already swimming by inertia, noticing that no one attacked him, and there was not a single living soul near him. He was carried downstream. There would be no enemies there, right? It would be very easy to take his life now. The voice objected there could be living creatures downstream. The protagonist agreed with it and tried to slow down. At that moment, a system window popped up, which notified him that when it comes to hunting, Nelma is a rather cruel fish. It prefers to reproduce and hunt on rainy days. Due to the large number of changes in the ecosystem, it is considered a fish that is often hunted. The protagonist noticed that he didn't like something about it. He asked the system to show more characteristics of the blue fish in the adult stage. The system reported that this was the last stage of maturation of a rare specimen. Thick scales and a hard body, so simple attacks would not scare it off. It is believed that those who eat it will live forever, but this is not true. The protagonist grinned. From a tasty fish, he evolved into prey. Perhaps he didn't like both species, although when it comes to eternal life, he will be hunted. People are scary creatures. But by the way, he was also a man. Then he sighed heavily. He realized that he was entangled in seaweed, but that was fine. It would soon get dark. He would sleep here. He lay down on a stone, noting to himself that it was a good pillow, and said something like, when he wakes up, his HP will be restored. Having wished everyone good night, Oren went to sleep. Waking up, the protagonist thought, is it morning already? He slept well, he could already move. Well, he will try to continue testing his new skills today. Getting up from the stone, he was surprised to see hieroglyphs on it. The inscription asked, "Is there anyone here?" The protagonist exclaimed in shock, "Is this Japanese? Are there other Japanese here?" Although, perhaps he had already been eaten. The protagonist looked around and saw another stone with inscriptions, and then a few more stones. He realized that they were in order. The protagonist read the next inscription. It said that someone comes here every morning. If anyone can read it, let him stay in the grass. Oren was surprised. He asked the voice, "Is there anyone else here besides him?" The interlocutor answered that there was no one here. MC suggested, maybe it was just not the right time yet. He decided to shout loudly that he saw inscriptions in Japanese. But there was silence in response. The protagonist decided that he would just shout it every hour. He shouted an hour later, then 2 hours later, but all in vain. 3 hours passed. The protagonist grumbled that it was already noon. Why was no one there yet? At that moment, a small dark fish swam up to him. It asked him if he knew Japanese. Was he Japanese? The protagonist answered that he was. He asked the visitor if he was the one writing on the stones. The black fish answered that it was him. That's right, he didn't think he would meet anyone. The agent burst into tears and said that he was very happy to meet them. Very happy. The protagonist noted that he understood him perfectly. It was hard to go through all this alone. The agent admitted that he was scared to suddenly become a fish and hear a voice in his head. They hugged like old acquaintances. The agent continued that he woke up a month ago in an unfamiliar world. He was scared and always hid. The protagonist was surprised. A whole month? His new friend confessed to him that he hadn't had much luck in his past life. The protagonist asked him in amazement if he remembered his past life. He didn't. Maybe he could tell him about his past life? The agent wasn't against it and told Oren that he was an agent when he was 17. But he was caught while working. The protagonist reacted emotionally to his every suggestion. The agent continued that after he was caught, he died during torture. MC was speechless in surprise. What did he say? Then, he calmed down and noted that his new friend hadn't lived a long life. The agent said that it didn't matter anymore. MC noted that he had lasted a long time in such conditions, meaning this world. The agent asked him if he was in no hurry. Was he? He could have told him at least a little about this world. The protagonist asked if he was afraid of the outside world. Then why did he want to know about it? His new friend thought that he would be interested in the surroundings because of his previous work as an agent. He was afraid to swim himself, but he didn't mind listening. The protagonist thought that this meant that they could become friends. They had a lot in common. Both were interested in this world. Both were afraid of monsters and couldn't swim far. If they went together, they would be able to work together, defeat enemies and explore the area. And then they would become real friends? He hugged the agent and said that they would call it an expedition to another world. The protagonist was sure that he would definitely agree and they would become friends. But the agent said that he was very sorry, but he had to refuse. The protagonist was surprised. Why? He explained that even if they fought together, the protagonist noted that there could be demons and more dangerous creatures here. The agent said that as soon as he thought about it, he immediately didn't want to leave. MC disappointedly drawled, saying that he understood everything, but it was his decision to stay here. The agent was embarrassed and asked him for forgiveness. Oren noted, if so, tell him about this world. Based on his experience, where should he start? Then the agent remembered that the sun would soon set, so he asked his new friend why they shouldn't talk in his shelter. MC was surprised to note that he even had a house. The protagonist noted that there were somehow few living creatures here. The agent answered him that a couple of days ago there were plenty of them, but they suddenly left. For some reason, everyone headed upstream, as if led by someone. But he was glad that they did not attack him. The protagonist briefly told him about his adventures in this world. They were talking and didn't notice how they approached the agent's shelter. He noticed that they had already arrived. This hole in the stone was his home. Even if they were attacked, they would simply hide there. MC was happy, of course, a good find. Then he asked Oren, so he fought such dangerous monsters alone, wasn't he scared? The protagonist answered, yes, exactly. The weak sooner or later become the object of hunting. Therefore, the faster he becomes strong, the easier his life will be. The agent admitted to him that he had also thought about this. What will he become when he finishes his evolution? Oren sighed and said that he was going to tell him now. The protagonist took a deep breath and blurted out that he would become a dragon. The agent was amazed. A dragon? That was so cool. How he envied him now. The protagonist agreed with him that it was cool. And what will he become? Pegasus, Fenrir, Hippopotamus, Kieran? He will also be someone cool, right? The agent was silent for a while, and then said that he will become a turtle. The main character froze for a moment in surprise, then barely managed to keep from bursting out laughing and asked him again, who will he become? No, being a turtle is cool. They are in another world. Maybe he will be the coolest creature like in that cartoon? He noticed that the agent just wilted. He was very depressed. The protagonist asked him to show him his status. The agent brought up the system window. The protagonist read what was written there and noticed that he had high defense, yes, 6 times more than him, and also the ability to recover. 2 good skills. The agent's information stated that his level was 7 out of 10, HP 50, MP 40, Attack 14, Defense 180, Magic 19, Agility 15. His special skills were Voice of Heaven, Blessing of the Earth. The common skills were Reinforcement, Sharpness, Reinforcement, Hardness, Absorption. Its resistance was Solitude and Explosion. Blessing of the Earth meant the ability to see the qualities of the land on which the creature stands and appropriate it. Absorption caused the ability to naturally recover. When used, a large amount of MP was consumed. Loneliness was about getting used to being alone. Skills are acquired faster if you act alone. The protagonist asked him how many times he evolved to increase defense so much. Agent answered him 2 times. The protagonist was surprised. Only 2? He told him that he evolved 4 times. Maybe turtles are cool too. The agent was surprised. What was he saying? Oren said that he can reflect any attack and recover with a skill. Isn't that considered overpowered? The protagonist was amazed by the agent's characteristics. He remarked, well, if this is how it will be, then even a dragon won't be able to defeat him. The amazed agent didn't even know about it. That's how it turns out. He noted that, thanks to him, he immediately became more confident in himself. He could hardly become a turtle. The protagonist said out loud that he was very happy for him. To himself, he thought, is it normal that the agent changed so easily? Suddenly their shelter shook. They exclaimed in bewilderment, what's going on? Strange needles were sticking out of all the walls. The agent examined them and noticed that the needles were stuck in the stone, although even large fish could not damage it. The protagonist carefully looked outside and said that there was someone outside. A voice that suddenly appeared immediately notified him that it was a river pufferfish. It lives downstream. It spits out needles to attack a large area. The protagonist looked around. Everything was covered in large needles. He asked the voice, did this pufferfish do all this? The agent hid under a rock and asked the same question. Did he do this? Are these fish even in their right minds? The protagonist noticed that all the others swam upstream in this state. Suddenly, the allies realized that the pufferfish had noticed them. The pufferfish began to attack them with its needles. The protagonist shouted to his ally to be careful. They began to dodge the enemy's blows. One needle still hit the protagonist, tearing out a piece of his flesh. The agent screamed in horror that he was wounded. The protagonist answered him that he would live, but he should hide in the cave. The agent was very worried about his ally, because he was wounded. How could he cope here alone? Oren replied that he should leave it to him. After all, he still had HP. He noticed that the other 2 swam upstream, leaving only one. How effective would the glow be in the evening? Should he fight in close combat with a shooting enemy? Needles are certainly an unpleasant thing, but since the enemy was shooting at one needle, he could, in principle, get closer to him. The protagonist made an attempt, deftly dodging the blows, letting the needles pass one after another. But one of them still pierced his fin. He tried to use glow, but it didn't work out well. MC cursed. This was a shitty situation. He realized that he had lost too much strength, and this wound was making itself felt. He couldn't even move. The enemy took advantage of the situation and threw the largest needle at him with all his might. The protagonist realized that now it would fly straight into his head. He would definitely die here. Suddenly, an agent swam out of the cave and took the blow. The protagonist shouted at him to be careful. The pufferfish continued to attack them, but all of its blows were taken by the protagonist's ally. Oren was worried about him. He was an idiot. Even he couldn't withstand so many blows. But he used resistance and pushed the enemy away. After examining himself, the agent noted that he seemed to be fine. The protagonist was amazed. His body was so stiff. He saved him, and he was shaking all over. He needed to hide quickly. The agent was really shaking like a leaf. He noted that it was terrible. All this time he was afraid of the world and constantly hid, justifying his behavior with weakness. But he, the protagonist, made him believe in himself. Even knowing that he was evolving into a turtle, he did not laugh, and this gave him confidence. He continued that this is why he was scared. It hurt him to watch how this fish beat him. He did not want to continue hiding and watch others suffer. The protagonist looked at him with a look full of gratitude and said that he was a real hero. Then they should unite. The agent agreed with him. The protagonist said that he would approach the enemy and attack him, and he should cover him. The agent answered him that he understood him. Let him be right behind him. They had a great tandem. While the agent was approaching the enemy, Oren meanwhile attacked the pufferfish from behind his back. Having told the pufferfish that he would now get it for piercing him and mocking his friend, the protagonist used the skill Fangs and tore the enemy apart. The agent shouted in admiration that his brother defeated him. The protagonist noted that he managed to do this thanks to his courage and toughness. Then it dawned on him what the agent had said. He asked him, did he call him brother? The agent answered that it was exactly so. Let him call him that. Inspired, he continued that he wanted to find more adventures with his brother. He wanted to strengthen his body and his mind just like his. He offered the protagonist to become true friends. The protagonist wasn't against it at all, although he didn't really understand what his friend meant. They decided to take care of each other further. MC asked him how he felt about giving them new names. His name was Oren, but his? The agent replied that it was a great idea. He also wanted a new name in his new life, and they decided that the protagonist would be Oren, the origin of his name being he suggested naming himself and just chose. The agent would be Ryzen, the origin of his name being able to cut the raindrops silently falling from the sky. The protagonist continued that they all swam upstream to evolve, right? Ryzen replied that they were all like being led by someone. They realized that something was definitely going on there. At that moment, a voice said that the protagonist's level had increased. He could evolve. The protagonist was happy about this message. Ryzen was surprised. Already? They seem to eat the same thing, but he evolves faster? Oren told him that it was all thanks to a special skill. The system window immediately displayed its characteristics, the benefit of being a rare species, thanks to which the protagonist gets an advantage for faster leveling up. Ryzen noted that, as he thought, he even has excellent skills. The protagonist apologized to his friend for evolving first. He called for evolution and became a royal Nelma. This meant that he was now the leader of the species. He had a strong body and a long jaw, a voracious fish. This species is given the highest priority in hunting. His new skills were Jaw, which meant an increase in strength, and Boost Cloudiness, which allowed him to slightly increase his strength in cloudy weather. The protagonist noted that since skills appeared, why not reorganize them? The voice asked him, did he want to combine them? The protagonist answered negatively. He just thought for a second. The skills are certainly powerful, but you can't use them all at once. This, that, and this. Still, if he combines the skills, will he be able to use them all at once? MC decided to try combining Boost Rain and Boost Cloud, but since he needed defense, he decided to add Boost Hardness as well. A voice informed him that the skills had been combined. Bad weather. In bad weather, his physical fitness and defense would increase. The protagonist exclaimed in surprise, wow. Despite the conditions, he is always active. It's very convenient. It seems that with the increase in characteristics, abilities also increase. He noted that combining is an incomprehensible science. At this moment, the protagonist noticed that his friend was staring at him in surprise. He asked him what was going on. Ryzen said in amazement, it turns out that he can also hear the voice of the earth. It's because they were both reborn. He is so glad that they are together. Oren objected that he heard the voice of the sky, but as he thought, it was almost the same. At that moment, the voice accompanying Ryzen told him that he could evolve too. Overjoyed, he asked him again, could he evolve too? And into another species too? He expressed words of gratitude to the voice. Ryzen turned to the protagonist. He told him that he could change too. The protagonist, looking at his friend, answered him that it was great. He thought, did he really look as stupid as his friend now? He needed to be more attentive. Ryzen told him that the system windows gave two choices. He wanted the protagonist to look at them. The protagonist was interested in his offer and looked at what was offered to his friend. The first one gave the option to become a stonefish. This is the best type of black fish. It has hard, rock-like scales, which is useful for a fish that has low mass. The second window offered the option to become a bedrock, which has the nickname Stonefish. It is a motionless fish that hunts prey that swims into its mouth using its smell. The smell moves downstream from its location, so all the fish swim upwards. Ryzen asked him which one he should choose. The protagonist answered him that both look difficult. Ryzen said that in his opinion, the stonefish is not bad. The protagonist agreed with him, at least he can move. Although, hunting with smell also has its meaning. Ryzen remembered the characteristics of the bedrock, and asked the MC, isn't this what is happening in the river now? The protagonist exclaimed, and indeed, that is the explanation for the strange behavior of the fish. He suggested to his friend to defeat this fish so that everyone can become normal. Ryzen enthusiastically supported his idea, especially since he can learn something from him. He decided that he will evolve into a stonefish. Together, they will defeat the one above. The system window summarized his choice. He became a stonefish and gained the new skills Stone Shot, which would allow him to attack with his scales, after which they would quickly recover again, and strengthen Hardness. His attack was 8 points, defense 180. The protagonist was surprised. Defense 180? Shouldn't the stats have decreased after such an evolution? He cursed and told his friend that he could carry him around like a shield. Ryzen readily responded, what was his brother talking about? The protagonist replied that he was just joking. Then he suggested that he combine his skills into one too. But he couldn't return them back, so let him think about it first. Ryzen replied that he would look now and turned to the system window. A minute later, he showed the information to the protagonist and asked him what he thought about it. He decided to combine Rock Shot and Boost Sharpness to create the skill Rock Cannon. Thanks to this, he could continuously shoot his own scales, since they instantly regenerated. The protagonist replied that this was great, now he should use it. Ryzen used the new ability and began to shoot scales. The result stunned both allies. The underwater rocks that Ryzen shot at were destroyed. MC noted that this was even stronger than the pufferfish needles. His friend agreed with him, but the skill consumed a lot of MP, so there was nothing better than his fangs. Oren summarized, well, if that's the case, then he will attack from the front with his fangs, and he will guard his rear. Ryzen readily responded to his proposal. Moreover, they will now finish the pufferfish, thereby raising their characteristics. They will prepare for the boss fight. 3 days later, they swam upstream. There were many different fish in this place, of different sizes and configurations. The protagonist did not understand what was going on here. Ryzen exclaimed, there are so many fish and monsters here. The protagonist found it cool. His friend said that he was a little scared. Suddenly, the protagonist noticed some smoke. Many fish, having fallen into it, began to behave inadequately. He wondered what happened to them. Ryzen answered that, having fallen into the smoke, they seemed to go crazy, but everyone is swimming straight there. Maybe this is the smell of bedrock? He looked at the protagonist worriedly and said that he touched it. Is everything okay? Oren told him that he was okay. He did not know why, but it seemed to him that this smoke did not affect them. The protagonist looked at the schools of fish and told his friend that if they followed them, they would know where the bedrock was. Ryzen said that his brother was thinking correctly. He was willing to go with him. When they swam up to the place they were interested in, the allies saw a large rock. The protagonist noticed that the smoke was thickening. Ryzen replied that this meant that the bedrock was somewhere nearby. Oren noticed that the smoke was coming out of the rock they saw. His friend immediately realized that it was not a rock. Suddenly, a real monster appeared in front of them, which they mistook for a rock. It was from it that thick and sticky smoke came out. Its teeth were terribly large and very sharp. The allies screamed in surprise. Ryzen exclaimed how big it was. He was very scared. As soon as this monster opened its mouth, smoke appeared from it, into which fish fell, and with the current they swam into this demon's mouth. When there were enough of them, it closed its mouth. The protagonist asked his friend, is this the bedrock? Ryzen asked him in return, will they be able to defeat it? The protagonist resolutely answered him that there is no need to doubt, they will defeat him. His friend noted that he, as always, was right. The protagonist asked him, can he break the rocks next to him? That way they will have a better chance. Ryzen answered that he definitely could. He used his skill Rock Cannon and began to crush the rocks. The crushed rocks began to fall on the monster, burying it completely. Ryzen was happy, great. He did it. The protagonist noted that they had buried him. But suddenly the pile of rocks began to move. Then the rocks flew apart. The monster appeared from under them and angrily opened its huge mouth. The protagonist and his friend exclaimed in horror. It seemed that he was angry. The monster slammed its mouth shut and began to attack them with something incomprehensible. These things flew in different directions and exploded. The allies were thrown back by the wave from the explosion. The protagonist screamed, what kind of missiles are these? Ryzen answered him that it was a stone grenade launcher, an improved version of a stone cannon. When everything calmed down, the protagonist asked his friend how he was. Ryzen, stuttering, answered him that he was alive. Oren said that their enemy was somehow too strong or something. He suggested that his friend retreat and think everything over properly. The monster could not move anyway, and they would restore HP and MP. The allies began to swim away from the monster, but at that moment, it stuck out its long and sharp tongue, grabbed Ryzen, and began to pull him into its mouth. The protagonist in horror called out to his friend, who called him for help. The monster was about to swallow Ryzen, but the protagonist swam up to him from the side, used the fangs skill, and grabbed the monster. But he thought with surprise, why was it so hard to bite through him? He couldn't let this idiot swallow his friend. Of course, he had high defense, so he shouldn't have time to be digested if anything happened. The protagonist was sure that his friend would survive. The monster felt the protagonist's bites. It was very painful for him, but he decided that even if he died, he would not let go of his victim. The protagonist remembered that he had received skills from evolution, so he activated the jaw ability. Oren had almost grabbed the entire monster with his jaws, but it was all in vain. The protagonist cursed. He didn't care at all that someone was attacking him. He realized that he couldn't defeat him like that. Since it doesn't matter if it's 1 or 8, he'll just combine the new skills. The protagonist turned to the voice from the sky and asked it to combine the fangs and jaw. The voice replied that it would carry out his command. Almost immediately, the voice announced that the combination was complete. MC activated the Sharp Fangs skill and sank his teeth into the monster again. But the enemy held out this time too. Orin was surprised. Had he gained resilience? But even so, he had no right to lose. He attacked this huge fish again and again, but the monster didn't stay in debt either. It threw out its explosive plates, which hit the protagonist. He thought it's damn hard for him, but he couldn't leave his friend in trouble. Moreover, the monster's strength weakened and its blows became weaker. Orin exclaimed, "Is he saying the stone cannon is weak? At least it's not a stone grenade launcher so it can withstand it." Yes, that was a great idea. He would just endure it. Redoubling his attack, the protagonist remarked he would see which of them would give in first. After a while, the monster was finally defeated. The protagonist, looking at his defeated opponent, said that he was strong. Without his sharp fangs, he would have died. At that moment, Ryzen emerged from the monster's mouth, and laughing, he apologized to his friend for making him worry. The protagonist happily greeted his ally and objected. What was he talking about? He almost died. He could have been swallowed. He should be more careful. To be honest, MC panicked, because he remembered that his friend could not eat bedrock meat. Raisin admitted that it was indeed hard to eat. The protagonist remarked that they were lucky that there was another fish here. His friend agreed with him. Then he asked the protagonist to tell him how he defeated that damn fish. Orin replied that he simply combined the skills into a new one. It was a blast. The system showed that his new skill had an attack value of plus 250. The protagonist was surprised. What? But that was pretty good. The value was increased by 3 times. That was pretty powerful. The protagonist was consuming the carcass of the defeated enemy. Raisin noted that this is why he was eating such tough meat. The protagonist told him to stop licking the meat. The voice told him that his value was reaching the maximum level. Evolution is possible. Orin was amazed. Wow, he can evolve. He only ate half a bedrock and he has already exceeded the level. He was damn strong. The system window offered him a direction of evolution. He could choose either a clay carp, a small long yellow fish. It is slow-moving, sold by people at a high price as children's goods. Another option was a water snake. A snake that lives near water. It can swim in water but is faster on land. Its skin is a luxury item and is used for accessories. Their numbers are decreasing due to constant hunting, which makes this type of snake rare. Orin noted that it looked cool. He turned to his friend and said, yes, he would like him to eat him too. Raisin asked him, what is it? The protagonist answered him that everything is fine. He thought, if he becomes a snake, will he already go out on land? Finally, they will enter a new stage of life. But then it dawned on him, because then he and his friend will separate. Raisin noticed his thoughtfulness. He anxiously asked him, is everything okay? The protagonist thought he is his only friend, who fought side by side with him. In response, the protagonist answered that everything is fine. His friend asked him again, really? The protagonist continued to think. They might not be able to be together anymore, but for now, he would do his best. So he decided out loud that he would evolve into a clay carp now. The system told him that he had gained new skills, such as clay creation. He could create anything he wanted from clay. His second skill was soil purification. The purification radius was determined by the amount of MP used, as well as the skill absorption. He also received a new resistance, explosion, and rot, which was effective against diseases that caused the body to decompose. The protagonist tried to activate the first skill. Taking clay, he used the ability to mold something like a human from it. He exclaimed that this was interesting, his second magic. After examining what he had made, he summarized like this. He called the craft human. Raisin muttered that he had no sense of beauty at all. The protagonist looked at his friend and told him to shut up and continue chewing. He needed to gain experience. His friend, choking on the enemy's meat, said he is the only one eating. But what about him? The protagonist told him that everything is fine. Raisin did not argue with him. A week later, he was lounging on the river bottom when he turned to the incense, saying that his fish had disappeared in the blink of an eye. It was good that the other creatures had returned and were leveling up peacefully. Orin noted that he had good skills too. Raisin replied that it was all thanks to him. His stats were now impressive. He had acquired the appearance of a deflector shield, and had been given skills such as stone cannon, a quick series of powerful scale attacks, parry, a skill for parrying attacks that could not be used without concentration, scale shield where his scales protected his body. There was also automatic barrier. This is when, in a dangerous situation, the barrier is activated. The skill has a 1-week cooldown. Barrier, the effectiveness of which depended on the amount of MP, and break, he could destroy the opponent's barrier. When his total amount of MP for the barrier is exceeded. If successful, the opponent will be able to create a shield, spending only a large amount of MP. He also received new resistances such as Influence, which did not allow anyone to throw him back with one blow, and Blinding. Raisin was worried, and yet he was the only one eating meat. Was his friend okay? Was he feeling okay? The protagonist assured him that he was fine, it was just that his body was saving on food. Besides, the more he ate, the faster he would evolve. Raisin rolled his eyes and addressed him in a pained voice, as if he were a brother. Nothing could fit into him anymore. At that moment, a voice informed the protagonist that they had reached the maximum level. Evolution was possible. The protagonist thought with annoyance, why were the experience points distributed so unevenly? After all, yesterday there was still food left in his stomach. He was saving. Then it dawned on him that Plankton was to blame for everything. The voice continued that his next stage was a water snake. If he did not make a choice, his development would end there. The protagonist sadly noted that this was the only choice. Raisin asked his brother what was the matter. Oren hesitated with an answer, but his friend had already figured it out. He asked him if he could go ashore already, right? The protagonist asked him in surprise. How did he know? His friend replied that he had figured it out back when he hadn't eaten the bedrock, because then he could have evolved again. He had figured it out long ago, and he laughed hoarsely. The protagonist realized that there was no point in hiding it any longer, so he admitted to his friend that he was right. The only option was a snake. Raisin had tears in his eyes and asked his brother to wait for him on land. The protagonist sadly noted, but then he would be left here alone. His friend said that he didn't want to part with him either. He had treated him so well since they had met. He shouldn't stop for him. He didn't want to be a burden to him. At these words, Raisin was already openly shedding tears. He continued that even if he went out on dry land now, he would definitely catch up with him one day. He would even overtake him. The protagonist was indignant. How dare he speak like that? What was he even talking about? The protagonist laughed at these words, then became serious and noted that he understood him. He would leave now, and leave him alone. Just let him come to him faster. They would travel together again. Raisin noted that he wanted the same thing. He would become as strong as his brother. Let him just wait for him. The allies shook each other's fins. Then the protagonist turned to the voice of the sky. It informed him that he was evolving. The voice answered him that it understood him. Light appeared, and the protagonist felt his body becoming warm. A burning pain spread throughout his entire body. He fully felt the sensation of becoming another creature. He turned into a water snake. He found it hard to breathe. He turned to his friend and said that snakes can't breathe underwater. Raisin wished his brother to be strong. When the main character left the river and got to the shore, he fell exhausted to the ground. Having caught his breath, he complained that he almost drowned. He was outraged by the inaction of the voice of heaven. It should have at least warned him that the snake has no gills. Why did he find out everything at the last moment? The voice told him that the snake has no gills. MC grinned ironically and thought about his friend. He would like to stay with him a little longer. But they promised each other that they would meet again. And now he needed to adapt to the land. He slowly crawled and said that he had not seen the land for a long time. Finally, he could take a deep breath and smell the grass. Suddenly he saw apples and exclaimed enthusiastically, at least something similar to a human. He took a bite of the fruit and was amazed at how delicious it was. He remembered that snakes have a sense of taste. When he was a fish, he couldn't even taste it properly. He finished gnawing on the apple and spoke, and now he was full. Is Raisin eating now? Suddenly, a huge squirrel appeared in front of him. The protagonist was surprised. Wasn't it big? And why did it suddenly appear in front of him? He guessed that it was all about the apples. What a bummer. He told the squirrel. He didn't know that the apples belonged to her. The squirrel, looking furious, prepared to attack him. The protagonist asked her for forgiveness and thought, is this really the end? His adventure had only just begun. At that moment, someone grabbed the squirrel, and the protagonist saw a creepy dinosaur that began to chew on the creature that had just stood in front of him. It chewed up its prey and let out a terrifying roar from its creepy mouth. The protagonist thought with fear that it was too difficult on land. The dinosaur opened its mouth wider and brought its muzzle closer to him. The protagonist screamed even louder and deftly dodged the creature, crawling away from it as quickly as possible. The dinosaur hit its head on the ground and realized that its prey was escaping. It got angry and rushed after the protagonist. Oren crawled as best he could, realizing that the dinosaur was catching up with him. Finally, he saw a hole at the foot of the tree and darted in there. He hid in fear in the farthest corner of his shelter. The heavy, ominous breathing of the monster was heard outside. Then the eye of his pursuer appeared in the hole, and one claw, he wanted to get his victim. After a while, the dinosaur turned around and walked away. The protagonist, not believing his luck, crawled out of the shelter, looked at the leaving monster and thought, did he give up? The protagonist realized that it was a dinosaur. It was dangerous, indeed. How many more like this? Everything was so good. After a while, the protagonist had a wonderful view. He noticed, wow, what a spacious forest was before his eyes. But it was only visible to the horizon. Now he had to live in this world. He went down the hill, crawled to the river, and looked at the water surface. His reflection was looking at him. He said that he really was a snake. Looking at it like this, he felt like he was steadily approaching the dragon step by step. But being a snake was not very convenient. He had no arms or legs. He couldn't even climb trees. But so far, everything was fine. He wanted to check his status. A voice immediately notified him that it understood him. A system window appeared. The information on it said that he now had the appearance of a water snake. His parameters were as follows: level 1 of 20, HP 50, MP 101, attack power 59, defense 65, magic power 51, agility 60. His skills were hard jaw, light emission, water flow control, poisonous fangs, clay creation, absorption, ninja legs, as well as sudden attack, swimming, soil purification, and water spear. His special skills remained voice of the sky and rare species advantages. He gained resistances, strong acid, explosion, and corruption. The protagonist was amazed. His MP was more than 100, more than 50 magic power. And what is magic power? The voice immediately informed him that it was the numerical attack power of a skill using MP. This became clear to the protagonist. Surprise attack meant that it allowed him to attack without being seen. It was activated when he wanted to attack someone unnoticed. Water spear allowed him to create a water weapon. The spear's power increased depending on his skill. Swimming was a skill for swimming in water. The ninja legs skill allowed him to go unnoticed, gave him the ability to move silently. Poisonous fangs helped inflict poisonous damage on enemies. Orin was delighted. The snake skills were increasing. Maybe he was the type who fought with magic and skill. He definitely needed to try it. Water spear was a skill level, something he needed to get used to. The image was also very important. He called on his water spear skill. The protagonist was delighted to notice that the spear came straight out of the water. It looked very cool. What was its power? He threw it straight at a tree. The spear hit the wood with a dull sound. The protagonist noted that he lacked firepower, but he was pleased with the long-range attack. It was the strongest attack of the day. He crawled up to the tree and noticed the grass at the foot of the tree moving. The protagonist wondered what was there. He was very hungry, except for apples. He hadn't eaten anything really. The protagonist looked into the grass and saw a creature there. He was surprised. Who was it? It was bigger than a hare. The voice immediately informed him that it was a flying mole, invisible, walking on the ground. It always emits ultrasonic waves and flies to hunt moving prey within a radius of 3 meters without seeing it. The protagonist thought, a mole then. He noted that if it was blind, it could be destroyed right away. It was possible to carefully approach it with the hard jaw skill. At that moment, the mole moved and prepared to attack. Orin thought that things were bad. What should he do? The mole was blind, but its hearing was impeccable. If you move even a little, he will hear it right away. An idea came to him. Then how about killing him right away from a long distance with a water spear? Without thinking twice, the protagonist used this ability and launched the spear at his victim. The mole surprisingly deftly dodged the blow. Orin noticed that he was able to dodge. His movements were as if honed. His hearing is so good that he can hear an instant attack. He needed to somehow get out of this situation because, apparently, his enemy was preparing to attack. The protagonist remembered another useful skill of his, ninja leg. He used this ability and tried to crawl up to him from behind. He was delighted with his skill. There were no sounds from it at all. In this case, the mole should not have noticed anything at all. Suddenly, invisible waves appeared, and the mole sharply turned its head towards the protagonist. He was amazed. What happened? How could he sense it? Then he guessed. He used ultrasound to determine its location. The mole suddenly attacked him. The protagonist did not expect such speed from it and did not have time to dodge. He was thrown back by the shockwave. He fell to the ground. He was in great pain. Standing up, he estimated the distance and was very surprised. The enemy's attack went out of range. He thought, since ninja legs are not enough, he needs to synthesize a voice from the sky. Immediately, the voice told him that the voice of the sky and ninja legs were synthesized into tracking. Tracking could block signs that could pursue the object, but it will always consume MP. If the enemy does not notice, a surprise attack will surely succeed. The protagonist thought, once, 8 times, but it was worth a try. He activated the skill and began to approach the enemy. Having entered the zone of ultrasonic waves, the protagonist paused, watching the mole's reaction. He sat motionless. Orin was delighted. He had not noticed him at all, although he had already gotten quite close to him. He mentally thanked the enemy for the sudden attack. and in one throw wrapped his tail around his neck and began to squeeze the ring with his tail. The protagonist exclaimed to the mole, "How does he feel now?" The mole tried to break free from the chokehold, but it was useless. The protagonist urged him not to resist and instantly used the hard jaw ability. It is clear that the enemy had no chance of salvation and the protagonist defeated him. He exclaimed, "He did it. This is his first victory on land." And he was so worried when he first went out on land, he thought that he would not succeed. But even such a small creature as a mole has more intelligence than a fish. He should take into account that it was not easy, and so he got his first experience on land. Having eaten his fill of the enemy's meat, the protagonist thanked him for the food. A voice informed him that the level had reached its maximum. Evolution was possible. The protagonist was amazed already. The system window displayed a list of evolution directions on the screen. He was offered to become a fog snake, which lives mainly in the fog, which allows it to hide from unwanted eyes. It was very difficult to see. This species belonged to the aristocratic middle class. The second option was a worm. He could become a giant earthworm, thanks to which even the most meager land is enriched with nutrients. But if he makes a mistake and goes outside, he will rage so much that he can destroy one village. The protagonist thought, if he went there, it was a fog snake, that was all right, but an earthworm? Moreover, underground, degenerated from a snake? The evolution of the fish era was connected with fish. If he chose a worm, would he always be one? Can a worm become a dragon? It lives underground. His wild imagination immediately drew a picture of himself in the form of a giant worm coming out among people, creating panic and destroying everything around. But the picture presented him as a worm, not a dragon. Therefore, his choice was obvious. He turned to the voice of the sky and asked to evolve into a fog snake. Although he did not like it, the voice answered him that it understood him. The glow was created again, and the protagonist became a fog snake. He grumbled that it was a terrible choice. He became a little bigger, and, in addition, he grew a horn. His stats were level 1 of 25, HP 60, MP 110, attack power 65, defense 75, magic power 80, and agility 65. He also gained a new skill, fog control. This meant that he could create hazes with small particles, and could control fog, frost, smoke, and more. While the protagonist was figuring all this out, it was almost dark outside. He noticed that it was time for him to return to his shelter, where he was hiding. Crawling towards the tree he needed, he thought that he was finally home. The protagonist looked at his prey, the two moles, and was happy about it. He finished them off on his way home. He examined them again, and said that it was definitely safer to gain experience near home. Suddenly, he shuddered from the roar reaching him. He realized in fear that this voice was familiar to him. The protagonist looked out from the grass and realized that it was the same dinosaur. Is he still here? And is he moving strangely? Is he fighting someone? The protagonist carefully crawled closer to the battle site. He saw that the dragon was fighting a goblin. Of course, the dinosaur's opponent was clearly inferior to him in size, but in terms of strength, in the protagonist's opinion, he was stronger. Or did it seem so to him? Their fight was fierce. The dinosaur kept trying to swallow its opponent alive, but the goblin deftly dodged his attack, jumped on his back, and with one movement simply tore the monster's head off. The protagonist thought with admiration, although he was small, he was so big at the same time. The goblin was sitting on the back of the defeated enemy, and held the enemy's head above himself. This was a goblin species, a rare species born among goblins. Its skin, due to its purple color, seems poisonous, as the color is repulsive. This species is released into the wild from the moment it is born, but due to its incredible strength and sharp claws, it is easy for it to survive. Orin asked the voice of the sky if there was anyone else as strong as this goblin. The voice answered him that there was, and there were quite a few of them. Goboks are a rare species, but they have average strength. The protagonist thought that everything was clear to him. He must reach the same level. Otherwise, he simply will not be able to survive. He felt good. The first goal on land was set. First of all, he needs to become stronger to defeat the goblin. Morning came. The protagonist, feeling broken, crawled out of his shelter. This Gobok ate so loudly that he could not sleep all night. Having made his way to the place where there was a massacre yesterday, the protagonist noticed that there was nothing left of the food. The skeleton of a dinosaur lay in the grass. The protagonist thought about the goblin. Now he had no chance against him. He was much stronger. The lack of strength, in his opinion, had to be compensated by skill. He had to learn to use them. And then, even a weakling like him would be able to defeat strong enemies. He crawled to the house, saw his yesterday's prey in the form of two moles, and thought that he needed to eat them and gain a new level. Having finished his meal, he lay down on his back and blissfully said that he had eaten well, even ate the bones. A voice announced that he had reached the maximum level for this race. Now he could evolve again. The protagonist noted that this was great news. The system presented him with development paths. He could become a water snake or an earthworm. The water snake controlled water. It was an endangered species that could only be killed as a last resort. They are constantly hunted by poachers because of the high price for their skin. Mercilessly attacks anyone who enters its territory. Many adventurers have died from this snake. The earthworm was a huge earthworm that delivers nutrients to the upper layers of the soil and helps it recover. If it accidentally crawls to the surface, it goes berserk and is capable of single-handedly destroying an entire village. Its distinctive feature is its cute eyes. The protagonist wondered, a snake? The earthworm also had good characteristics, and yet he decided to become a snake. The voice said, done, and so the protagonist acquired the appearance of a sea snake. His level was 1 out of 30, HP 69, MP 121, Attack 70, Defense 98, Magic 101, and Agility 59. The protagonist noticed that he had become a little bigger, but the set of skills had not changed, each time the same, both before and after. But the fact that resistances and skills were open, that was what was needed. The list of skills consisted of Strong Jaw, Glow, Bad Weather, Water Control, and again, Water Control. The protagonist noted that Water Control fell out 2 times. He was glad that he received so many skills. Clay Creation, Soil Refining, Absorption, Pursuit, Poison, Swimming, Water Spear, Mist Creation, Mist. There were also Water Creation, Water Control, Water Sword, Water Volume Calculation, and Water Blocking. The protagonist was amazed at how many there were. In total, he had 6 new skills. Of course, he needed new skills, but not that much. He began to think about what he could combine from the listed ones. He had to try not to get something weird. Still, he decided to combine Water Flow Control with Water Flow Control, then Water Control with Water Control, then Absolute Water Control with Water Creation. In the end, he got the skill Infinite Water Control. Then he combined Fog with Fog Creation and got Fog Control. The next combination consisted of Water Spear with Water Volume Calculation, resulting in the ability Water Spear Combination. Oren noted that he had excellent skills. He would have been furious if they had been weak. Everything was fine before. It was worth distributing them into different categories, otherwise it was so inconvenient. The voice informed him that everything was done. MC was surprised. What did he say? The voice answered him that his new skills were divided into categories. He was indignant. What, couldn't you have warned him earlier? He said that skills are important. The voice said that he didn't hear him. The protagonist tried to hide his irritation and asked the voice to show him what he had divided there. The voice showed the skills into the categories Magic and Attack. The appearance did not change. The attack was expressed in a Strong Jaw, Pursuit, Poison, a bunch of Salt Spears, and a Water Sword. Magic consisted of Clay Creation, Fog Control, Endless Water Control. Defense consisted of Blocking Water, Recovery from Absorption. Features were Glow and Soil Purification. Permanent abilities were Bad Weather and Swimming. Oren noticed, now everything was laid out on the shelves. Otherwise, he was ready to get angry if he found mistakes. He praised the voice for an excellent job. The voice thanked him for the kind words. The protagonist asked him to talk about such things right away next time. The voice spoke reasonably. If he had asked, the voice would have answered him. The protagonist crawled out into the field. Half an hour passed. He thought that he needed to calm down. It was time to try out new skills. First, he decided to try the Fog Control ability. His autumn question was, what kind of fog is this? After thinking for a while, he decided to proceed with the tests. The system explained to him that he could freely control haze, fog, and hoarfrost. For additional mana, he could increase the maximum range. The protagonist said that everything was clear with hoarfrost, and fog and haze probably differ in density? He created fog, which swirled around him like a whirlwind. He exclaimed enthusiastically, "Wow," but he couldn't see anything. Even resistance to poor visibility doesn't help. And how can he use it? The system helpfully provided him with information that his new resistance is keen vision. He can see the enemy's silhouette, even in poor visibility. Another resistance is blindness. This meant that the attacks of the opponents would no longer blind him. Suddenly, everything around him looked like a matrix. He wondered, what was this? He could see everything now. The protagonist began to look around. He saw a tree and asked, what was this? Then he himself guessed that this was the tree in which he lived. It was similar to what he now saw inside the fog. He wondered, what if there was something like sonar here? Maybe he could use it. Oren decided that he now needed to research another ability, Infinite Water Control. The system notified him that he could create water out of thin air. The first time he created water, there was a chance that he would not waste mana. The protagonist activated the skill. A huge swirling ball of water appeared in the air, which was motionless. MC was surprised. The water just froze in the air? He tried to control it. First, he gave the water a command to the right. Half of the ball flew to the right. He created a command to the left. The second half of the water flew to the left. The protagonist was amazed. He could control it with his mind. Then he wondered, how could he use it? The voice told him that he could carry light things in the water. The protagonist grumbled that it would not be easy. Suddenly it dawned on him. He could control its flight with his mind. The water placed him inside itself. He noticed that he did not want to fall, and it was difficult to maintain balance. After suffering a little more, he finally began to move in the water ball. Oren said, had he finally gotten the hang of it? He should try flying. The protagonist began to control the water's flight. Surveying the surroundings, he saw a river and became interested. Was that where he swam when he was still a fish? He did not even think that this river was so wide. He remembered that it was cold and fun there. He could have stayed there. At that moment, something happened that he did not expect at all. A huge bird flew up to him and grabbed his water ball with its claws. He panicked, thinking that he had been caught. But what was that anyway? Or rather, who was that anyway? The voice explained to him that it was a rheac. It catches prey with its strong claws, weakens it, and carries it to its nest. This omnivorous bird is ready to attack its target, even if it is surrounded by people. The voice of the sky explained that catching one such bird, which flies perfectly at high altitudes and is capable of defeating a pack of wolves alone, is difficult even for skilled hunters. MC shouted in fear that it is better not to encounter even one. He thought about the fact that the wingspan reaches 5 meters. This is the largest living creature in this world. It will not eat it until it carries it to the nest, but most likely there will be someone else there. He used the skill Strong Fangs and shouted that he will die here. Rheac deftly dodged the fangs and continued flying. The protagonist thought that his weapon was missing. This bird is not so easy to defeat. He cried out in displeasure that he is a simple snake. The voice of the sky noted that he can continuously shoot water spears. The more mana he spends on this, the stronger it becomes. MC used this skill to shoot down the bird, but the rheac made a sharp dash up and then down and dodged all the attacks. The protagonist thought that he was about to pass out due to overload. He displeasedly used the skill Fog Control and cried out what to do with it. Suddenly, the bird began to twirl its beak in confusion because the field of view narrowed. MC noted that it was afraid of the fog. Something must be done while it was in confusion. He used the skill Multiple Water Spears and pierced the enemy 3 times, and then joyfully exclaimed that he would continue suppressive fire. Suddenly, Rheac became very tense and dispelled all his attacks. The protagonist used the skill Infinite Water Control and plunged his beak into the water area. He asked, what? He didn't expect that, right? He is the winner here and he will drown in the air. Just a little bit more and he will escape from his clutches. Due to strangulation, the bird lost control and flew straight into the cliff. MC thought with a serious face that judging by his face, he has not lost yet. Instead of running away, he just wants to finish him off. He menacingly exclaimed that he will not allow this. He will imprison him in a water prison. The protagonist used the skill Infinite Water Control, created a huge water area, and shouted that he can't even move a wing now. And now, he will finish him off with a spear. MC used the skill Many Water Spears with the remaining mana and created a huge spear that cut off the bird's head. After that, he began to fall and shouted after him that he is the Lord of the Sky and he is the Lord of Skills. Dude, that was cool, but he almost died. He should use water control before he hits the ground. Why can't he use it? The voice of the sky explained that he did not have enough mana. The protagonist shouted in horror that he did not remember this, and what to do now since there is no mana. He needs to collect the remaining water. Great, at least he took something. MC flew past a small drop of water and shouted in horror that it was still not enough. He was going to fall. Things were bad if this continued. No, he would not die so easily. He noticed a bird corpse flying down nearby, grabbed it, sucked out the mana, and creating a huge water area in the air with the help of a skill, saved himself from death. After that, the protagonist noted that in these forests you cannot relax for a minute. He will rest a little in the sky. Suddenly, the voice of the sky informed him that he received new skills, Large Bundle of Spears and Water Shield. MC shouted in bewilderment that he did not evolve and did not combine anything. The voice of the sky explained that the skills were developed. He asked, in what sense? Let him not avoid the answer. Okay, never mind, I should double check my skills. Suddenly another bird appeared. He dived into the water in fear, and thought that he would not be able to see anything like that. After a while, the main character came down to the ground and began to study the skills. The voice of the sky began to tell, like a large bundle of spears, is a skill that allows you to use more than 5 water spears at the same time to attack. The attack power depends on the power of the water spear skill. Water Shield is a skill that allows you to create water masses around yourself to protect yourself from enemy attacks. MC noted that there is nothing new. It's boring, I need to see what can be improved. Wait a minute, it turns out that a new way to acquire skills has appeared. Development. To do this, you need to use an existing skill in a new way and develop it. He thought that development happens when he uses existing skills? So, if he uses infinite water control, but stretches the water. Suddenly, the voice of the sky notified that he received a new skill, Water Thread. This is a skill that allows you to create and control thin, invisible threads of water. The power depends on the mana points. The protagonist noted with displeasure how simple the skill is. With this, he could use the hard jaw more effectively. He also needs to come up with an immobilizing trap. That's it, he will set it on the ground. The protagonist created a trap on the ground, started sticking his tail in there, and said that if someone touches this place, the water will immediately grab him. The voice of the sky informed him that he had received a new skill, Water Prison. This is activated when the victim steps on the water trap. MC exclaimed with delight that he was fully armed. He himself would be scared of such power. At this rate, he will accumulate 1,000 abilities and become just like the 1,000-year dragon. A couple of days later, a boar stepped into his trap, was immobilized, and water spears flew into it. Then the main character crawled to the scene, happily noting that his skill level had also increased. In fact, he himself had grown up. His statistics and description appeared, saying that he was now a clay snake. Despite his love for swampy places, he does not stay in such areas for long. He is not aggressive, but hunts, setting many traps. New resistances, poisoning, immunity to weak poisons, distraction, harder to catch off guard. MC was surprised to notice that this antenna on his head was so convenient. With it, he can find out which trap worked. After evolution, he received not very useful skills. The voice of the sky noted that he received the skill Mud Puppet, allowing you to create a clay figure that can move. The accuracy of the figure and the accuracy of its movements depend on the skill level. The second skill is Earth Control, allowing you to change the surrounding area. The radius and strength depend on the mana points spent. MC noted that now, in addition to the cruel jaw, he has another useful skill, Binding Spears. This is a skill that allows you to control water spears connected by a thread. Accuracy and durability depend on the mana points spent. He said that with the help of the thread, you can not only attack, but also immobilize. He can accurately attack from long distances. Probably, he will soon be able to fight Gobak. Suddenly, a huge dinosaur appeared, which furiously ran at him. The protagonist fearfully thought that it was time to run away. Although, this guy does not seem that strong. If he can't handle a dinosaur, then what can we say about Gobak? He used the large bundle of spears skill and forced the enemy to dodge. The dinosaur made a dash but got caught in his water traps and fell to the ground. MC crawled up to him and using the hard jaw skill, bit off his head. After that, he happily exclaimed that he did it. After all, he was able to cope with him. The main thing is to use the skills correctly. So, soon, he will be able to fight Gobak. A couple of days later, the protagonist noted that before he fought without a clear plan, but this time everything is different. The voice of the sky asked, "What is the plan?" He explained that he had been watching Gobak for several days, using the skill Pursuit. He never goes the same way, but he passes one place in any case. And yesterday, with the help of Water Prison, he set up a lot of traps there. Now he should be passing this place. After some time, MC, hiding in the grass, noticed Gobak. He stepped into the trap and the protagonist immediately got out of the grass in order to attack him, and thought that if he defeats him now, then no one will be afraid of him. Suddenly, the goblin created a powerful shockwave and destroyed all the traps and spears. The protagonist tried to hide back in wild horror and wondered if he had destroyed all his traps and spears. Gobak grabbed a piece of earth and threw it sharply towards the protagonist. He jumped out of the grass with incredible fear and shouted that the whole strategy had gone down the drain. He had been exposed. Orin trembled and thought fearfully. He destroyed his traps and spears. How much power does he have? This goblin is dangerous and it is better not to take his eyes off him. The goblin climbed out of the pit and laughed. The protagonist thought about the fact that he was laughing at him. He had time for this too. He exclaimed that he did not even take him seriously. Orin used the skill Large Bundle of Spears and began to attack him. The goblin deftly dodged the attacks, when suddenly a thread appeared around his body, which tied him up. The goblin looked questioningly at the spears and began to twitch. The protagonist said that he distracted him with ordinary spears, and he himself used his skill once. It seems that even he can be immobilized. Spears appeared above the monster, which pierced him and caused an explosion. Orin thought that he spent quite a lot of mana, but from here it is difficult to say whether it killed him or not. The fastest way would be to finish him off with a hard jaw, but he is much stronger than him, and if he catches him, the game is over. In addition, he does not know his abilities. Close combat is still very dangerous. He needs to guess when to use this skill and change the outcome of the fight. Suddenly, the goblin stood up and tore the thread that covered his body. The protagonist clenched his teeth and thought, why is he so unlucky with him? He has increased in size and seems stronger. He has also grown claws. It seems he has finally switched to combat mode. Orin examined him and thought that his wounds are not bleeding. Large wounds remain, and the scratches have already healed. Super strong, incredibly resilient, and quickly restores strength. He is just a monster. He said that he should not use brute force yet, and it looks like he will have to change the plan. Suddenly, a whirlwind appeared around the goblin, which enveloped him. Orin thought about what he clearly remembers. There was a river nearby. Since he had to defeat him, he had to take him to the water where he could use his skills to the fullest. He summoned him, and the monster began to follow his voice in a rage, fighting right in the whirlwind. The protagonist exclaimed, "What a pity." Unlucky, he was a little to the right. The goblin threw rocks at him, and Orin cheerfully asked, "Is he even aiming? If he hits, he's done for, so he'll throw another water whirlwind." Suddenly, the monster smashed his attack right over his head with its hand. The protagonist looked at it in fear and thought that he shouldn't have seen it. He put everything into his skills, but his instincts can't be fooled. The goblin grabbed the protagonist by the tail and began to throw him to the ground. Orin thought with his last strength that he was almost done for, and he needed to block the blow with a water shield. He didn't have time to activate the skill, and the monster threw him aside. The protagonist hit a rock and thought that he was about to pass out. He was finally at the river, but he couldn't even move his head. A voice from the sky told him that his HP had reached its minimum and suggested that he take a rest. Orin said with displeasure that it should be shut up. If he could, he would have rested a long time ago. He noticed a goblin nearby and thought that he was already close. He remembered Raisin and thought that he hoped that he was okay. After all, he couldn't break his promise. Raisin asked him to wait for him. He couldn't die, and he couldn't lose. The protagonist chuckled and said that he still had time to spare. In his world, there was a good saying that carelessness is sadness. Orin used the infinite water control skill, and the goblin's body was enveloped in water in which he couldn't move. The main character exclaimed joyfully. This was a big gift from him for the remaining MP. He couldn't move. That's how he would drown. The goblin exhaled air from his lungs and began to suck in water. Orin thought with displeasure, how did he even think of such a thing? He launched a hard jaw at him, but the monster intercepted him and threw him to the ground again. The protagonist thought that a hard jaw was his strongest skill. He can't die, because he promised Raisin that they would travel the world together. The goblin roared, when suddenly, Orin bit off his hand and asked what was going on. Is this what he was looking for? The monster waved his hand, but the protagonist deftly dodged and asked, does he want to take it? He took his antenna himself, and his paw will make him stronger. And for tearing off his antenna, death awaits him. A voice from the sky said that his level had increased and he could evolve. Does he want to evolve? Orin agreed, and his health was restored. The goblin attacked him, but the protagonist dodged and thought that this goblin was still strong, even though he was left with one paw. After evolution, he fully recovered, but if he is not careful, he will catch him again. Now he will create so much water that he will definitely not be able to drink it. Orin activated the infinite water control skill, and a water ball formed above him. Suddenly, the monster destroyed it, and the protagonist thought with displeasure that he did not finish the skill and will not repeat it again. He said that other skills will not stop him. It seems that he will have to try again after all. Suddenly, the goblin froze, and Orin thought in bewilderment, why did he suddenly freeze? Too late to be careful, his skill that he did not let him finish. A voice from the sky said that it was a destructive landslide. He confused it with infinite water control. Orin was surprised, and the goblin looked at it in horror. He said that if the monster was scared, then the skill is very strong. The goblin began to run away from there, and the protagonist exclaimed with displeasure that he dare not run away. Such a chance cannot be missed. If he escapes, he will have to start all over again, which he really does not want. A voice from the sky said that he will be able to attack in 5 seconds. Orin thought, he will not attack right away. The goblin was caught in the skill-hidden swamp, and his body began to sink under the water. The protagonist thought about the fact that hidden swamp allows you to create an area with a swamp, disguising it as ordinary earth or grass. He wondered what happened to him and why he suddenly became afraid of him. Now he will definitely finish him off. Destructive landslide attacked the goblin. This allows you to collect and sharply throw out a mass of earth and sand. The skill is difficult to control, so its power is capable of destroying the surrounding area. After a while, Orin looked at the area in horror and thought, he assumed that the skill is strong, but not that strong. It was as if a hurricane had passed through here. It does not matter, since he needs to see what happened to that goblin. He finally killed him. The protagonist approached him and exclaimed, there he is. It looks like he got stuck in the mud and couldn't get out. The protagonist looked at the monster questioningly and exclaimed, unbelievable, he's still breathing. It's good that he didn't have time to escape. His strength and health really impressed him. Oren used the hard jaw skill and attacked the monster. He said that they would never see each other again. After the protagonist defeated the goblin, he said that back then he thought he was finished. If he couldn't evolve, he himself would have been eaten. And what should he do here now? Everything around is destroyed. Where did such power come from? Oren thanked the voice from the sky and said that he had already forgotten everything and would not use this skill for now. He happily thought that the most important thing was that he defeated the goblin, just like he wanted. It was difficult, but now he was one step closer to turning into a dragon, and all thanks to the monster. He thanked it for happily eating him. The voice from the sky told him that he had reached the maximum level and could evolve. Oren was surprised and thought that it was to be expected from such a strong goblin. Maybe it will be enough for several more evolutions. A voice from the sky said that he can evolve into a royal snake. The protagonist happily said that he can now become a king, and of course he will evolve. Oren grew in size and said that he is probably already the size of a person, so it is time to combine all the skills. A system board appeared in front of him, which said that from 2 water blades, the skill turned into a large water sword, and 2 stings turned into poisonous fangs. The skills began to merge into each other and create another strong skill. Oren thought that the auxiliary skills were also ready. He will hide the destructive landslide and will not use it for now. He dealt with the goblin and evolved without problems. Now it is time for him to go home. Suddenly, he fell to the ground and thought that his head began to spin and he could not get up. Was he so tired after the battle with the monster? After some time, the protagonist woke up and heard someone's voice say that he heard some noise and it looked like there was a collapse. We need to get out of here quickly. What was he making noise about? The man got scared and shouted, "It's a white snake." Oren woke up, looked around questioningly and said, "It looks like he passed out after all." He jumped up in fear and asked, "Is he in a cage?" And then he thought about how he noticed people before he fainted. They were probably kind and saved him. The protagonist looked around and noticed many cages with other animals. He exclaimed in fear, so he was kidnapped. So they are not kind at all. So they are bringing it for sale to make bags and wallets out of it? The notification system said that he is not losing his vigilance. The protagonist used his hard jaw to bite through the cage. He sighed heavily and asked discontentedly why he can't break it, and why is it so strong. The notification system said that this is a special cage for magical beasts, and it seems that it is somehow able to deprive the magic skill. He does not have enough strength to open the cage. The protagonist was surprised and asked, "His other skills too?" The system warned him that he cannot rely on others and he must solve this problem himself. Oren asked discontentedly, "And how is he supposed to get out then?" He ordered it to come out here and become his new food for pumping experience. Alon looked at him with fear and said, "An angry snake is so scary." Oren looked at her and introduced himself, exclaiming, "It's a girl, and what is her name?" She got scared and shouted for him not to eat her. The protagonist grinned and asked, "What's wrong with her? Does he look like someone who eats people?" A voice from the sky said, "An aggressive snake the size of a man pounced and almost bit through the cage." Oren thought awkwardly that he himself was a little scared. Was he really that scary? He said that he was not scary, but a kind snake. The voice from the sky said that people did not understand snake language and he should stop scaring the child. Oren wondered why little Alon was sitting in a cage at all alone and among forest animals. She was wearing some rags instead of clothes and was covered in scratches. She was wearing an iron collar and shackles? The protagonist was surprised and thought, so they were being held captive by criminals? He needed to help this girl get out quickly, but he was also being taken for sale. What should they do? They needed to somehow escape together. The protagonist wondered if he had jumped to conclusions and if these people were from some kind of shelter. They could have saved her when she was being enslaved and given her shelter. The man angrily ordered the girl to stop crying, or he would throw her to these monsters for food. She looked at him in fear, and Oren cried out in alarm. They were bandits, he was convinced. The man kicked the cage with the girl and told her to sit like that. The protagonist thought, what does he allow himself? Is it possible to be so rude to children? He looked at her and said that he would like to cheer her up, but he doesn't know the language. Although why does he understand their speech at all? The voice from the sky said that when he was caught, his past languages skill worked on its own. The skill automatically translates unfamiliar speech into his language. Oren asked when he received this skill to understand the speech of creatures from other worlds. But it seems that while he is in the form of a snake, this translation skill will not work on his speech. He looked at her sadly, when suddenly creatures appeared in her cage. She asked in surprise, "What is it? Are they made of water?" The creature was circling in her hands and she exclaimed in admiration, "How beautiful, as if the stars were shining." She looked behind the cage and asked in surprise, "Where are they flying from?" So this is Mr. Whitesnake? Oren began to nod his head in agreement. Elaine asked, does he understand her? The protagonist thought that a minute ago she was scared, and now she's having fun, like any ordinary child. So active, reacts very brightly to everything around her. Alon happily asked, does he have a name? Oren made an inscription out of water and thought, of course he does. Maybe at least this way his words will be translated. She apologized and said that she could not read. The protagonist said as he thought, the skill does not translate written speech. When suddenly Alon began to wonder how he was caught, and does he have a home, and family and friends? Oren thought that now she had become just like all ordinary children, and was already bombarding him with questions. She apologized for chatting and happily introduced herself. She was so scared alone, but the protagonist amused her and thanked him. Alon began happily asking him everything in a row, and Oren thought how much strength she had. She extended her hand to him and offered to be friends. The protagonist smiled and thought that she was now completely different from the crying girl he met. He extended his tail to her as a sign of agreement. A couple of days later, the protagonist was eating meat, and a voice from the sky asked if it was time to put off playing with the child for later and think about how to escape. Oren said discontentedly that he had been working all this time, studying the situation with the help of mud clones and pursuit. The man told his colleague that they would arrive in the next city in 5 days. He heard that there was a merchant there who needed snakeskin, and they would sell it to Oren. The protagonist said in confusion, if he does nothing, then in a couple of days he will have to decide what to become, a bag or a wallet. In general, during reconnaissance, he slowly steals meat from them since it gives a lot of experience. He thinks that he will soon be able to evolve and hopes to become stronger than to develop skills. When suddenly he heard Alon crying and thought that she was having a nightmare again, and he needed to wake her up. Oren again created creatures from the water and tried to wake her up. Alon woke up and thanked him for waking her up because she had a bad dream. The protagonist created a face from the water and she asked if he was worried about her. She was from a small village. The 4 of them lived there. But one day they were attacked by those bad people. They captured them and they became their goods. There are other people in cages here, but they were put in neighboring carts. Oren looked at her sadly and thought, what about her parents? He created the image of a family from water, and Alon said that they lived in 4. This must be her. He wonders what happened to the others. Mom and Dad tried to help him and his older sister hide and run away, so they were killed. Oren created a hand from water and stroked Alon's head. She looked at him questioningly and asked, a white snake? The protagonist said that everything was fine and she could not hold back her tears. Alon laughed and thanked him. She really was fine. After all, tears can't change anything. Everything is fine. She will not cry anymore. Does he understand? Tears will not bring them back. Alon began to cry, and Oren thought about how long she kept everything inside and he must definitely help her. She apologized and said that she would not cry, and in the end, the protagonist made a diagram of an escape from the cage from the water and asked, does she want to run away together? Alon thanked him for the offer, but she can't leave the rest of the villagers here. Besides, she has a sister, Satella, and they were caught together. They were taken by different people, so they were put separately from each other in different carriages. She turned to him and asked if he could help her. They would probably take her to Sultana. That's a country. That's why she wants him to help her sister first, since she probably doesn't know where she's being taken yet, and she's already heard everything. Oren thought that even in this situation, she's more worried about her sister than about herself. It seems that Alon has a good sense of direction, and it will be easy for her to escape. He could use his skill to search for his sister, but that would be problematic, since he doesn't know her. And the rest of the people from the village will need help. She won't want to escape without them. Besides, he hadn't yet had time to explore the forest enough to see if there were monsters there and whether he would be able to protect them. He would like to help her get out as soon as possible, but it seems that it's too early and she will have to sit in a cage. Alon happily asked, so he agreed and would help Satella? She thanked the protagonist and almost forgot that her mother had a beautiful stone on a chain. Only her mother had such a stone. No one else in the village had one. Therefore, when he finds her sister, he must show her this stone, and she will understand that he knows her. The protagonist thought about something that he himself had not thought of. He did not want to scare another girl with his appearance. He created a form from water that looked like a trillion and asked something like this. Alon said that it was right, and so those evil people would not guess anything. But his sister would understand everything. She just had to remember to show the secret sign. A couple of days later, Alon offered him an apple, and Oren thanked her. A voice from the sky said that he had reached the maximum level and could evolve. She asked, so now he can grow up, and then he will be able to get out of the cage. The protagonist thanked her for sharing her food with him. He couldn't have done it without her. He turned to the voice from the sky and asked who was next on his evolution list. The voice replied that it was a mudworm. Oren was confused and asked what about other options? Why did he go back to that worm again? The voice from the sky said that he would become noticeably bigger and would be able to get out of the cage. Allieiance asked him if everything was okay. Should she hide in a corner? Oren shouted to the voice that he wanted to evolve. Suddenly, the protagonist evolved into a large worm and said how everything hurt when he evolved into another species. He didn't think he would grow so much. He created a reflection in the water and looked at himself and asked whose face was that. Disgusting. What a creepy one eye, and the mouth is also disgusting. When suddenly the voice in his head repeated only one word, and that was kill. He wondered where this voice was coming from. The voice from the sky said that the mudworm was constantly hungry. What it heard were its instincts, and they reminded him of its main needs. Oren asked discontentedly, why was he so scary? Alon called out to him in fear, and the protagonist thought how good it was that she was safe. He must have scared her, no wonder with such a look. She was so small, but she looked very tasty, and he was just hungry. Oren was drooling, and Alon looked at him with horror in her eyes. He thought how delicious it was and how to eat her? Alon asked in fear, was it him? Oren stretched out his tentacles to her and grabbed her hand. When suddenly he came to his senses and thought, is this him? He was about to eat her, and these thoughts, at this rate he would eat her, and his body did not obey. The protagonist moved away from her and with all his might went towards her. Alon screamed and there was an explosion. The bandits and the horse were in the dust, and a large hole appeared in the ground. She opened her eyes and asked if she was alive. A creature made of water appeared in her hand. Alon asked if this was the protagonist's beast. Was he apologizing? Suddenly he turned into water and she thought, he grew up and became very scary. What happened? At least everything would be okay with him. Meanwhile, Oren moved forward underground and thought that he still managed to regain control of himself for a second. What an idiot he was, that instead of helping, he only scared Alon. He tried to create a water beast and hoped that he managed to apologize to her. Why is he some kind of inadequate worm? He can neither think nor move normally. A voice from the sky said that there was no time to think, and soon he could lose control again. He recommends evolving, and quickly. The protagonist asked, and to what level should he level up? The voice said that he would gain the maximum experience in 30 levels. If he doesn't evolve in the next few hours, he'll lose his mind forever. Oren asked, so much? He doesn't want to remain a freak forever, and this time, he'll have to try hard. He's sure he can handle it. After a while, when the sun began to set behind the horizon, the protagonist was lying on the ground, exhausted. He turned into a snake again and said that he almost died. He didn't expect to meet another worm, but he managed to kill it and evolve. It was already dark, and he needed to find a safe place. Oren crawled to the stone and said that it seemed pretty good here, and he needed to check his parameters. A system board appeared in front of him, showing all his characteristics. The protagonist looked at his head and noticed a leaf from a tree. He said that he had changed his appearance twice today, and now he was level 1 again. Can he control trees now? It looks pretty scary in his head. A voice from the sky said that he shouldn't exaggerate, since this is a new skill, living branches. The skill allows you to control small light parts of a tree, such as branches and leaves. Oren said that he didn't even look at his parameters when he was a worm. The system reflected the parameters of his previous evolution, and he was surprised that he had so much HP. He thought, now it makes sense why he couldn't defeat another worm for so long, and it's hard to fight in the ground. It's great that he evolved, but he's still very ashamed of how he treated Alon, because he almost killed her. Next time, he needs to find out in advance somehow. The system tab displayed several types of snakes, and Oren was surprised by this. A voice from the sky added that many species were discovered after evolving into a mudworm. The protagonist asked in confusion, is this compensation for almost killing Alon? What is it? It's time to combine skills. Earth Revival allows you to control as well as transform the soil in every possible way, change the ground, clean it. The radius of the skill depends on the strength spent. Assassin allows you to stealthily pursue a target to successfully carry out a surprise attack or stealth assassination. Oren looked at the system board and said that the assassin skill is quite a useful skill and he will be able to spy better. With the new skills, he can try to find Satella, but first he will examine the forest from above. He used the infinite water control skill and rose into the air. The protagonist looked around and added that there were only trees around and nothing could be seen. He noticed a village and asked, did it seem like a settlement there? He approached a large wooden gate and noticed a man. Oren thought, is this a humanoid demon? He did not expect to meet them in this world. Alon said something like that. Alon was wondering if he had seen any non-humans. She is a human, that is a kind, and those who look like a human but are actually of a different kind are non-humans. Oren thought, So there are different magical species in this world? He should have guessed. This demon is kind of beaten and covered in scratches with torn clothes. And the gate is shabby. The view behind it is not the best. It looks like an abandoned village. But since there is a guard here, it means there is something important behind the gate. Surely he will be able to find out something. Oren infiltrated the village and said that it is good to be a snake, and you can easily slip wherever you want. Wherever he looks, everything is destroyed and there is no one around. If there were people here, he could just eavesdrop on their conversations and understand what is going on here. He noticed a large house and asked if at least someone lives there. He must not let his guard down and first check the attic. The protagonist heard someone talking and thought that there were people here after all. Hisui called out to Tenda and said that she was a little tired of him and asked him to leave her for at least a minute. He said that he cannot leave her alone. Hisui asked displeasedly when she will be able to walk wherever she wants and without any supervision. Tenda sighed heavily and added that he was very sorry that it happened, but for now there was no other way. Oren thought, what did the princess forget in such a place? He stayed here too long and he needed to get out of here. Suddenly, the ceiling creaked under the protagonist's weight and Tenda asked warily, who was there? He ordered her to hide behind him. Oren thought in confusion that he should have activated the stealth skill. Tenda used the electric shackles skill and caught the protagonist. The protagonist thought, he didn't see him. How did he know where he was? Tenda said that now he wouldn't escape and attacked him. Dust rose in the room and Oren thought that he needed to leave quickly. He tried to move from the spot, but he couldn't and thought, is there really no way without a fight? Tenda took out his blade and the protagonist looked at him questioningly. He swung it when suddenly spears flew out of the dust, attacking the warrior. The protagonist used infinite water control and shouted for him to leave him alone and let him go. Tenda cut the spears in half and appeared next to him. Hisui, clearing her throat, told Tenda to stop, otherwise he would break the whole house. She did not expect him to fight someone for so long, and it is usually difficult to catch him off guard. She noticed Oren and shouted in surprise, "This can't be!" She ordered him to stop and ran up to the protagonist. Hisui grabbed Tenda by the head and lowered him to the floor. Oren was surprised and shouted. Those things on his body were gone. The princess began to apologize to the great white snake and said that it was her fault. If only she had immediately seen that there was a great snake in front of them. Oren thought in surprise, is he great or something? Hisui, frightened, asked him not to be angry with them and to spare them. The protagonist crawled up to them and thought that he hadn't wanted to touch them in the first place. She thanked him and asked in surprise if the great white snake could understand their speech. Oren nodded his head in agreement, and the princess exclaimed joyfully, "So the legends don't lie." Hisui covered her mouth and asked for forgiveness. They hadn't introduced themselves to him. Tenda rose to his feet and said that he was the princess's personal protector. Hisui asked if he really understood what they had just told him. Oren nodded again, and the princess exclaimed, so it was true, and the prophecy wasn't lying. Their city had always revered white snakes. It had long been believed that the great snake was the messenger of the gods. In addition, he understands their language and everything fits together. However, there is also a belief that a terrible fate awaits anyone who dares to raise a hand against the white snake, and this terrible curse will fall on the entire family and loved ones. They bowed, and Hisui said that Tenda was only trying to protect her and asked to have mercy on him. Oren thought that they were apologizing too much. It was a misunderstanding. They had to show him somehow that he was not dangerous and wanted to be friends. He examined Tenda's hands and said that he had so many wounds and would try to heal him. Maybe that way they would understand that he did not wish evil. Oren healed him, and Tenda asked in surprise, the great snake was healing his wounds? Was he forgiving him? He happily thanked him, and the princess was happy for him. The protagonist thought contentedly that the deed was done. Tenda turned to him and apologized for saying this after he had healed him. But he thought he should save this special power for more dangerous cases. He must understand that he has an extremely rare skill. He often encountered healing techniques when someone heals themselves. But healing skills for helping others are very rare. In large countries, such creatures are few and far between, and he heard that such healers soon become slaves, and their special powers are used by the rich and influential at any opportunity. He hopes that everything is clear to him now. The main character nodded his head in fear and thought that he did not want to go back to the cage. He still needs to look for Satella, but he does not know the area at all. Maybe he should find out more about this village from them? He used the skill to create a figure out of water. Hisui asked in surprise, did he want to know more about them? Oren nodded and thought that the princess understood him well. She said that their village was in the east and about 200 demons lived there. Not very many, but everyone was happy and content with life. But a few weeks ago, slave traders appeared in the village. They brazenly broke out to them and asked if they had a couple of extra unnecessary demons. Naturally, they immediately drove them away, but a few days later, about 1,000 people attacked their village. They, not people, have much more physical and magical power, but still it was impossible to cope with such a large army. In addition, some people were very skillful with fire, and therefore were able to easily destroy most of their buildings. Tenda said that only 32 demons survived. His comrades and loved ones are dead, but he survived, and therefore he considers it his duty to find and destroy these people. The main character thought discontentedly, to destroy an entire village. It turns out that this group of slave traders is much larger than he thought. Hisui said that now, together with other demons, they are looking for allies and want to restore the village. They decided to go to other villages and ask for help there. Oren thought that a team larger than 32 demons is needed here. He did not expect to receive so much useful information and asked more about the slave traders. He created a figure out of water, and Tenda asked, "Are these people on a string? Slave traders and slaves? As a rule, prisoners of war become slaves, but now there are practically no wars, hence the shortage of goods. So the slave traders began to hunt, that's what they called it." The protagonist thought that in this world there are still people who are simply taken for things, and it's terrible. Tenda shook his fist and continued to say that this organization is incredibly influential. They exist in several countries and closely cooperate with each other. They are highly valued by the heads of state of their homeland. The two states closest to them often trade slaves. One of them is the kingdom of Sultana, and the other is the kingdom of Galot. Oren thought that Alon was just being taken to Sultana. What if her sister has already been sent to Galot? Suddenly, Shim burst into the house and asked, "Are they here?" Hisui turned to her and asked what was wrong. She said that they had received a report from their scout, and it seemed that there were still people wandering around the nearby forests who were somehow connected to the slave traders. Tenda exclaimed that this couldn't be true. The Uchikage said that they had already told the others, and that as soon as the princess was ready, they would leave the village. Hisui asked in frustration. She liked it here so much. Was there really nothing to be done? Tenda asked how many there were. He would fight everyone if necessary. The Uchikage said that there were 200 of them and he understood his feelings, but he should not let his emotions take control of him. Tenda immediately apologized to him. Hisui happily told the protagonist that they were putting on airs with each other, but they were brothers. Tenda turned to the protagonist and asked what they should do. The Uchikage looked at him in surprise, and Shim asked if it was really him. Uchikage said that now it is more important for them to leave here as soon as possible. Hisui happily replied that she would tell them everything on the way and ask the protagonist to go with them. Tenda turned to her and said that she understood that the Great Serpent could have his own business and she could not push him around. What if he was here by accident? Hisui exclaimed in bewilderment, because this was the Great White Serpent himself, and the gods sent him to help them. Oren thought that he was just looking for her sister. He clearly could not cope with such a huge army alone and would not save Satella. It was better to go with them since this was the best option now. He nodded his head and the princess joyfully began to rejoice. She hugged him and thanked him. Uchikage said that since they had finally decided everything, it was time for them to set out. The other demons asked in surprise, "Could it really be him?" Shim said excitedly that they had made a noise, although this was to be expected. Tenda added that they had to hurry and asked everyone to listen to him. He knew they had lost many friends and loved ones, but they should see that in a moment of despair, a white snake had appeared to them. The legends were not lying, and this snake was able to understand their speech and communicate with them. The demons said that it really was him after all. Tenda pointed his hand at Oren and told them to rejoice, but to remember that he would help them, but would not take the entire battle upon himself. Only with their own strength and only together could they overcome all the difficulties of fate. They would use all their strength and win. Even though there were few of them now and it was difficult for them, he was happy to fight shoulder to shoulder with each of them. He bowed and thanked everyone. The man smiled and said that they were simply doing what they had to. Tenda resolutely shouted that they were heading to the neighboring village and asked them not to lag behind, since they had to stick together. Oren thought, it seems like everyone trusts him a lot. He is like a leader to them. Shim approached the protagonist and apologized to him for not introducing herself earlier. She hoped that she did not disturb him. Uchikage also introduced himself as Tenda's brother. Shim said that it is worth telling the protagonist more about their journey. Now they are going to a neighboring village. Many demons live in those lands, and agriculture and trade are very developed there. They are also actively building relationships with other settlements. The lands are ruled by Reiki, a master of fortress construction, so the settlement is safe. Oren thought that it seems that this master is a very important demon. Shim smiled and added that they will definitely get help with the rebuilding of houses and strengthening the defense. The protagonist said that there will definitely be loyal allies and assistants there. Meanwhile, at night, Oren woke up and got out of Hisui's arms. He said how uncomfortable it turns out to be to sleep in an embrace, and the princess made so much noise. The protagonist noticed a crowd around the fire. The man apologized and said that they didn't have any alcohol. Tenda added that it wasn't a big deal. He thought that they had a lot to talk about even when they were sober. The demon laughed and said, he understands that. He says wise things, and he's younger than some of them. Oren thought that it must be hard to stand guard day and night. The man thanked the warrior for protecting the princess and telling them about the white snake. Tenda thanked them in return for working hard and helping with the reconnaissance. The demon smiled and added that they wouldn't have managed without his skills and abilities. They managed everything only thanks to his instructions. The protagonist thought that Tenda had some kind of skill that allowed him to communicate with others from a distance or something like that. That's probably why they didn't have any problems on the way, and he warned them about everything in advance. He constantly protected them, and they should thank him somehow. The demon said, it seems like the water has run out too. Oren used the infinite water control skill, and water appeared in their cups. They were surprised, and Tenda asked him if this was his work. Oren nodded his head, and he exclaimed for the others to raise their cups for the gift that Mr. White Snake had brought them. This is not alcohol. This is a divine drink, and he thanked him for his kindness, drinking the full cup. Tenda clapped his hands and said that it was time for them to return to their positions now. The demons went their separate ways, and Tenda bowed to Oren as a sign of respect. He thanked him for raising their morale. The protagonist said that it was not necessary, he just wanted to have fun with them. Tenda asked him with a smile what he thought of his team. Good guys. The protagonist thought that they were really great, because each of them had lost someone close to them, but they were still not discouraged, and their settlement was recently ravaged by slave traders. Suddenly, Uchikage appeared behind him and said, they are having fun and laughing, although they lost friends and family the other day. Isn't that strange? Oren shouted in fear that he shouldn't scare them like that. Is it possible to appear from the shadows like that? Uchikage apologized, because he didn't think that he would be so scared. They laugh and smile even in the hour of tragedy and in the face of death. This is connected with their history and ancient beliefs. They believe that when they die, their soul remains here on Earth for another month, next to friends and loved ones. So that the deceased's path to the next world is easy, their relatives and friends have fun and make them happy. If they are sad, the spirit will not want to leave and will try to possess someone's body. They say that such possessed ones go berserk and become extremely dangerous. That's why they see off the dead with a smile. Tenda said that it was time to resist. However, that day in the village, when all the warriors were ready to attack, they took their village. He will never forgive them. He chuckled and apologized for being too harsh. Oren said that he understood his anger, but he never thought that he would have such a strong motivation. However, he also has his own reasons for doing this. The Uchikage added that there's one more thing he wants to tell him. Their princess is possessed by an evil deity. 5 years ago, her father, Lord Tenma, was killed, and when she learned of his death, she cried non-stop. Hisui sat over her father's body and cried, why did he leave her? The Uchikage continued to say that after that, she suddenly lost all her senses and skills. As if she was being controlled by someone or something, she had an ominous magical aura about her, and perhaps the spirit of Lord Tenma had possessed her because he was worried about his daughter's safety. The protagonist wondered in confusion, was this really the norm for them? The Uchikage said that now the princess was acting as if she had forgotten about her father's death. Probably his death and any reminders of him provoke signs of demonic possession in the princess. Therefore, they try not to bring up the topic of her father's death and take all precautions. But they also do not know when her possession may manifest. Tenda smiled and asked the protagonist to take care of their princess. But he thinks that she will cause them trouble soon. Oren thought about how they were worried about the princess in different ways. Suddenly, the Uchikage appeared in the bushes and said that he would check the perimeter for now. Tenda said that he could at least get some rest. The Uchikage added that he was the only one of them who could see at night, so he would patrol while they slept. Tenda replied that he hadn't slept since they left the village. He might as well sleep. He turned his head and noticed that the protagonist was gone and asked, he had already left, and where was Mr. White Snake? Meanwhile, the Uchikage was walking in the bushes when he suddenly noticed the protagonist on his hand and asked, will they patrol together? He always goes on patrol alone, but today he completely forgot to bring food. He does this to be prepared for anything and wants to give it his all, like the other demons. Oren thought that he was a great guy who underestimated himself. Suddenly, he heard a sound in the bushes and exclaimed, a shadow on the left, is that really an enemy? He will deal with the intruder, and Oren should return to Tenda. The protagonist said that they will fight together. The Uchikage asked him not to worry. He was sure he could handle it alone. He understood, and then he could ask him to attack him, and he would carry out the first series of attacks, disabling him. Suddenly, a dinosaur ran out of the bushes. The Uchikage said that he was relying on it and dealt blow after blow to the monster. The protagonist was surprised and asked, "He just kicked it? How did his leg not break? Is it titanium?" He activated the skill of a hail of water spears, which pierced the dinosaur's body, and then thought, he dealt with it with one blow. What kind of power is this? The Uchikage fell into the skill that the protagonist created so that he would not fall and get hurt. Oren said that he wanted him to land softly. The Uchikage added that he was amazed at his abilities. His care and kindness to him touched his heart. Although he worshipped him from the very beginning, but now he personally saw his virtue and power. He asked him to take care of him from now on too. The protagonist smiled and said that he also wanted to travel with good guys like them. He didn't know how many days they would travel, but he was counting on him too. After 3 days they finally came to the neighboring village. Tenda said, "Here they came, to the demon village." Oren looked around and thought there really were only demons here, and the village was so lively. The villagers looked at him in surprise. Since he was reborn, he hadn't seen any glimmer of civilization. Hisui sighed heavily and asked how tired she was. When would they finally get some rest? Shim apologized to the protagonist and asked how he was feeling and if he wanted to rest. Oren said that everything was fine and they didn't have to worry. Shim put her hand on Hisui's shoulder and said that even the great white snake was fine, so she should be patient for a while. Tenda pointed his index finger at the house and said that they were there. The protagonist was surprised and exclaimed how huge it was. Tendo called out to Tenda and said hello. He looked better than them even after working in the fields. And almost the whole village came. What happened to them? Tenda replied that their village was attacked, and the survivors. Tendo interrupted him and said that he did not have to continue and he would immediately inform Lord Reiki about it. He called everyone and added that an inn would be prepared for the others so they could rest properly. The demons happily thanked him. Tendo said that he would go and report their arrival and asked them not to rush. Tenda added that he was busy, they could wait, and then thanked him. He apologized to Oren and said that this man was his father's brother and Lord Reiki's vassal. But it seemed that he had never been interested in this work, so he could most often be seen working in the fields. The locals still haven't gotten used to how abruptly he changed his occupation. He is the type of demon that you could say uses his muscles more than his brains. He is a bit flighty, but Tendo always cared about them and there are no words to describe how much he helped the other villagers as well. Oren thought, so he is like an older brother to them? Tenda led everyone to the castle. The assistant opened the door to the office and said that the demons that Mr. Tendo warned about have arrived. Reiki told them to come in, and Oren thought, this must be a powerful demon in his prime. Reiki was sitting at the table writing on paper. He told them to sit down, and he had already listened to Tendo, but wanted to hear the details from them personally. What happened? Tenda said that their village was recently attacked by slave traders, and in total only 32 demons including them survived the attack. The protagonist thought, how can such an old man help them? Reiki put his writing utensils on the table and said, they attacked an innocent village, killing women and not sparing even children. How dare they? An ominous aura enveloped the room from the anger of the main demon. Everyone looked at him in surprise and the protagonist thought that he was just an old man, but all his instincts screamed about the danger next to him. Reiki angrily asked, how many are there? Tenda answered that there are about 100 of them. He replied that he understood how many there are and what tactics they can use against them. That's all for today. They are probably tired after the journey and need to rest to gain strength. The others bowed to him in respect and Reiki curiously asked, is this the great white snake? Hisui agreed and exclaimed that this is the very great white snake from the legends. It understands them and can communicate with them. Reiki smiled and said that he was glad to meet them, Mr. Oren. The protagonist was surprised and thought, how did he know his real name? Reiki said that it was difficult to write his name. He has a special skill that allows him to learn the name of any living being he meets. Hisui looked at the protagonist and asked, is he surprised? They will call him Mr. Oren from now on. Reiki asked, now about the main thing, what would they say about staying with him? Tenda said that they would be grateful for such honesty. Is there any way they can repay him? Reiki smiled and said that he was sure that they would agree on this and was not worried about it. Tomorrow they would get together and discuss the next plan of action, but for now, they could go and take a warm bath to wash away all the fatigue. Hisui exclaimed happily. Finally, they could take a hot bath. It felt like she hadn't washed herself for 100 years. Oren began to twitch in her arms and she asked what was wrong with him. Uchikage said that maybe he was embarrassed to take a bath with them. Hisui exclaimed in displeasure, "This is nonsense. Snakes are genderless creatures. He definitely doesn't care." Oren shouted that he was actually a guy in his past life. Hisui shouted that she wanted to take a bath with Mr. Oren. She was sure that he couldn't wait either, and they ran to the hot spring. Uchikage looked after them and apologized for not being able to stop them. Meanwhile, Shim and Hisui were taking a bath and said that it was so nice to take a bath after so many days of hiking. She turned to the protagonist and asked how he liked the water. Oren relaxed and thought how great it was to lie in the warm water and no longer cared which half of the bathhouse he was in. This is his first bath after reincarnation, and no matter how much time has passed, he is still the same Japanese who loves baths. A voice from the sky said that snakes are cold-blooded creatures, so he should not stay in hot water for a long time, as it is harmful to his health. Oren displeasedly told him to shut up for a while. Hisui was surprised and asked if it was enough for him to sit in this basin. Shim smiled and asked if he wanted to take a bath with them. The protagonist shook his head and thought that his heart couldn't take it. Shim said upsetly that she still did not want to. Hisui asked if maybe he liked to take a bath alone. Oren thought, well, finally they will leave him alone. He completely forgot that after killing that monster, he earned enough experience points for the next evolution. He could evolve on the hike, but this would raise a lot of questions from others. He asked what the next evolution was. A system board appeared in front of him, which said, a forest snake, a large python that lives in the depths of the forest and is very timid, which rarely comes out to people. They say that those who meet it will be blessed with good luck. If they catch it, they will be cursed, and it is a mythical creature. Oren wondered, a mythical creature? It sounds interesting, but before dinner, evolving is the best thing. He asked the voice from the sky to start the evolution process, and Oren began to transform into a python. A bright glow blinded Hisui and Shim. They asked in surprise, what was happening to Mr. Oren? The protagonist transformed and said, he evolved. They looked at him and exclaimed in fear. He became a huge python. Exactly a week had passed since arriving in the village. Reiki told the protagonist to eat as much as he could. Oren swallowed a whole fish and thanked him for the hospitality. The voice from the sky announced that his level had increased. The food was certainly delicious, but still, even though he eats well every day, his level has become less and less every day. If it weren't for this system, he would have leveled up long ago, reaching a new evolution. His stats are certainly growing, but he still hasn't received any new skills or resistances. He was happy about the new evolution, but there was a commotion in the bathhouse because of his evolution. And there, he heard strange messages. A voice from the sky said that a high body mass was detected and registered. An adjustment of internal changes is taking place. There is not enough data to adjust the internal changes, and understanding cannot be recorded. Oren wagged his tail and asked what it was all about. What were they talking about? The voice from the sky said that the changes were related to evolution and an adjustment of his new body was being made. Uchikage appeared next to him and said that he had returned. Reiki asked if there was any new information. He said that he had learned something, and those demons they thought were dead were now in the mines under Mount Garot. Reiki said that this was great news. Uchikage cried and said that he was really happy to know that they were okay. Reiki said that it was too early to rejoice and that he would shed tears when they saved them. Oren thought that they had miraculously managed to escape from the captured village. It was no wonder that the guys thought that all the inhabitants had been killed. Uchikage said that, thanks to Mr. Reiki, they were able to attack the trail of the slave traders in just a week. Thus, he was able to calculate their exact location. Reiki replied that this was nothing, and how could he ignore the village of their fellow tribesmen, which was plundered by some barbarians? The enemy could be much more powerful than ordinary slave traders. He thanked him for the report, and the protagonist thought that by working together, they could save everyone. And as it turned out, Uchikage was worried about the inhabitants, as was Tendo. The assistant opened the door and exclaimed in fear that urgent news had arrived. Slave traders had gathered in front of their castle gates, and they wanted to have an audience with Lord Reiki. He was surprised and asked what to do. The girl said that they should listen to them and find out their motives. Reiki added that she should bring them to him and ask the Uchikage to stay with them, just in case. Reiki picked up a poster and said that Oren was hiding there. He thought that he never thought that they would pick up their trail and come here. And this place was apparently built specifically to hide from the castle invaders. The man burst into the office and brazenly apologized for the intrusion. He had come all this way and he was not allowed to come here, and where was the chair? Reiki asked him to sit on the floor. The man asked discontentedly, on this pillow? And what about tea for the dear guest? Reiki said that their culture was different from his, and that was not the custom in their negotiations. The slave trader clicked his tongue in displeasure and said, "Let it be their way." Or couldn't help but wonder, what was this man doing on someone else's territory? Raiki wondered, they didn't come here to drink tea. What did they want? The man smiled contentedly and asked, wasn't it clear? He came for new slaves, of course. He didn't care who, they had to give them and more of them. The Uchikage exclaimed in displeasure, how dare they? Raiki stopped him and said that they weren't going to cooperate with trash like them. The man asked contentedly, were they so sure of that? Raiki repeated that he refused. The man started to leave and said that he shouldn't regret his choice. The assistant looked after them and said, these were very strange negotiations. What should they do? Raiki hit the floor and said that everything was decided. They had to call everyone for an emergency meeting. So that's how it was. Were these the same people who came to their village? Did they set such conditions for selling slaves? Tenda said that there was no such conversation. Raiki asked when the slavers appeared in their lands, when they attacked them. Tenda said, in 3 days. Raiki added that they should be ready to fight back tomorrow. Tenda was surprised and asked why he decided so. Their village was very far from the city, and the only place where the slavers could settle was the capital. It took 10 days to get from there to their village. And if that was so, then the ambush on their village was already prepared, and they would begin their offensive tomorrow. Tenda said that then, they would need to ask for support from neighboring demon settlements. Raiki said that it was useless. Even if he sent a messenger right now, he would not have time to reach the nearest settlement by tomorrow. Tenda asked what they should do. Raiki answered that first, they needed to notify the villagers about tomorrow's attack. They would gather the civilians in the castle and unite those who could fight into squads. Tenda asked, but wouldn't it be better to carry out a surprise attack tonight? Raiki said that first they need to protect the peaceful villagers and prepare for the attack. They don't need any more casualties and need to act wisely and carefully. Oren thought, as expected of him, because he knows what he's talking about. Raiki added that there was also good news from the Uchikage. The demons from their village are alive, but they are being held as slaves under the mountain of the Garou kingdom. He understands their feelings and wants to quickly free the villagers from slavery, but one wrong move and their actions can escalate into a full-fledged war against the humans. So for now, they won't be able to help them. The Uchikage said that he would like to go to their aid right now, but the main priority is to protect the innocents of this village. He will not allow any more casualties and no one else will be taken. Tenda smiled and said that they will beat them so much that they will run away right away. Shim noted that the Uchikage gave a good speech. Raiki added that it was a wise decision and they began preparing. Oren said that they quickly notified all the villagers about the danger, demons from the castle, outside the castle, and outside the village. Tenda and Raiki were developing a strategy, and the girls were preparing food for the soldiers. He would provide water to all the wells in the village, and that was the end of the day. The next morning, the soldiers were fully prepared to attack the demon village, and Raiki said that he thought they would attack them no earlier than noon, but they decided to start at sunrise. The protagonist was surprised and thought, does he mean to say that they are not at all prepared for such a turn of events? Shim said in confusion, how many soldiers do they have? Raiki said, it seems there are about 7,000 of them, and there are 200 people in each row. They are in a difficult situation. Shim looked into the distance and said that there are a lot of them, and the end of the army is not visible. Raiki replied that in addition to the vanguard that they had positioned in front of the village gate, they had also placed additional scouts around it. They could have outflanked the main army by striking the enemy from behind, but they had deliberately positioned them in such a way that they could not pull off such a trick. Shim nervously said that they had everything under control, so who was leading their army? Raiki said that based on the symbolism of their banner, the prince of the Garou kingdom was in charge. There was nothing they could do about it, and they would have to prepare for a siege of the castle. Oren was surprised and thought, is that small thing in the distance a banner? His eyesight is too keen. Shim sighed heavily and said, of course, she had heard a lot about the third prince of the kingdom, but she never thought that he would be in collusion with slave traders. And this confirms the rumors that the royal family supports the slave trade. Raiki grabbed his blade and said, what a pity. Because he thought that they were living a peaceful life after so many years of wars, that they had settled their conflicts and could exist on the same land. But it seems that history is repeating itself and their enemy did not launch an attack, which is for the best. They will take advantage of the opportunity and act according to the original plan. Suddenly, the Uchikage entered the office and knocked down the slave trader who was negotiating. The man angrily shouted at him to let him go right now. The Uchikage turned to Raiki and said that this man was walking around the village. The slave trader they had talked to before, but this time he was completely alone. The man said with displeasure that they shouldn't treat him like that, because he was the envoy of the kingdom of Garrote. If he laid a finger on him, they wouldn't live. Raiki said that yesterday he was a slave trader, and today he was an envoy. He had an interesting life, but he still had one question for him. Why did the kingdom's soldiers decide to attack their village? The slave trader exclaimed angrily. He had warned him that if he didn't give them new slaves, they would destroy their village. Raiki said, let it be so, but just to take them from them. They sent so many soldiers to the village, and for what reason? The man said, because the king needed the slaves directly, and he wouldn't tell him anything else. Oren thought that the king himself was involved in the slave trade. Raiki said that he no longer had a reason to keep him alive. The man was surprised, and Shim used her skill. Magical energy appeared in her hands, and the air in the room became heavy under the influence of her power. The slave trader fearfully asked them to stop, and he would tell them anything they asked. Raiki said, then honestly now, if he told them everything, they would let him out of the palace alive. If not, he would go home in parts. The man fearfully said that their services were used by the royal family because they provided them with free labor. Raiki asked, did he mean to say that the king himself approved of hunting demons? The slave trader said, not openly, but they always brushed off such statements. If the inhabitants of the kingdom knew how their kingdom really functioned, then the people would be outraged that the king was a real animal and treated other races very badly. They had to convince the common people that those who were taken into slavery were ordinary savages without values, and that this was the easiest part of their job. Raiki wondered how they were able to drive such a huge army to their village. The man said that they had concerns that they would not want to cooperate with them from the very beginning, so they arrived with part of the army already during their negotiations. The protagonist angrily thought that this was inhumane, because the royal nobility wanted to dispel a new war with demons on the basis of racial humiliation. Shim angrily clenched her fist and said that from the very beginning, they did not consider them equal, destroying village after village. An evil magical aura enveloped her body, and the man screamed in fear that he told them everything and asked them to let him go. Raiki asked, did they say that they would let him go alive? If he survived one blow from her, then of course they would let him go, and Shim rushed to attack him. She used the diamond fist technique with a supersonic blow and hit the man, leaving a hole in his body. She screamed that they could never come back here again. The slave trader broke through the wall and flew out of the residence. Shim said that she put the anger of their entire village into this blow. Raiki said that humans themselves had become like demons. Oren was surprised and thought, what kind of technique was this? She sent him flying 100 meters. 3 hours later, the assistant approached Raiki and said that the envoys of the third prince had arrived. They asked to convey that they wanted to settle this conflict through negotiations. Raiki told her to let them in. The protagonist became wary and thought they could end up like that man. After a while, the knights entered the office and bowed and thanked him for holding this audience. Garrote said that the three of them were vassals of the third prince of the Garrote kingdom. Orcus introduced himself, and Oren thought that this time normal people had come to them. Raiki introduced himself as the owner of this palace and asked why they had come. He outlined their position, that they did not want to start a war between humans and demons. Garrote asked in bewilderment, was he serious? Raiki said discontentedly, as he thought, an envoy from the third prince, a slave trader, came to them before them. However, he's not here now. Oren thought about the fact that the slave trader was not an official envoy from the beginning. Orcus thought about it and said that he really sent one of the messengers to their castle, but because of such wounds, he did not even recognize him. Raiki said that this man came to them yesterday and demanded more slaves, but after his refusal, he returned with their army and entered their castle as an envoy of the third prince of the kingdom of Garrote. They sent this man away, making it clear that they were not ready to agree to his conditions. Aroth awkwardly said, that's how it is. In fact, they received news that an army of demons is about to arrive in their village, and they will prepare to attack their capital, so they hastily called their soldiers to their village. Orcus said that everything somehow does not add up, and why did they decide that they want to start a war? After all, there were no prerequisites. Raiki said that the thing is that some of his relatives had already encountered slave traders, and they left them with a bad impression that slaves were needed specifically by the royal family. Orcus was surprised and asked, that is, they do not have any army? Raiki answered that in total, they only have 2,000 fighters against their 7,000 soldiers, and they are definitely not their opponents. The protagonist thought that the old man was lying as best he could. After all, they do not have so many fighters, and in any case, they could not fight back, even with a couple of strong warriors. But they are negotiating with opponents here, and he thinks he knows what he is doing. The man in the cloak said that he had listened enough, and if what they said was true, then he promises to pay for what he did with his life. Raiki turned his head from side to side and said that this would not change anything. Ally asked, and why? Raiki wondered. He is just a vassal of the prince, isn't he? He doesn't think the prince will be satisfied with this solution to the conflict. After all, they have no proof that they did not want to start a war, and the royal family was brainwashed by slavers. He lowered his hood and said that if that was the only problem, then they should not worry, because he came to speak on behalf of his family. He asked permission to introduce himself and said that he was the third prince of the kingdom of Garot, Atla Corselet. They looked at him in surprise. The prince showed the chest order. Oren wondered what it was. Raiki said it was the crest of the royal family. Oren wondered if there was a boy in a cape behind all this. You can't judge a book by its cover. Even though MC was reborn, there were plenty of scammers in both that world and this one. Raiki said there was no doubt it was the prince. But Raiki didn't understand why the prince had come. The prince said he had come here to end this war at the cost of his own life. Oren wondered if the prince had been serious in his words about people who had disrespected this village and wanted to punish them. Raiki asked if it wasn't the fault of a third party. The prince replied that he had learned about the slave trade and rumors about his family a couple of days ago. Dak and Zealand were very surprised by these words. Dak asked if they had all been deceived. The prince replied that he had contacted his father to personally confirm everything. Oren thought about the fact that the prince, having learned the truth, had been helping the slave traders all this time. And what about his vassals? Zealand did not believe that it was true. They wanted to know what the king answered. Hearing the question from the prince, the king asked what was going on. He answered that it was necessary to gather soldiers and defeat the pathetic Oni. The prince did not believe his ears. Zealand knelt down and did not believe that it was true. Oren realized that there was a conspiracy with the king, but was it all hidden from the prince? If he had known this, would he have helped? The king said that the prince could not participate in this war, but then he would kill his family as traitors to the motherland, and he would be expelled from the kingdom for insubordination. The prince said that the king took his wife and daughter hostage. He simply could not act otherwise. The prince was very upset. Everyone in the room thought about this situation. Oren thought that the prince had no choice because his loved ones were at risk. If he were in a similar situation, he would have done the same. The prince did not want war, so the troops never invaded the village. And as a general, he decided to take responsibility for his father and his ignorance, putting an end to it at the cost of his life. The prince said that he wanted to protect his family, but he did not want to harm the peaceful Oni. He knew that this was selfish, but he was ready to take responsibility for his desires. He knelt down in front of Raiki, lowered his head, and held out his sword. He asked to end this senseless war here and now. Zealand began to cry in despair. Raiki thought about it. Oren remembered that he had lived his entire life in peacetime, and the very thought of a person dying in public frightened him. During the Sengoku period, generals said goodbye to life through seppuku as an apology for their mistakes. It seems that there is something similar in this world. But taking responsibility for your selfishness is terrible and wrong. He may be just a snake, but he knows what he is talking about. The prince was honest and decent, unlike the rest of the royal family. Raiki replied that the prince's death would certainly put an end to this war. The prince asked if Raiki would agree to do this. Raiki replied that as the master of this castle, he would personally take his life. Oren was surprised. He did not believe that Raiki was serious. He was begging someone to stop this old man. Tenda, Shim, and Uchikage were silent. Zealand grabbed his head. Duck lowered his head. Oren did not understand. Was no one going to do anything? Raiki took the sword in his hands and asked the prince if he wanted to say his last words. The prince answered, no. Oren thought, if no one can stop this madman, then he will, and he rushed to protect the prince. He wrapped himself around Raiki's body, preventing him from striking. He is the great white snake. These people worship him. He commands everyone to stop, but Raiki was able to break free from Oren's shackles. He raised his sword up. MC was surprised by the strength of this old man. If he squeezed him with all his strength, he would definitely break something, but he didn't want that at all. Raiki called the prince names and punched him in the face. Everyone was horrified. Raiki asked how such a person became the commander-in-chief of the army. The commander-in-chief should value life more than anything else and take care of his subordinates. How can he command anyone without trusting his soldiers? Was he really going to run away and leave the burden on his subordinates? Oren thought that this was the first time he saw the old man so angry. But he agreed, because for the prince, soldiers are also family. The prince didn't understand what else he could do. He didn't want to spill the blood of innocents, but he also didn't want his family to die. Oren realized that these two men were looking at the same problem differently. A conflict of sides. It would be good if he could speak. He would explain everything. But that's impossible, and in this situation, he was not going to say anything, and the voice from the sky was silent. Reiki said that apparently he needed to hit the prince hard so that he would understand everything. Zealand and Dak rushed to protect the prince. Dak said that the prince could not get up after one blow because that could kill. Reiki ordered them to step back and not interfere. The prince said that they should both step back, but Zealand refused. The prince said that it was not worth protecting such a person because he had betrayed them. Zealand shouted that they were wrong about this war, but everything turned out differently. Zealand and Dak shouted in one voice that they swore allegiance to the prince. Dak shouted that he believed in the prince with all his heart. He asked them not to give up. He believed that they would be able to find a way out only if they trusted each other. Reiki said that even knowing about the deception, these guys did not turn away from the prince. He got good servants. The prince thought about it. After all, they were always by his side. The ever-unperturbed Zealand gave advice on how to reconsider the decision with a sober head, and the always encouraging Dak gave advice that this could happen to anyone and that anyone could make a mistake. The prince said that he had forgotten what wonderful servants surrounded him all this time. He apologized and said that he had rushed to his conclusions. The three of them shook hands. Orin thought that thanks to the vassals, this conflict was over. He really hoped that he had not broken anything in the old man. The prince apologized to Reiki for the selfish words he had said earlier. He asked if they could sit down at the table and discuss further actions. Reiki smiled and said that since the prince had realized everything, he saw no reason to refuse him. The prince and his servants thanked him for everything. Orin created hands out of water and decided to drink tea in peace. Reiki asked that he hoped that everyone had calmed down. The prince replied that they could now continue the discussion. Reiki said that given the current situation, it was possible that the vassals' families had also been captured by the king. The prince became angry and apologized to Zealand, saying that because of him, their family was also in danger. Zealand replied that there was no need to apologize for that. They were in the same situation now, and knew that it was not his fault. Orin thought that he could help and take over the castle, but if he used his maximum power, many innocent citizens could suffer. Reiki laughed, looking at the prince's face. The prince looked at him in bewilderment. Reiki said that he had one ace up his sleeve. The battle began. The soldiers in armor flew in different directions. Duck asked why they couldn't defeat their enemy. One of the soldiers turned to the commander and said that they were suffering huge losses. They underestimated the enemy's power and needed to retreat. Another soldier replied that they were the kingdom's elite soldiers. That was out of the question. Tendo asked what was wrong. Humans? Their poking with toothpicks can't be called a warm-up for a fight. The four of them went out against the army of soldiers of the kingdom. Tendo said that the fun was just beginning. He hit the soldier on the head. Zealand and Prince Ally were sitting tired on a bench. The prince said that Tendo simply tore out the thickest tree and beat the soldiers with it. Zealand added that this was unthinkable. One of the warriors from the Oni village said that the soldier's physical abilities were simply terrible. He held one soldier by the legs and spun him around. The prince said that the soldiers were already moving with difficulty, because the average weight of a soldier is 80 kilograms, plus the mass of armor is 20 kilograms, so it turns out that one soldier weighs 100 kilograms. The soldiers ran in different directions when they saw a snake on the battlefield. Zealand was able to say that it was a white snake. At their first meeting, the prince thought that it was a pet, but it turned out that they had a white snake as a sacred animal. This snake has water magic. They said that they could understand it, which meant that it was also intelligent. This was an amazing creature. The prince was amazed that the snake could form weapons out of water. Zealand did not understand how this was even possible. The prince said that he could not understand what Mr. Reiki was planning. They had discussed everything, but his plan still seemed incomprehensible. Zealand replied that in a short time he had been able to understand his combat experience. Despite the fact that the plan was very simple, Reiki suggested organizing a fake massacre. The prince said that, to put it simply, they were now playing a war game. Zealand replied that right now the soldiers were trying to create a plausible fight, without hurting anyone. From this massacre, the soldiers' equipment was dirty and gaps appeared on it, and this proved that they had entered into a real battle. He said that he did not want to unleash another war with them, but if they had done nothing, his family would have been killed upon arrival in the capital. The prince replied that the problem he was worried about was solved in an instant. Zealand said that the king would definitely believe in this performance. After all, he knew how strong they could be in an extreme situation. It was simply a perfect plan. Thanks to the strength of the Oni soldiers and the wisdom of Lord Reiki, the people were defeated in this fight. Reiki asked the prince how he liked this performance. After all, the soldiers were not bad at fighting. The prince replied that he had experienced soldiers in his service. but they were far from the strength that the Oni soldiers possessed. The soldiers of the kingdom needed such training. Raiki said that for his rascals, even this could not be called training. The Oni soldiers loved to swing their fists, so for them, this was just a warm-up. The prince grinned. Raiki reminded the prince why they had staged this fake war. The prince clenched his fist and said that he had not forgotten. This war is being fought as part of a plan to overthrow the king. The plan is as follows. After the battle, the prince will return to the capital with 3,000 battered and tired soldiers, having accepted defeat. Only 7,000 soldiers participated in the battle against them. 4,000 soldiers will remain in the village and will be listed as dead or captured. 3,000 soldiers will return to the kingdom of Garrote as losers. The remaining platoon will remain here for 10 days. If fewer soldiers return to the capital, the prince will declare the rest dead or captured. This will not arouse suspicion. And after 10 days, the remaining army will return to the capital. This is the maximum amount of time the soldiers can stay in the village. There are not many supplies in the village. If the prince's soldiers keep the prince's soldiers here longer than necessary, the villagers may begin to starve. This will be enough time to prepare for the uprising and to collect evidence of the slave trade carried out by the royal family. The prince said that he understood everything. Raiki said that the slaughter can be stopped. He asked the Uchikage to warn everyone that it was time to rest. Oren thought that he hadn't warmed up for a long time. It was nice to try his strength and skills in battle again. Tendo ran up to Oren and called out to him. Oren waved back with his water hand. Tendo thanked Oren for taking part in the training. MC thought that he was only happy. A sad prince was sitting on the porch. Tendo asked the master what he was doing here all alone. The prince replied that he was just thinking alone. Tendo said that people usually think when something is bothering them and offered to share. He said that he and the white snake could help with advice. Oren agreed and thought that if you think alone, it is hard to come to a sensible decision. The prince replied that it would not be difficult for them. Then he was just not sure that he could remove his father from the throne. Oren thought that the prince was worried about the upcoming palace coup. But then a lot would change in the kingdom. The prince said that he was ashamed to admit it, but he had always lived by the orders of others. When he was little, he always did everything slower than others. That's why he was constantly pushed around by his older brothers. His father considered him a coward who thought too much when he needed to act decisively. The prince thought over many different solutions to problems for the sake of everyone's comfort, but at the same time, he wasted precious time. He spent so much time on the perfect solution that he himself did not notice how wealthier merchants arranged a monopoly in the capital by robbing farmers. This led to the fact that the farmers' lands fell into decline. No one could take care of the lands because the peasants simply did not have money left to maintain them. They lost a huge amount of valuable resources. The prince was still a coward in the eyes of his father, but he tried to solve this problem by coming up with new reforms to make life easier for ordinary people. The prince tried to explain that there was no point in attacking the Oni village, since this would lead to a new bloody war, which would only benefit the slave traders. The king said that the prince does not understand anything because the royal army is the strongest on the continent. They can easily deal with one pathetic girl. A person like the prince, who always thinks too much and misses many opportunities. Can he become a king? Or will he be a ruler worse than his father? He always obeyed others. But soon, the one who always solved his problems will not be on the throne. And the prince was worried about whether he can handle such responsibility. Oren was sure that a person like the prince can handle everything. Even if this plan takes years, the kingdom will prosper under his leadership. Apparently, the prince has never felt the taste of freedom of action, and he does not realize how useful his decisions can be. Oren thought that he and the prince were about the same age, although he was not sure. He almost forgot about his past life. Tendo said that everyone is tormented by doubts before a fierce battle, especially when the struggle for power is at stake. However, the prince is the only one who is capable of entering this battle. If he does nothing, the situation in the kingdom may get worse. And then a new war will begin between the humans and the Oni. Oren agreed with Tendo's words. If a new general attacks the Oni, then bloodshed will be inevitable. Tendo said that he is sure that the prince will be a wonderful king and will lead the kingdom of Garrote to a bright future. They will be on his side until the very end. The prince's problem is that he has never been given a chance to prove himself. He lacks self-confidence. If he can believe in himself, then he will be capable of many things. The prince thought about it. Believe in himself? Tendo said that there is no need to run away from yourself. You just need to take a step towards yourself and promise to walk with pride and dignity. Tendo said that they have lived like this all their lives and apologized for being rude. The prince replied that everything is fine. Tendo was right. He really lacks courage. Oren thought that Tendo's words cheered the prince up a little, and if he becomes the next king, then the slave trade in the kingdom can be forgotten. The prince smiled and asked if his friends would help him with this. Tendo and Oren froze. Tendo jumped up and said that he expected nothing less from the prince. If he needed help from him or others, they would be happy to help in any way they could. Oren decided that since the prince needed their help in governing the country, how could they refuse it? By making Atle king, they would be able to save Satella and other unfortunates who suffered at the hands of the king from captivity. The prince thanked Tendo and Oren for listening to him. He felt much better. The next day, the prince ordered the soldiers to return home. He said that Lord Tendo and Lord Uchikage would accompany them, and asked the soldiers not to be rude on the way. The soldiers understood the order. The prince said that they were setting off. The plan to capture the capital began. The tired soldiers walked along the road. They decided to hide Oren in a cart with provisions, and he understood why, but he felt like some kind of trophy being carried back from the war. It seemed to him that the guys were feeling very cheerful. You couldn't tell by them that they had been arguing all night until the morning. Last night was Lord Raiki's palace. Tendo said that he would personally lead the escort to the city. It was imperative to take the white sacred snake with them so that it would bless them on the journey. Oren was against it and wanted to stay in the village. Someone said that they had the whole night ahead of them. Someone suggested drinking as much as they wanted and not to spare their bellies. Laiki suggested that Tendo drink as much as he wanted and that he would have to try harder tomorrow. The soldiers were very sick. They could barely move their legs. Oren thought that the soldiers were not ready for such gatherings. Drinking with them was a very bad idea. In the evening, everyone stopped for the night. Tendo thanked the prince for taking the time to give them. He got straight to the point. He asked the prince about his ordering the soldiers to go to the village of Oni. The prince replied that it was not quite so. He did not take such a huge army to one village. Tendo said that someone from the royal family gave the order. He asked the prince to tell a little more about his father and brothers. The prince said that his father was a wonderful man. He did everything possible to make the kingdom prosper, supported the miners, and listened to others. Oren thought that he imagined the king to be completely different. But now the kingdom is prospering, and the king has begun to spend money from the royal treasury for a luxurious life. And why bother if everything is fine anyway? Tendo asked the prince about his brothers. The prince replied that there are 3 of them in the family. The eldest son, Rad. Since it is already known that he will become the future ruler of the kingdom, he does not make any special efforts. He does not consider it necessary to do any work. Let the ministers do it. The second prince of the Balto kingdom. He was born with poor health, but was always kind to Atla. He often said that his brother was so smart, and his father made him work a lot. Oren realized that there were only 2 decent guys in this family. Tendo said that the prince had been through a lot. The prince replied that the ones who suffered the most were the vassals. If the king ruled wisely, the retainers would be happy. At least, that was what Lord Raiki had demonstrated. Tendo said that was not surprising. After all, they were in charge of the shimmering fortress of Raiki himself. The prince and Zealand were surprised. Oren did not understand what kind of title this was. Zealand asked that Lord Raiki was the same invincible Oni who fought in the War of Independence 30 years ago. The prince said that he thought he had died on the battlefield. Tendo said that Raiki was nicknamed because during the war, his palace was a refuge for all Oni in need. Many came to this refuge for help. But he was tired of such popularity, so he spread the rumor of death. The prince said that now he understood. Tendo noticed the water soldiers fighting in the air and asked Oren what he wanted to know about the War of Independence. Oren shook his head. The Uchikage said that this war was between humans and demi-humans. Oren thought that he had heard about demi-humans before. He remembered how Alon had told him that they were not humans, but a completely different race. There were many more humans than demi-humans. Back then, humans used demi-humans as slaves. Oren thought that history was repeating itself again. The Uchikage said that demi-humans did not agree with such oppression, and so the War of Independence began. Tendo said that demi-humans were good at close combat, and humans were good at magic. The war lasted for 5 years. Lord Raiki played a key role in it. He built a castle fortress, and before the troops arrived, he dealt with 100 soldiers himself. Oren thought about the fact that Raiki was a hero of the war that happened 30 years ago. Raiki is literally a historical figure. Like Emperor Kome from his world, the demi-humans were victorious. A peace treaty was signed with humans, according to which humans agree not to harm demi-humans. Tendo said that Lord Raiki does not like to talk about the past, so he did not tell anyone anything. The prince was surprised that he managed to meet such a famous person. The Uchige asked the prince if he was ready to go against his family. The prince thought about it and replied that he was ready for it. That is why he asked them for help. The Uchikage replied that if so, they would do everything possible to help him. Oren realized that Atla was serious. A river of soldiers from the campaign stretched to the gates of the city. They had finally arrived in the capital. Oren thought about what a huge wall surrounded the city. Approaching the gate, the prince said that they had returned from the battle and ordered the gates to be opened. The guards thanked the prince for his hard work. Disguised as a soldier, the Uchikage asked Oren to hide. Even they had to disguise themselves. Oren was asked to hide in a barrel. He thought about what he would do for cover. The soldiers entered the city and moved towards the castle. They walked along the streets of the city, and the inhabitants watched them. The Uchikage said that he understood that Oren was interested in everything, but insistently asked him not to stick his neck out. Oren realized that he had completely forgotten about conspiracy out of curiosity. Although it was the capital, there were many people in rags everywhere. The Uchikage said, "This is what the capital of Garou is like." He saw the royal palace in the distance. It was beautiful. He told Oren, "If you look to the side, you can see the state mine." Oren realized that this is where the Uchikage and Tendo's friends were being held. They understood that they were doing all this for the sake of saving them. Everyone was trying only for this. Oren gave the order to be decisive. The soldiers said goodbye to Prince Atla. He said that they could return to their families. He himself would report everything to the king. The soldiers wished the prince to be careful. Oren saw that the prince was going to meet the king. This is where their plan begins. Tendo suggested that they stay at Zealand's house for a while until the prince returned with news. Oren was glad that he no longer had to hide in a barrel. Zealand apologized for his servants because they had a prejudiced attitude towards the Oni. He really hoped that it would change. He would calm the servants down and tell them everything. He offered to make themselves at home. They thanked Zealand for her hospitality. Zealand told Leighton that he wanted him and the servants to do something. Leighton asked what the master wanted. He wanted them to spread news among the people. The first news was that they were such a strong people that the human army could not storm their castle. And the second news was that if they attacked the capital, the humans would not be able to win. Oren knew that the first rumor was true, but the second was pure fiction. Leighton said that if such news is not spread, there will be unrest among the public. Zealand replied that this is exactly what is needed. Prince Atla fought for the good of the kingdom, and they will fight for him. Leighton replied that he obeys. The castle of the kingdom of Garou. The displeased king looked at his youngest son. The eldest son Rad stood nearby and remained silent. The prince said loudly that Atla Corslet had arrived with a report from the battlefield. King of the kingdom of Garou, Rind Corslet. King Rin said, "Welcome home, son." He had already been informed that the soldiers had lost the battle against the Oni. But he would like to hear the details in person. Apparently the king demanded a report from the soldiers, but it did not seem that he was aware of the plan. Prince Atla said that as a result of the battle, the army was defeated. The first prince of the kingdom of Garou and Atla's older brother, Rad Corslet. Rad shouted that Atla could not even cope with such a simple job. He called his brother names and said that they sent him to a village with 7,000 soldiers, and he lost. Atla replied that only 3,000 soldiers returned from the battlefield. Rad shouted at Atla not to argue. He said that the prince had to capture a village with the stupid Oni, and he had failed at that. The king stopped Rad. He said that the kingdom's army had specially arrived a few days early and was waiting in ambush to arrange a surprise appearance, but they had not even managed that. How did that happen? Rad was angry. Prince Atla replied that this method was originally conceived with the aim of showing other nations human superiority, but they had failed to achieve their goal. The king asked Atla what he was talking about. Atla said that their opponents were Oni. They are a race that is distinguished by incredible physical strength. They literally threw huge boulders at soldiers with their bare hands. Rad shouted that Atla was joking. Atla said to get closer to the enemy, he used the best archers and mages to stop the bombardment with boulders. It worked, but things got much worse when they came into direct conflict with the Oni. They threw soldiers across the floor with their bare hands, completely unarmed. Realizing the further risks and losses, the prince decided to retreat. Rad could not believe his ears. King Rin thought about it. He said that he understood everything and heard everything he wanted. He told Prince Atla that he was free. The prince bowed and left. He thought that this report should be enough for his father to release his wife and daughter, as well as the family of his friends from custody. But he can't relax yet. A couple of hours ago, Oren, lying on a soft sofa, thought that he would at least take a walk around the city. But in this form he would only attract attention to himself. A voice from the sky said that a new stage of evolution had become available to him. Oren asked, "What is it this time?" He wanted to know how big he would become. "What is the length of this snake?" The voice said that he was now a spike snake, a ferocious subspecies of snake that uses needles to hunt. The needles of this snake are considered deadly, as they are capable of rupturing internal organs after penetrating the body of the victim. The voice added that the length of such a snake is approximately 1 meter. Orin was glad that he would become smaller and said that he was ready to evolve. Spike snake abilities. Skills: Bite, Poison Bite, Continuous Spear, Multiple Water Spear, Water Stream Sword, New Shockwave, New Bone Destruction, New Organ Rupture. Magic: Sea Wave, Endless Water, Mud Lure, Landslide, Stream Rupture, New Air Compression. Defense: Water Barrier, Water Stains, Mud Shield, New Air Barrier. Recovery: Holy Oasis, Mass Healing, New Regeneration. Traps: Water Slime, Swamp Mud. Special skills: Sacred Snake, Earth Spirit, Purification. Racial skills: Stealth Swimming, Heavenly Waterlord, Stealth, New Ignore. Orin was glad that he was finally freed from the fate of a huge python. The destruction of bones and rupture of internal organs sounded scary. Uchikage asked Orin if he was okay. Orin, using his water hands, answered that everything was fine. There was no need to worry. Uchikage said in fear that Orin had shrunk so much in size, so was he okay? Orin thought that he should have warned everyone that he was going to evolve. But he was still a snake, and if he went outside, he would attract too much attention. He remembered that Mr. Zillin asked him to wait for Atle at the estate. Orin could now use Mud Lure and sneak away using his skills without being noticed. Mud Lure is a skill that allows you to create an identical copy of yourself or another creature out of mud. Stealth is a skill that allows you to merge with the shadow of one person and remain invisible to them. He decided to read up on new skills. Lately, the days had been so busy that he hadn't even had time to look at the skills he received when he was a python. New skills. Rupture of internal organs is a skill that allows you to rip apart the insides of an enemy. If the enemy is armored, this skill does not work. Bone Destruction is a skill that allows you to crush the selected bone of the enemy. Shockwave is a skill that allows you to damage the enemy while ignoring their armor. Internal Destruction is a skill that combines all 3 skills at once. Kills the enemy instantly, consumes a large amount of mana points. The skills he had: Landslide, Flow Rupture. Stone Wave is a skill that can throw up viscous mud from underground, stopping the enemy's actions. Orin did not understand why all his skills were so dangerous. Air Compression is a skill that allows you to compress the air from a specific area. After the skill ends, it causes an air explosion. Regeneration is a passive skill that restores HP when killing enemies. Air Barrier, defensive magic that can create a shield of compressed air. Durability depends on the amount of MP. Ignore is a skill that allows you to ignore the enemy's defense. If it does not work, the enemy's defense will be higher than the attack power. Orin realized that he would not be able to walk around the city with such skills. With each new evolution, he becomes more and more dangerous. Prince Atle walked along the corridors of the royal castle. He remembered that his brother Balto wanted to meet him and went to his chambers. He knocked on the closed door and asked permission to enter. An answer was heard from behind the door. "Of course you can come in." Atle asked Balto why he called him. Balto said, "Welcome home. This is the second son of the kingdom of Garot and Atle's older brother, Balto Corslet." Atle called Balto a liar. He asked, why is his brother not in bed? Is he feeling okay? Why is he sitting in the dark? Balto laughed in response and said that he had many questions. He was fine. He felt great today. He said that they did not need light to talk about important things. Prince Atle was surprised. Balto said that he had instructed the guards to leave as soon as Atle entered his chambers, so no one would eavesdrop on them. Balto turned off the light so that no one could spy on their shadows from the window. It was very clever of him. Balto asked to tell him about Atle lying to his father about his campaign. Atle asked why Balto thought so. Balto said that he decided to question the soldiers who returned to the castle after the military campaign. Their wording was rather vague. They told similar phrases that the enemy was stronger or that they were not ready for such a battle. Due to the lack of information, the king asked for a personal report on what happened. Atle asked if it was illogical. The soldiers were tired after an exhausting battle, and so they described their feelings, and not the bare facts. Balto said that a few minutes ago he talked with Dak, who was in command of this army. Dak's story was exactly the same as the other soldiers. Phrases were heard that they got off easy. They gave it their all and beat them so badly. Balto asked Atle if he would continue to deny it. Atle thought about it and said that it really was pointless. He told his brother everything as it really was. Balto was surprised to hear such a story. He was surprised that his father started to engage in the slave trade. Atle asked Balto if he didn't believe him. Balto said that he believed his brother. He said that, right now the kingdom is in a terrible state. Only the two of them try to work for the good of the kingdom. It is not surprising that the father, in order to save his own and the nobility's money, decided to engage in the slave trade. Atle thanked his brother for listening to him. He asked if Balto would take part in his plan. Balto agreed without problems. He said that sooner or later, with such a government, there would be a rebellion against the king. Atle said that of the 3 of them, Rad should have become king. Balto asked Atle to think about the fact that replacing one fool with another will not lead the kingdom to anything good. Oren visited all the districts of the city, but in all 3 days of searching, he still did not find Elaine. He wondered where she could be. Leighton told Zillan that he should rest. He had not slept for 3 days. Zillan replied that he could not sleep peacefully when his master was fighting for everyone's freedom. He said that he felt great. Oren noticed that Zillan was tired from lack of sleep. Usually such euphoria is due to lack of sleep. Zillan had been trying to track down the slavers for 3 days. Oren looked at his notes and tried to find information about Alon. Oren realized that he still couldn't read the language. Oren thought that Zillan should rest. He didn't understand why he was studying reports about the slavers. Oren wondered if Zillan probably wanted to help him. It was nice of him. A soldier entered the office and said that one of the slavers had escaped. Zillan was outraged. He ordered to find and return the fugitive to prison. The soldier said that he understood the order and ran away. Oren thought that in 3 days they had caught more than 10 slavers, and there was no end to them. Zillan became sad. Oren thought that although Zillan was very exhausted, he was trying. MC decided that he should also try this time. He wanted to search the area near the palace. Oren used the mudbait and stealth skills. A voice from the sky said that it was impossible to activate skills if there were no enemies in sight. Oren shouted that, of course, there were no enemies, because he was trying to get out of the mansion without attracting attention. He realized that he would have to use the skills outside. Oren crawled through the streets of the city. Around the corner of one of the houses, he noticed a suspicious guy and decided that this was what he needed. Suddenly, another man in a cloak appeared and apologized to the first for waiting. The first said that the second man was late. He scolded him for making him wait. Oren wondered where this man was in such a hurry. Perhaps he did not want anyone to see him. Oren found this interesting. He followed the people. They entered an ordinary house. Oren entered the house through an open window on the first floor. He mentally apologized and wondered what room these people could be in. The situation was emergency. Oren heard a voice that said that Zillan had already imprisoned many of their workers. The second man said that he did not understand how a man like Zillan could get so close to them. The man said that getting involved with slavers without letting his family know about the plans could end badly. Oren wondered, could these really be slavers? The man turned to the man across from him, Lord Rad. He tried to calm him down and said that he was on his side and wanted to help Rad. Oren thought, Rad? That was the name of Prince Atlal's older brother. Could it really be him? Oren realized that they were talking about collusion with slavers. He decided to immediately report this to Zillan. But he noticed a girl sitting in that room. She was unconscious. The man in the cloak asked, why did they need this girl? Rad replied that she was a tool for the future war. Oren wondered, war? He did not understand what Rad was planning. The stranger said that this girl was the daughter of a noble lord. He asked why she was covered in bruises and abrasions. The stranger told Rad that this was not what they had agreed upon. That if they were to enslave a noble, they should be aware of the consequences. Rad replied that he did not care. The lord had 2 daughters. This was one of them, and they sent the other one as a slave to the kingdom of Sultan. The stranger asked if Rad really wanted to start a war with these children, proving the superiority of the kingdom of Garot. Rad replied that this was true. If they started a war with the kingdom of Sultan, then there was a high probability that they would be able to acquire new slaves, and the key to this goal would be Alon and Satella. Oren wondered if this was the same sister that Alon had asked him to find. The stranger asked Rad to tell him the whole plan in more detail. Rad replied that everything was very simple. The first part of the plan was to kill the father of these girls, Lord Asbal. At the moment, Alon's youngest daughter is in the kingdom of Sultan. The eldest daughter, Satella, is right here in the kingdom of Garot. They will attack the kingdom of Sultan, accusing them of taking the youngest daughter of Lord Asbal into slavery. It's as simple as that. The stranger thought about it. Rad said that no one would guess that Alon is the youngest daughter of a noble family. Moreover, no one knows who exactly killed Lord Asbal. They will put all the blame on the kingdom of Sultan. Rad asked the stranger if he was not a genius. The stranger replied that it was a very well thought out plan. Oren remembered that Alon had said that she was being taken to the kingdom of Sultan. Was this whole plan to capture another kingdom and make slaves of its inhabitants? Oren realized that he had to stop it, and first he had to free Satella. Rad asked the stranger to look after the girl. The stranger replied that he was listening. He sat down next to Satella and lifted her head to examine her face. Oren noticed that everyone had left and no one had noticed him. He crawled up to the girl and tried to figure out how to save her. He noticed a piece of paper on Satella's lap. MC wondered if the piece of paper had always been there. His water assistants helped unfold the folded piece of paper. It turned out to be a letter, but Oren realized that he would not be able to read it. Looking more closely, Oren read that the man did not know who he was, but asked for help and to save her. Oren realized that the guy in the hood who stroked Satella was not an enemy, but a double agent? But more importantly, Oren does not know the local script at all. How could he read the letter? He did not receive a new skill related to reading or writing. Who is this person? A little more and his head will simply explode from a bunch of questions. He needs to focus on the pressing problem. But the memories of his first meeting with Alon did not give him peace. A small water bubble rose to the girl's face and touched her. She regained consciousness. The bubble waved its hand at her and showed a stone. The girl said that it was her mother's stone. Oren was glad that everything worked as Alon said. Oren made the final touch and used the healing skill Holy Oasis. Flowers appeared around and they were shining. The girl was surprised and said, "How beautiful." Oren proudly picked himself up. He knew that she would like it. The girl was holding a lot of glitter in her hands and noticed a snake. She wasn't afraid of him, but said hello. Oren made a smiling face in the air with water. Stella didn't understand why her body was sparkling like that. All her wounds started to disappear. She sat down next to Oren and asked if he was the one who healed her. She thanked MC. Oren decided that she liked him. Oren decided that it was time to leave. The voice of heaven said that he had finally learned to communicate with children. Oren hissed. He asked the voice to shut up and said that he would find a way to turn off the voice forever. Oren crawled to the door and showed Satella with his water hands that they had to go. The girl said that if she left this house, he would scold her again. Oren made a stern bubble, which pointed to the exit. Satella asked again if Mr. Snake was sure. Oren shook his head in response. They both left the house. In Zilin's house, Zilin asked Oren where he was pushing him at this hour. Then he saw a little girl in front of him. Zilin asked what she was doing here. It was late and her parents would be worried. The girl apologized and said that Mr. Snake had brought her here. Zilin asked Mr. Oren. The girl was happy when she found out his name. Oren was happy that he was able to get her out of captivity. Satella looked at Oren in surprise. The heavenly voice said that MC's mana was at 0. Oren realized that he had no strength left at all. The next day, Leighton said that the girl was a victim of the slave trade. Zilin was surprised. He said that then it was clear why Mr. Oren had brought her here. He asked Leighton if there was any information about the slave traders. Leighton replied that the slave traders who kidnapped them and those who held this young lady captive were the same people. Zilin said that he would work harder to find them. Oren thought that Zilin had not slept for 4 days. Was he even human? MC was thinking about how to tell everyone that Prince Rad was involved in the kidnapping. He didn't know what to do. The girl saw Oren and screamed, "The snake," and rushed to hug him. She asked if he was okay. Tendo told the girl never to grab the white snake like that. Satella asked why. Zilin asked the girl to tell them a little about herself. He asked her name. The girl answered that her name was Satella. Zilin was surprised. He remembered that it was the name of the eldest daughter of a nobleman. Zilin asked how she was related to Mr. Oren. The girl answered that the snake was somehow related to her younger sister. Only the two of them knew that their mother had an amulet with a beautiful stone. The snake showed it to her when they first met. She was sure that Alon asked the snake to save her. Zilin asked that Mr. Oren was just fulfilling a promise he made to Satella's younger sister. Leighton said that this was crazy. Capturing the daughters of a nobleman, how could this happen to them? He asked where her little sister was. Satella said that her sister was captured by slavers, but a man in a cloak came and saved her. She didn't know who it was. Oren thought about it. The man in the cloak? He was clearly not a villain, but why was he helping Rad? Tendo apologized to Zilin for interrupting him and asked how things were going with the slavers. Zilin replied that they had found their lair, so everything was going according to plan. Tendo replied that it was time to move. Zilin said that according to the plan, they still had 3 more days to wait. Tendo agreed and said that this was the first time he had sat idle for so long. His fists were itching to grab something. Zilin replied that he understood everything, but they needed to gather their strength and rest. The hardest part was yet to come. Oren thought that this was said by a man who had not slept for 4 days. Dak ran in and loudly called Zilin. Zilin asked what happened. Duck said that the plans had changed. They were starting tomorrow. Leighton asked again, "What?" Oren didn't understand what was going on. Duck saw the girl and asked about Lady Satella being here. Duck said that slavers had raided Lord Asbal's territory in order to kidnap Lady Satella and Lady Elaine. Prince Rad was in charge of this entire operation. Zilin was outraged. Duck explained that Lady Allieiance was to be sent to the kingdom of Sultan to start a war, and Lady Satella was needed to prove the relationship, but Lady Satella had suddenly disappeared. Lord Rad thought that someone from the kingdom of Sultan had kidnapped her. He had already given the order to find Lady Satella. Oren knew that it was actually him. Zilin said that then it was clear why the plan had changed so abruptly, but the army had not yet arrived in the capital. Duck replied that everything would be fine. They had already sent a messenger with a letter. The army would arrive tonight. There was another problem. Zilan said, a communication crystal. A communication crystal is a special magical communication item. It can transmit an image from one crystal to another. They wanted to use it to show the people all the sins of the royal family. To do this, during the rebellion, they had to leave one such crystal on each street. Duck said that there were not enough crystals. Oren thought that this was not a bad plan. This way, the people would be able to go over to Atli's side. MC did not know about the existence of such an item. Zilan said that he would take care of purchasing crystals. Duck said that Mr. Balto was in charge of placing the crystals. Zilan was surprised that Mr. Balto was on their side. Duck replied that Balto was helping to recruit an army of rebels. Zilan was glad that such a smart person like Balto was with them. Oren remembered that Balto was Atla's older brother, the second prince of the kingdom. He was born with poor health but was always kind to Atla. Zilan said that the rebels were the royal guard, both recruits and old men. All of them were unhappy with the current ruler, so it was not difficult to convince them. Zilan said that everything was ready. No one would side with the current king and Prince Rad. They were doomed. All they could do was hope that the people would take their side. Satella called Zilan uncle and asked if they would save Allieiance. Zilan replied that they could not do that now. First, they needed to establish order in this country and improve relations with the kingdom of Sultan. Satella became sad and said when she would be able to see her sister again. The next morning, communication crystals stood in different places in the city, guarded by soldiers. Balto told Atla that everything was going according to plan. All that was left was to meet his father and Rad face to face. He said that he had installed several crystals in the throne room. Atla thanked Balto. Atla was serious. He was sure that he would definitely overthrow his father from the throne. He clenched his fists in anger. Atla took a deep breath and exhaled heavily. He asked Balto to lie low. He did not know what his father and brother had in mind. There might be a battle. Balto was surprised. He said that everything would be fine and asked his brother not to worry. Atla asked why Balto decided so. Balto hurried his brother. It was time. He wanted to see the fun spectacle in the front rows. Atli smiled and said, since his brother insisted, then go ahead. In the throne room, the king was sitting on the throne. Rad was standing next to him, and Atla and Balto with servants and soldiers were standing in front of them. They exchanged glances. Rad shouted, "What is going on here?" Atli raised his hand and stopped Rad. All the servants knelt down on one knee and lowered their heads. Atli activated the communication crystals. The entire city was broadcasting the events in the throne room. Atli thanked his father and Rad for their time. Rad asked what all this show was about. He didn't understand why Atla had gathered all the servants in the throne room. Atla replied that he had invited the servants, the soldiers, and anyone else he could so that everyone could listen to him. Rad asked what they needed to hear from him. Atla smiled and said that he had gathered everyone for one simple request. He had asked his father and brother to give up the throne. Rad was outraged. The king calmly asked why they should do such a thing. Atla replied, because they are unworthy of the role of ruler of this kingdom. He said that he was not the only one who thought so. The people were still suffering because of their bad decisions. Atla said that he was no longer going to watch all this from the sidelines. The king got angry and called Atla names. He said that his disrespect was beyond all bounds. A loser like him did not deserve to take his place. Atla asked why his father thought he was unfit to rule. Rad replied that Atla was a nobody. No matter what he did, it always turned out terribly. Take the recent military campaign, for example. Many soldiers died because of Atla's decisions. Atla said that the military campaign would never have happened if it weren't for the king's selfish desires. Rad asked what his brother was talking about. Atla said that he knew full well that they were involved in the slave trade. The number of slaves began to decrease rapidly every year, but recently the number of mines, which require slaves, had increased. The king was surprised where Atla got his information from. Atla said that they killed Lord Asbal and blamed the slave traders from Sultan in order to start a war with them. In addition, they violated the military agreement and started hunting the Oni. They forced him to organize a military campaign in order to take as many slaves as possible. And after all this, he dares to call himself a king? The king replied that Atla was no different from them. After all, Atla himself led the attack on the Oni village. Even though he lost the battle, he also fought them. Atla thought that his father had been caught and said that he was wrong. The king was surprised and asked what the sound was. Atla explained that it was the greeting of the soldiers who had finally returned home. In fact, there was no battle. He had gone to the head of the village from the very beginning and agreed on a truce with him. The Uchikage and Tendo took off their cloaks and stood proudly before the king. The king and Rad were very surprised when they saw Oni warriors in front of them. The Uchikage said that they were representatives of the Oni village, and they officially declared that there was no war. There were no victims or casualties. They had made an alliance with Lord Atla. And the voices the king heard were the cries of joy of the soldiers who had returned from the battlefield safe and sound. They did not want to fight with humans, and they came here to support Lord Atla. Atla turned to his father and Rad. If they were not going to give him the throne, then they would have to take it by force. He ordered the guards to detain the king and Prince Rad. The king was angry and used the fireball skill. He shouted, "How dare the soldiers approach him?" Fireballs flew towards Atla. He covered Balto with his cloak. Atla said that he was too relaxed, but nothing happened. Atla looked up and saw a shield made of water in front of him. The king was lying on the floor and was held by water. The king did not understand what was happening. He screamed for the slime to be removed. Prince Atli thought that this was very similar to Lord Oren's magic. Oren crawled out from behind Tendo and sat on his shoulders smiling with a water emoticon. Tendo told MC that it was a great job. Tendo proudly said that this snake is the main ally of the Oni. Atla said, looking at his brother and father, so that they do not think that they will be able to leave here alive. They will regret that they dared to betray him. King Rind and Prince Rad shouted for the soldiers to let them go. Rind was indignant that he was the king of these lands and did not understand how the soldiers dared to hold him by force. Atla proudly walked up the stairs to the throne. He turned to face everyone and closed his eyes to calm down. The people stood and waited for his speech. Atla said that he asked for forgiveness from all the people for having to witness such a disgusting scene. He also thanked the soldiers for participating in his plan. Without them, he would not have been able to achieve this. From this day on, he will be the new ruler of these lands. He wants to lead this country to the bright future it deserves. The people have tolerated the tyranny of King Rind and Prince Rad for too long. From tomorrow, the families of the soldiers will be rewarded, and he hopes that together with them, he will be able to change this country. The people rejoiced with joy in the streets of the city. People cried and hugged. Atli bowed and said that he apologized to everyone for what they had to endure because of his family. He promised that he would earn their forgiveness only through good deeds. Working together with soldiers, vassals, as well as adventurers and ordinary citizens, they could change everything. Only together, they could lead the kingdom of Garot to prosperity. Oren was glad that the people supported Prince Atla. He was sure that everything would be fine with the kingdom of Garot. Zealand, Dak, and Satella were walking along the road to the castle, and Lord Oren was sitting in her arms. Satella was surprised by the size of the door to the castle. Oren thought that the old man's castle was huge, and this one was even bigger. Zealand shouted that they had arrived. The prince was happy when he saw his friends. He thanked them for their support. Zealand replied that it was all thanks to him. The prince especially thanked Lord Oren. He said that without him, nothing would be left of the prince, only ashes. Oren realized that they were talking about a shield made of water. Oren replied that he was glad to help, thanks to his water hand. Tendo said that Lord Oren came at the right time because they were discussing the war between the kingdoms of Garot and Sultan. Zealand said that Lady Alon needed to be rescued from the kingdom of Sultan. Balto was surprised at how much work his brother had. He had just become king, and he was already making plans. Oren thought about the fact that Balto was Prince Atlay's older brother. Balto approached Satella and asked what kind of white snake she had in her arms. Tendo and the Uchikage stood silently. Tendo explained to Prince Balto that it was not just a snake. He asked to show respect and call the white snake Lord Oren. But before he could finish speaking, he knelt down and grabbed his head. A funny water face was hanging in the air nearby. Everyone was confused about what had happened. Atla said that Balto was meeting Lord Oren for the first time. He introduced Balto to Mr. Oren and said that this was his older brother. Balto said that he was glad to meet him. Oren thought that the older brother looked more like the younger one, because he looked like a child. Atla explained to Balto that Oren understood human speech. Balto said that he was very interested in this and was glad to meet him. He did not believe that a snake understood human speech. How was that possible? He asked, maybe MC, some mystical animal from legends? Uchikage took Oren in his arms and asked Balto not to treat him so dismissively. He explained that for the Oni, this animal is sacred. But before he could say this, he knelt down and grabbed his head, because Oren slapped him on the back of the head. Oren begged them both to stop behaving like that. Balto and Satella smiled. Balto said that Atla's brother made funny friends. Atli also smiled and suggested continuing the conversation. Everyone sat down on the sofas. Atla said that the first priority was to save Alon in order to minimize the conflict. However, he could not give the soldiers an order about this publicly. He hoped that everyone understood this. Oren realized that the conversation was about saving Alon and listened carefully to Atla. At that moment, a heavenly voice said that Oren had gained enough points for a new evolution. He asked the voice, "Can't it wait?" The voice replied that with this evolution, he would be able to turn into a human. Oren was very surprised. So he would look like an ordinary person? The heavenly voice said that MC had reached this stage of evolution. The voice explained that the first condition was body mass. It became the same as that of an average person. The second condition was that he could listen and understand speech. The third condition was that he had met many different people. The fourth condition was that he had studied the customs of human society. The fifth condition was that he had helped people. So MC had fulfilled all 5 conditions to get closer to human form. Oren cursed. Why didn't he know about these 5 conditions before? The voice replied that Oren hadn't asked about that. Oren wondered what was more important. He would finally be able to become a human and communicate normally with people, sleep and eat normally. Oren shouted at the voice to evolve right now. But then he stopped the process. If the snake suddenly became a human, it would be somehow suspicious. In the worst case, they could consider him a threat and send him to prison. And he would also turn into a naked man on the lap of a little girl. Zealand said that Satella said that their house was attacked. But who exactly organized this attack? Will they be able to hide this fact from the public? Atle said that they will not be able to hide it for long. But while there is a chance, they need to conduct an investigation without unnecessary witnesses. Balto said that they should do this before another kingdom gets interested. They can talk about this incident at Atle's inauguration. He is sure that his older brother, father, and slave traders are to blame for everything. They will be believed if they say so. Oren thought that they still need evidence. Zillan said that they need to decide who will help in the search for Lady Elaine. Oren shouted that he wants to. Everyone sat silently and thoughtfully. Satella asked the white snake not to make noise because adults are thinking. Atle asked Dak if he knew anyone. Dak answered that he personally did not see Lady Elaine and does not know anyone who has ever met with the children of Lord Asbal. Oren was the only one who knew what she looked like. He was going to use the water manipulation skill to get attention. A huge water hand hung in the air. Atle asked Oren what he wanted to say. Zealand shouted that it was Mr. Oren who saved Satella. Duck didn't believe that an ordinary snake could save a girl from captivity. Zealand asked Satella if it was true that Oren saved her from the kidnappers. Satella said that the snake saved her and brought her to Mr. Zealand's house. Atle said that he didn't know that it was Oren who did it. He thanked him with all his heart. Oren thought that he didn't want to brag about it, but wanted to say that he could help in the search for Alon. He tried to make Alon out of water. Satella shouted that it was the spitting image of Alon. Duck asked if Mr. Oren knew Mrs. Alon. Balto said that everything was becoming easier. Let Mr. Oren go look for her. He is a snake and will not arouse unnecessary suspicion. He will be able to easily bring the girl out, as he did with Satella. Oren agreed with Balto's words. He was glad that he could finally say that he would help in the search for Alon. He would have liked Tendo and the Uchikage to go with him. But someone would have to go back to the village and report everything that had happened. He wanted the Uchikage to stay with him for this operation. Balto said that they were up to their ears in state affairs and would not be able to help in the search. They had to replace services in the palace, prepare for the inauguration of the new king, rewrite the laws, allocate funds for industrial enterprises, and allocate benefits for citizens and the military. So he was grateful that Mr. Oren had volunteered to personally help them. Oren thought that everyone had a lot of work to do, but he was worried about Zealand, that he would not overwork himself. After all, Zealand had not slept well lately. Zealand did not understand why Oren was staring at him so intently. Oren understood that Zealand should be allowed to sleep at least once. He crawled up to Zealand, climbed onto his shoulder, and combined with the Ignore skill, used the Wave Fist and Shockwave skills. Wave Fist is a skill that combines a Shockwave, Bone Destruction, and Internal Destruction. The skill combines 3 strong attacks. Depending on the strength of the blow, the enemy can be either killed or simply knocked out. Zealand folded in half and lost consciousness. Atle asked what Mr. Oren was doing. Duck replied that no one should worry. Zealand had not slept for 5 days. It was painful to look at him. Apparently, Mr. Oren wanted to let him sleep before all the fuss. Oren knew that no potion can cure overwork, and while he is gone, who will watch over the sleep of a workaholic? Atle said that Zealand was back to his old ways. Duck loaded his friend onto his shoulder and asked Atle's permission to let Zealand sleep a little in the guest room. Atle agreed. Balto smiled and said, "Not sleeping for 5 whole days, that's dedication. One can only envy. We will have to watch over his sleep." Atle agreed with his brother. Balto said that he would conduct an investigation in the former territory of Lord Asbal. He asked what Tendo and the Uchikage would do. Tendo replied that he would not be of use with his investigative skills, but the Uchikage would look after Lord Oren and help in the search for Lady Elaine. The Uchikage said that he could be counted on. Prince Atle said that before they went to the village, he wanted to prepare a gift for Lord Reiki. Tendo replied that it would be no problem. He was sure that Reiki would be honored by Prince Atle's gesture. After discussing the plan, Atle said that they could walk around the castle. So they explored the castle with Satella under the supervision of the Uchikage. Well, at least he kept an eye on them until Satella ran away from him. They looked at various statues. Satella wanted to go up one floor. She went out onto the open upper balcony of one of the castle towers. Satella said that from here, you can see the very large gate to the castle. Oren thought that the gate was right next to the houses of the residents, and this means that the townspeople can get into the palace at any time. The man who built this castle understood how important it is to be close to his people. Oren would like to visit this castle again, but in human form. The Uchikage grabbed Satella by the shoulders and pulled her away from the edge of the balcony. He said that he finally found her. He asked her not to run away anywhere alone. He asked what would happen if she got lost, or ran into a suspicious person. Satella shouted that she would run somewhere else. Uchikage tried to catch up with her along the corridors of the castle. During dinner at the table, Oren was lying on the table and thinking how tiring it was to spend time with children. Uchikage asked how Mr. Oren was feeling. Oren thought that Uchikage was trying to stop Satella's rampage all the time, and he didn't care. This is what the physical superiority of the Oni means. Oren crawled to a piece of raw meat and thought that, after he became a spike snake, he gained levels less. I wonder why? At first, it seemed to him that the next evolution was still very far away. Back then, the forest snake's maximum level was 55. Now, the spike snake's maximum level is 200. But back then, he gained levels much easier than now. Oren thought that the Uchikage's food looked so delicious. He would definitely eat something like that when he became a human. Oren stopped himself. There was not a soul around except for the Uchikage. This was a chance. He asked the heavenly voice what he needed to do to become a human. The voice answered that 100 MP were needed to transform into a human, and turning back into a snake would cost 100 MP. However, each species had different experience points. If in snake form you had to eat monsters to get experience points, then for a human it was enough to simply defeat them. MC thought that it was an expensive pleasure to be a human. It would not be possible to constantly turn back and forth, especially during a fight. Oren addressed the voice and said that he understood everything and asked to turn him into a human. The voice answered, "I obey." The room became light and the Uchikage asked Mr. Oren what was happening. Evolution happened and a handsome young man with blonde hair, but completely naked, was sitting on the table. Oren was happy that he finally got a human body. Uchikage was very scared. Oren was happy that they gave him a male body. He got off the table, and when he ran, he realized that he had not walked on two legs for a long time. It turned out that this was not just from being unaccustomed. He went to the mirror and decided to see what he looked like. His face was cute, only his eyes remained snake-like, but you can't get rid of it. His hair was white because he came from a white snake. He lowered his head down and screamed loudly. He asked the heavenly voice where his belongings were. Why was he so anthropomorphic? After all, he was given a male body. The Uchikage tried to ask something. Oren rudely asked what he wanted. Can't he see that there's an emergency here? The Uchikage quietly asked what Mr. Oren was. The MC turned around, apologized, and said that he'd completely forgotten, but he could finally turn from a snake into a human. The Uchikage said that everyone would be happy about it. Although Princess Hisune would scold him for wanting to be the first to see Oren in human form, Oren told the Uchikage not to worry. He would protect him. Oren said that he owed the Uchikage a huge debt. The Uchikage said that he shouldn't say that. He emphasized that the protagonist was naked and suggested that he get dressed first. Oren said that he now had clothes. He told the Uchikage that the clothes looked luxurious. He asked where he got them from. The Uchikage replied that when he was looking for them with Satella in the palace, he found a whole set. It's useful to look like a local, especially when working undercover. Oren said that he preferred the kimono. He told the Uchikage that when they returned to the village, they should ask him to make a kimono for him personally. The Uchikage replied that if it was a special order from Mr. Oren, then everyone would be happy to do it. Oren said that he was thinking about meeting everyone to tell them what happened. The Uchikage agreed with him. Oren asked why he was so happy. The Uchikage replied that MC looked like he imagined him. Oren was surprised, but he didn't even have a gender. The Uchikage replied, "Does it matter?" Oren thought about the fact that he could now express emotions with his facial expressions. Now he doesn't have to communicate with water symbols. At the door to the king's chambers, the guard knocked on the door, apologized for the late visit, and said that Lord Uchikage urgently wanted to meet. The door swung open and King Atli stood on the threshold in his pajamas. He asked what brought Lord Uchikage here at this late hour. He noticed that the lord was not alone. The king invited everyone to his chambers for a conversation. Oren couldn't wait to see the king's reaction to the news. Atli apologized for coming to the meeting like that. The Uchikage said that it was a trifle. Atli said that he was a king who had just become one. He respected the Uchikage very much and should treat him accordingly. Atla asked who this companion was. He apologized and said that he did not dare to doubt the guest because he came with Lord Uchikage. The guest asked the king if he didn't recognize him. He decided to refresh his memory. Atla saw a familiar water cat. "Is this Mr. Oren?" MC said that was the correct answer. The king was surprised that Oren became a human. The protagonist said that he had always been a human. He just didn't know how to communicate. Atla said that he didn't know that white snakes could turn into humans. Oren replied that you could say that he was special. He added that they came to tell him the news and avoid further misunderstandings. Atla said that he would also inform his brother about his new appearance. Oren took a fruit from the bowl, took a bite and said that it was very tasty. He was happy that he could finally eat something tasty. Atla said that Mr. Oren had eaten with everyone before. Oren replied that snakes had no sense of taste. The protagonist told the king to order the most luxurious breakfast in the morning. Atla smiled and said that he would do as you command. The king said that he had imagined it a little differently. Oren thought about it. Atla said that from what Uchikage and Tendo had told him, he thought he would look like an old warrior. Oren replied that everything they said about him was greatly exaggerated. It's just that in this culture, white snakes are on the level of God, and because of this attitude, he could hardly communicate with anyone, especially with ordinary people. Uchikage said that they didn't even think about his feelings and apologized to Oren. MC said that there was no need to apologize, because now he wouldn't have problems communicating. The king said that since Oren can talk, maybe he could tell how he met Lady Alon. Oren said that before meeting Uchikage, he was captured by slave traders, and that's where he met Alon. She was the first one who understood him without words. She helped him escape, and he was very grateful to her. He wanted to save her, but Alon insisted that he take care of himself first. Atla said that if everything is as Oren says, then finding Alon in the Sultan Kingdom, the situation could turn into a war. Only they can find her. Oren said that he forgot to ask how long it would take to get to the Sultan Kingdom. Atla said that the journey would take about 8 days by horse-drawn carriage. Oren was upset that it was slow. The Uchikage said that Oren was now a human and he needed to explain the distances between settlements. It was a day's ride from the capital to the village of Oni by horse. It was 8 days to the Sultan Kingdom. And it was half a month's journey to the next closest country. Oren said that in his past life there were airplanes, high-speed trains, but here there was only cavalry. He said that he hadn't thought about it at all. Oren asked the Uchikage if they had money for the journey. The Uchikage replied that he didn't think he would even think about it. Oren replied that the journey was long, plus they had a child with them, which meant big expenses. The king smiled and said that it was very sweet. He said that for their help, he would fully provide them with everything they needed on the way. There was no need to worry about it. Oren was surprised. What did he do? Atla said that firstly, he saved his and his brother's lives when their father attacked. Secondly, Zealand said that the protagonist personally brought Satella to the mansion. Oren said that poor Zealand, unlike him, did not have the ability to recover. Therefore, Oren did not need sleep. Tenda told him something about this, but MC did not remember. Atla said that Oren got incredible abilities from Mr. Oren, but the protagonist could not worry. This information would not leave the royal chambers. He would not allow anyone to use it. Oren thanked the king and said that in exchange for this secret, he would heal everyone the king asked for. Atla asked what skill Oren had. Healing? Mass healing? Oren answered, great healing. Atla and Uchikage were very surprised. Oren said that the boys were more surprised than Princess Hisun and Tendo. Atla asked Oren not to tell anyone about this gift. He explained that if they found out about it, the kingdom would tremble. Now Oren was surprised. Oren asked what he was talking about. Atla said that Balto had told him something. The protagonist asked him to stop and asked if this was a serious conversation. Oren used an endless stream of water and a water ball appeared above his finger, which grew in size and a man appeared. Balatam fell to the floor and began to cough up water. Oren was surprised and said, this is the guy who left a message for him in the house where Satella was kept. Atla was surprised and exclaimed, this is Balatam. The protagonist asked him if they knew each other. He answered him that as far as he remembered, he served Lord Asbal, but what is he doing here? The protagonist said that when he was looking for Satella, he was on his way to meet Radha in the city. He thought she was on his side, but he left a note, and Satella was all alone at home without protection. Would he share his story? Balatam said that he had a premonition that someone was watching them, but it was as if he knew that no harm would come. If luck had been on his side, he would have hidden from Lord Rad. But he had to obey him in order to save the lady. He did not think that he would meet her savior and asked permission to introduce himself. He shook the protagonist's hand and he said that only thanks to him he was able to save Satella, so he was glad to meet him. Balatam trembled and muttered that he was strong. He had the ability to determine a person's strength from a single handshake. Oren asked, Is this probably how you can determine a person's mood by their gait? Ally asked. So he was taken after the attack on Lord Asbal's lands? Baladim agreed and said that Lord Asbal owned a small plot of land. This territory was mainly inhabited by merchants and artisans, but everyone loved and respected the lord. Surely there must be a reason why he was killed. So he began working for Rad, but he never figured out who was attacking Lord Asbal's territory. There were slave traders involved in this story, but they didn't have an army that could take over entire settlements. He interrogated the slave traders who were involved in the attack, and they said that someone had come to help them, but he didn't know who these people were. He dared to assume that this was another dark organization that would attack one territory during the day, no matter how small or large it might be. Oren thought about it, because this had happened to another demon village too. It had seemed strange to him from the very beginning that an army of 1,000 people would attack one village. Baladim clenched his fist angrily and said that when he found out that the main culprit was Rad, he was very angry. He wanted to use the Lord's daughters for his dirty machinations. That's why he wanted to free at least Satella, that he couldn't save the Lord. Ally sympathetically said that he really had a hard time, but he also wanted to save Alon. He was sure that he could help them with this. After all, he had worked with his brother for some time and should know all the slavers by sight. Unfortunately, they did not catch everyone, but with him, justice can finally prevail. Neither Rad, nor his father, nor the captured slave traders are ready to hand over their own, and only he can do it. The protagonist thought that Baladim wants to save Elaine. He is sure of it, but he was afraid to act alone, since the stakes are too high. Baladim took off his hood and said that they have similar goals, and he is ready to do whatever he orders. Ally exclaimed that he relies on him and wished him luck. Balto looked into his office and apologized for the suddenness. He said that they need to go to the dungeon. And what kind of meeting are they having? Ally was happy and wanted to say something, but he interrupted him and asked him to discuss it later. He asked him, "What's the rush?" Balto answered that he wanted him to go with him to his father's interrogation. Ally asked in confusion, "Interrogation?" But he had been misbehaving in his cell a couple of hours ago and never wanted to see him. Balto said that he had finally calmed down. Ally said, "That's how it was, then they really should talk to him." He apologized for leaving them so suddenly, but first they needed to finish their business, and then they could continue. Oren replied that he shouldn't worry and that they would wait for him, eating fruit. Ally thanked them, and after a while they went down to the dungeon. The man asked displeasedly, did they think that he would stay here forever? As soon as he got out of here, they would all pay for it. He noticed him and asked, what was he doing here? His father called out to him, and Balto thought that his face had changed. The man asked pitifully what he had done. Balto said discontentedly that first they wanted to know why he had ordered an attack on Lord Asbal's lands, and also destroyed an entire village of demons. The man grabbed the bars of the cage in a rage and asked, he doesn't understand what he's talking about. What does this all mean? Balto asked, so he doesn't remember? Father said that he doesn't understand what they're saying. What happened to Lord Asbal? Balto said that he was dead, and his daughters were given into slavery. They managed to save one, but the other was in captivity in the kingdom of Sultan. The man looked at them with horror in his eyes and asked why and for what purpose all this was done. Balto asked if he remembered why he needed this slave trade and war. Father asked in bewilderment, war? They want to say that he did all this? Balto agreed and the man became furious. He asked, how could he do this to him? Ally called out to Balto and he said that he really didn't remember anything. Someone poisoned him, and they have to find out, and asked his father to answer what is the last thing he remembers. His father asked, the last thing he remembered, a woman with a tail crawled into his bedroom at night. Balto asked when he saw her. The man said in a trembling voice that he didn't know. His memories seemed to be all mixed up. He apologized to them for not being able to say anything more. Balto said that was enough for now and thought, a woman with a tail, does such a race exist? And how would they find her based on just a description? But more importantly, his father had regained consciousness, which meant that the woman no longer needed him. It was unlikely that she would come to his father again. The man asked if he could ask him something. Who would be king? Ally said that he would be king, and the man said that he was officially handing over the throne to him. Ally was surprised and nervously bit his lip and said that he accepted the throne and all the responsibility that was placed on him. The man asked him to take care of Lord Asbal's territory. At least he would fulfill the promise he had given him. Rad called out to his father in displeasure and asked what he was doing and how he could officially give him the throne. They should kill him. The father angrily shouted that he should shut his dirty mouth and just keep quiet, since he did not want to hear a word from him. Balto called Ally after him, and they went to the exit of the dungeon. He turned to him and said that this problem only concerns their state, and asked that he not tell Lord Oren and the demons about this. They should sort it out themselves. Atley said that he understood everything. The protagonist yawned and Satella asked him. It was morning now, and he wanted to sleep? He thought, of course he did not get enough sleep since he had to talk to them half the night. But now his transformation is known in great detail. Balto said that first healing, and then high healing. And only a few healers have a gift that they can use on others. Healing is a skill that allows you to heal only small injuries, and high healing is much better than normal and can completely heal a person from anything. Many countries have normal healers, but high ones are lacking. Self-healing skills are not that rare, but since he uses his skill to heal himself, it is a perfect combination. Oren was surprised and said that it is compatible with healing and restoration. Balto answered that the restoration skill that ignores this is called recovery. People who have healing or great healing are special. If a healer is on his side, then even during a fight, they can save him. He is a person that all adventurer teams want, but almost no one has him. If only he had something like great healing. The protagonist raised his hand and awkwardly said that he had it. Balto looked at him with displeasure and asked, "Is he stupid? Doesn't he understand? If he is a healer, then he is in demand all over the world." And he just said it. After all countries want to have a healer with the skill of great healing. And adventurers will also hunt him, and no matter how many allies he has, they will not be able to win. He should not tell everyone that he has the skill of restoration. Oren looked at him with fear. Meanwhile, Oren thought that he should be careful, since Balto was so angry. He got down from the table, and the whole room was illuminated by a bright light from his transformation. Satella was surprised when she saw him in a human body and happily jumped on him. She exclaimed, "The white snake is now a human, that's so cool." The protagonist sighed with relief and said, "Of course, he is a great snake after all," and asked to call him by his first name. After a while, Oren came to the palace gate and said that the breakfast was sumptuous and it was delicious. Atla happily said that he was so glad that he liked it. Everything was already prepared and they could go on their way. But lastly, he had to give him this for the road. He gave 2 small bags to the Uchikage and the protagonist. Atla said that the bag contained 20 gold coins, 150 silver coins, and 300 bronze coins. Oren asked if that was too much. Atle replied that he had prepared the money for Alon and Satella. One more thing, he heard that 4 days ago, bandits appeared and they decided to settle in the Yaguru Mountains. He asked them to be extremely careful on their way. The protagonist put his hand on the Uchikage's shoulder and happily said that he was fine with him. The Uchikage said that he had trained hard, so he would not lose. Atle said that if it was just the 2 of them, he would not worry and wished them a safe journey. Oren and the Uchikage said goodbye to him and went out of the palace gates. Meanwhile, the horse-drawn carriage was moving through the forest. Oren asked Satella if she was okay. Horse-drawn carriages swayed like that. She happily exclaimed that everything was fine. The protagonist thought about how he had already ridden something like this once when he was in the form of a snake. He would never have thought that he would also ride as a human. He still doesn't know about the currency of this world. He turned to the Uchikage and asked how much gold was worth. Before that, he was a snake and did not know the market price. He answered that there were 7 coins in descending order: copper, white copper bronze, cupronickel, silver, gold, and white gold coins. Oren thanked him and said that he finally understood something. The Uchikage said that it was strange to him that he was recently a snake and was able to understand the meaning of money so quickly and take on human form. The protagonist replied that he was constantly evolving and improving his skills, which is why he was able to become a human. The Uchikage added that evolution seems to be something unique to monsters. Are there other monsters like him? Oren remembered Raisin and agreed. This guy is quite stupid, but his defensive abilities are incredible. Perhaps his strength can be measured in 4 digits. They probably have something like that. The Uchikage said that it seems that even he can't break him. The protagonist asked him not to be upset about this, because humans are strong too. Do they have something like status? The Uchikage said that humans have an attack power of about 300, and there is no human who has an attack power of more than 1,000. Oren answered, so he is somewhere in the middle. Is there something like ranks? When they finish all this, he wants to become an adventurer. The Uchikage said, they have ranks and adventurers have classifications too. The highest rank is S, then A, B, C, D plus D, E plus E, and the lowest is F. You need to have at least E plus to safely hunt monsters. Below that, there is normal routine work like collecting herbs. Oren said that he once killed a goblin. What rank can do that? The Uchikage, confused, said that a B rank can do it. Satella exclaimed happily, he is so cool. The Uchikage said that he better go back to explaining. If the task is higher than B rank, then adventurers below it cannot do it. S rank adventurers cannot receive a request lower than D plus rank, and A rank adventurers cannot receive a request lower than D. Thanks to these rules, people with high ranks do not take away work from young adventurers. Also, those who fail to complete the task will be fined, and he should know that the fine increases as the rank increases. Oren said that it seems they are working hard to distribute the work evenly. The Uchikage added that he will also have to pay taxes once a month. Each rank has its own price, and those who cannot pay will be demoted. The protagonist asked if the tax rule was introduced so that adventurers would run on tasks. The Uchikage noted that this is true. If you do not have the required rank, then your mortality rate increases. Because of this, many adventurers are demoted. The protagonist smiled and said that he understands, but first they need to save Elaine. 4 days later, in the Yaguru Mountains, Oren said that Atley said that there were bandits here, but he used the detection skill and didn't find anyone. The Uchikage pointed his index finger forward and asked if he could see what was lying on the road. Oren added that if they moved a little closer, he could see with his skill. Suddenly, he saw a broken carriage that Alon was being carried in. Oren was surprised and said that it was a horse carriage, and there was a dead horse nearby. He needed to take a closer look. He used the skill again and started scanning the area when he suddenly noticed bandits. The protagonist thought that there weren't many of them, but they looked like bandits. It seemed like they were trying to hide, but he couldn't get away from them. They climbed to the top of the mountain. What were they planning to do? Satella asked him if they were in trouble. The protagonist said that everything was fine and asked the Uchikage to drive at the same pace. He thought that if he drove slowly, maybe the bandits would try to rob them. The bandits moved forward quietly, and Oren wondered if they were being followed and why they were moving forward. He saw bandits standing on top, and the protagonist wondered if they were wearing robes. Were they magicians? Why were they folding their hands and casting a spell? He only now noticed that they were right above the carriage. The bandits told the magicians where they were, which meant they were using magic to destroy the carriage. The protagonist asked the Uchikage if there was a technique that allowed multiple people to use magic. The Uchikage said that it was chorus magic, and if 2 people cast the same spell, the power would double. It was believed that this magic was very dangerous during war. The protagonist wondered if it was possible to move the soil. The Uchikage said that it was possible, and he would create a crankcase, destroying the soil. Oren created an aquatic creature and exclaimed that they should go at full speed. The creature hit the horse, and it rushed forward with all its might. Uchikage was scared and barely held on to the mount. The protagonist told Satella to hold on tightly and the horse to run faster. He would give her some water later. After a while, Oren looked at the top of the cliff and thought they were almost there. Suddenly, a bulge appeared right in front of them, and Uchikage asked in confusion, "What is this?" The protagonist thought that it looked like they wanted to throw off their carriage. If they continued on their way, they would fall. He used the Earth Spirit skill and said that it was the first time he used this skill. The wall stopped growing in size, and the protagonist happily exclaimed, "It worked!" Uchikage was surprised and asked, "Did the wall stop?" When suddenly a puddle appeared under the mage's feet, which began to pull them into the ground. Oren said that the Earth Spirit allows you to transform, shape, and modify the Earth. It purifies, shapes, and changes depending on how much mana was used. He turned the place into a swamp where the magicians were, and now they are helpless. It is not so deep that they can drown in it. If there was always a swamp there, they would never be able to do something like this again. Satella laughed happily at the speed and the wind that blew on her face. Oren happily told the horse to continue running forward, straight into the forest to get food. The Uchikage asked excitedly, "Aren't they going too fast?" He bit his tongue and continued to drive the carriage in pain. 4 days later, the protagonist sat contentedly in the back of the carriage and thought that nothing special had happened since the bandits' attack. Thanks to them, he was able to use the Earth Spirit skill, and after using it, you can change the landscape for a while. He spent 100 MPs to stop the wall, but he didn't spend any to turn the mud into a swamp. At the moment, he has 450 mana points. This has decreased a lot, and he needs to be more careful when using this skill. The Uchikage called out to him and said that he could see the city. Oren happily turned around and said that they had finally arrived. They could see the city, and Satella happily said that there were so many people. The protagonist asked if there was such a long line to enter the country. The Uchikage said that it was time for the Sultan Kingdom to have a festival that was held on the prince's birthday. Oren asked in surprise, not the king, but the prince. The Uchikage replied that as you get older, you become less interested in such things, and that you should have fun while you are young. The protagonist smirked and said that it seemed like the king of this country was a nice guy, and thought that he had no time to have fun. A few hours later, they were able to enter the country. They were just travelers, and came to this city to buy food. He thought that they would have some trouble, but they did not. They walked along the streets of the city, and the main character said that he was glad that everything went without incident, and they needed to find a place to spend the night. The Uchikage remarked that he had been there before, so he knew a good place. He said that they would go there and walk towards the hotel. After a while, the protagonist sat on the bed and said heavily how good he felt. The Uchikage said that it had been a long journey and that they would not be able to find anyone in this state, so he suggested that they rest today. Oren looked at the upset Satella and thought that she looked upset and wanted to find her sister quickly. He called out to her and said that he also wanted to find Alon as soon as possible, but it was useless to try to help someone when they were tired. So for now, she should have a good rest. Did she agree? Oren patted her head and happily exclaimed that they needed to eat. He would go and order from the innkeeper. The Uchikage said that he had already asked him, and the protagonist exclaimed, as expected of him. After a while, Oren filled his stomach with delicious food and said that he was full. It was worth waiting for dinner, because it turned out to be quite tasty. Uchikage cleared the table and said that this inn has delicious food for such a price. The protagonist looked at Satella and said that she looked sleepy and that she should go to bed. She climbed onto the bed, and he thought that maybe he needed to tell her the plan for tomorrow. She fell asleep so quickly, and the protagonist thought that he also wanted to sleep. He couldn't let Satella sleep alone, and he didn't know how safe the city was, so he should be very careful. He lay down next to Satella and quickly fell asleep. Meanwhile, in the morning, he got up first and noticed her on his feet. Oren smiled and said that the positions children take while sleeping are incredible. He approached Uchikage and thought that he was still sleeping, and in this position he was always ready. Thanks to him looking after them, they can sleep peacefully, and he transferred some energy to his ally. The protagonist pulled his hair into a ponytail and said then he would go looking for it first. After a while, the protagonist stopped in the middle of the city and asked discontentedly, what should he do? He thought about how he had been aimlessly walking around the city for an hour, and it would be easier if the Uchikage was with him. He stopped in front of a store and said that he would go into this one. Oren opened the door to the store and was met by Ilusa, who welcomed him to the magic item store. He looked around and thought, so this is a magic shop, and he is in anticipation. How are there items here? Ilusa looked at him happily and asked, so this is his first time seeing magic items? Then he must tell him everything. This store has items for battle, defense, as well as for pets and monsters. This is a magic bag, although it looks small, but you can store a huge number of things in it. This is a good deal, only 1 gold coin and 5 silver coins. The protagonist exclaimed in delight. He was buying it. Ilusa put a bag and a book on the table, saying that it was a magic bag and a book on entry-level water magic. Oren thought that there was a high probability that it was a simple copy, but he was so interested in these magic things. Although she was young, she was already good at business, so she could easily offer him the goods he needed. He looked at her questioningly and asked how she knew that his specialty was water. Ilusa chuckled and said that it was her talent and that she could read the atmosphere. The protagonist took the bag in his hands and asked if she could check the goods. A wallet and a book, this small magic tool bag? Will it really fit? He stuck his hand in it and asked in surprise. Even if he stuck his whole hand in, he would not be able to reach the bottom? The protagonist told her to hold 2 gold coins. Ilusa said that this bag would cost 1 gold coin. Oren smiled and said that everything was fine. She awkwardly asked, what kind of money is this? She can understand copper or silver, but why gold? The protagonist smiled and said, because she was very kind to him when he first visited her. He thanked her, and Ilusa hesitated, after which she said that he was an interesting person. She introduced herself as the owner of this store, asking him if they could meet again. Oren introduced himself and shook her hand in return. Ilusa happily said that he bought the goods so calmly, without complaints and bargaining. No one had bought from her for a long time for the stated price. But she still can't do this, and maybe he wanted to buy something else. Oren pointed to the book and asked what spell of this element he could learn. He already had many skills, and so he would like a spell that would not cause damage, if possible. Ilusa asked in bewilderment, did he really study magic poorly? Doesn't he know that mastery and magic are different things? Oren was surprised and added that he didn't know about it. Ilusa asked, in that case, does he know about the water bullet skill? The protagonist smiled and agreed, although he immediately synthesized it and never used it. She said that water bullets are a skill that allows you to create water balls and shoot them. The more magic power he puts into the spell, the more powerful it becomes. And with the help of mastery, you can change your spells a little. By giving an ordinary water ball a sharp shape that will resemble a tip, you can increase the attack of the water bullet. Oren thought about it and asked, in other words, mastery is the basis, and magic is the application? Ilusa agreed with him and said that in order to learn how to use magic, a lot of time is required for training. It is very difficult, and many magicians will not have enough time for this in their entire life. The protagonist was surprised and said that it is interesting and cool to learn something new. She awkwardly asked, "Doesn't everyone know that?" The protagonist asked her to tell him if she knew where the slave traders were. He needed to find someone. Ilusa took off her hat and said that the shop was in the Nishi district, and when he headed to the Higashi district, he would see a large church and a dome-shaped tent nearby. This would be the slave trader's shop. Oren thanked her and left the shop and said that he needed to go to the Higashi district. 2 hours later, he walked in circles around the city and clutched his head and angrily shouted, "What's going on? He's been walking here for an hour and still hasn't seen the church. It would be easier to use the mud skill and look from above." Another hour later, he stood near the tent and said discontentedly, he finally found this place. After leaving the shop, he simply went east, but unfortunately there are no maps in the city, only signs. He needed to find out more about the location and thinks that this is it. The protagonist went inside and was met by Dolce, who asked him to wait a bit. After a while, he came out and apologized to the esteemed customer for the delay with a smile on his face. It seemed like he was here for the first time. Dolce thanked him for visiting them and introduced himself as the owner of this beautiful place. Oren looked at him suspiciously and thought that he was talking like those suspicious salesmen. He had to be careful not to fall behind his pace. Dolce said that they were introducing magical beasts as a means of transportation. Most of them could easily replace a horse and they had goods for any preference. Oren asked if he was a slave trader by any chance. Dolce trembled and the protagonist awkwardly thought about what he had accidentally said without thinking. He could be hiding the fact that he was a slave trader. Dolce smiled and said that he knew so, but who told him about it? Oren named Ilusa and he happily exclaimed, "Miss Ilusa herself, she can definitely be trusted." So what kind of slave is he looking for? A human, a beastman, or even a demon? They have many options. Oren looked at him awkwardly and said that he needed information about the person he was looking for. Dolce asked him to wait and went behind the curtain, coming out a few seconds later with a candle in his hands. He said that information can sometimes be a terrible weapon, so he made sure that no one outside could hear them. The protagonist thanked him, then created a figure of Alon out of water and said that he was looking for this child. She came to this country after being captured by slave traders. He wants to know where she is, and since she was captured, he assumed that there was some kind of list or something like that. Dolce smiled and exclaimed, "So Alon, she was bought as soon as she got here." Oren asked in surprise, "Is this true?" Dolce started to sort through the documents and said that it was somewhere here. The protagonist thought about whether this slave trader is an ally of those people. Dolce happily exclaimed that he found the document and handed it to the protagonist. Oren thought that she arrived here 2 weeks ago, and around that time, he came to the kingdom of Garot. After arriving, she was sold to the kingdom of Sultan. Dolce said sadly, "It seems that this child was caught during a slave hunt. He made a mistake." The protagonist asked, "He is a slave trader. Doesn't he know how the hunt goes?" He said angrily that he doesn't know about it. Most of the big slavers are blinded by greed, and if he doesn't sell the slaves to himself, they will get suspicious and come here. He sighed in irritation and shouted how it pissed him off that too many mistakes had been made. Why should slavers, not officials and guards, deal with what was happening? Oren looked at him in fear and said, "What a sudden change in mood." Dolce added that it was true that they protect criminals and orphans, but it was done for profit. Why didn't the country protect children but hand them over to slavers? Besides, children are expensive, and if they are raised from an early age, they become obedient. Where was the orphanage looking when they turned innocent children into slaves? Oren thought in bewilderment that this man was emotionally unstable, but he didn't know why. He thought he was a good guy. Dolce apologized to him and said that, after all, the Lumley family had bought Alon. The protagonist asked if he knew anything about them. Dolce replied that he had heard that the Lumley family used slaves as caretakers, but they had never sold slaves. Oren was surprised and asked if they had a problem with that. Dolce said that slaves were only sold when they were no longer needed or were no longer useful. Someone had seen a slave on the Lumley family property. The protagonist asked, "So not in the house itself, but in the garden?" Dolce agreed and said that it was quite strange. It didn't seem like they usually got rid of slaves who couldn't be sold. It looked like they did whatever they wanted until they were caught. The protagonist thought that it was really strange. He hoped that Alon was not in any danger and that he needed to tell the Uchikage everything as soon as possible. He thanked him and said goodbye. When Dolce suddenly asked him hesitantly, did he want to help her? Oren agreed and he exclaimed in displeasure that this was reckless. This family has an S-rank bodyguard. He can't just barge in and take a slave with him. Help someone by breaking the law? He shouldn't complain if he gets killed there. Oren said in bewilderment that it was something like that. Dolce asked angrily, "Is he crazy? He should reconsider his plan." The one who would risk so much for a small slave, he doesn't want to lose him. The protagonist asked in displeasure, does he really think he'll die? He awkwardly waved off the answer, and he thought that Dolce really loved children, and he helped him a lot with this information. Oren wondered if he loved children so much, then why was he a slave trader? Dolce looked at him questioningly and said that because in a place like this there should be someone who understands them, even though he can't help them. The protagonist said, he's such a good guy. After some time, the protagonist returned to the inn, and Satella asked him discontentedly where he was. Oren awkwardly apologized to her and said that he decided to gather some information. He knows where Alon is. Satella happily asked, is this true? Protagonist added that she was bought by the Lumley family and it looks like they have an S-rank bodyguard. The Uchikage thought about it and said that he knows who it is because he is very famous in this city. Oren asked who it is. The Uchikage said his name, Requa Soulmalt, an S-rank adventurer who specializes in fire magic. He is so strong that he can burn down an entire forest. But why such a strong adventurer became a bodyguard, there is too little information to see the full picture. The protagonist said that this looks very suspicious. The Uchikage added that his story about how he got an S rank is quite famous. A few years ago, when Requa was an A rank, he deciphered ancient letters. By using them as a basis and adding them to the spell, he was able to create magic circles 3 times stronger than the previous ones. He patented his achievement and thus received an S rank. In other words, he is a pretty powerful mage. The protagonist inquired, and quite an unpleasant opponent? Uchikage said that even he does not want to fight him. Maybe in close combat there will be an advantage, but he is sure that he is ready for such an outcome. Oren said that he needs to save her quietly, so he will go to their estate right now, check Allieiance's location with the skill and knight, climb to them. Uchikage noted that it is better to collect more information and then go there. Satella called out to the protagonist and asked, what about her? The protagonist smiled and said that he went to get Alon, and she will wait for them here. Satella sadly lowered her head down and he said that today she will meet Alon, while he scouts out the situation, and the Uchikage will be with her. After a while, the protagonist found himself near the estate and said in surprise, and this is quite close. He thought that the gargoyle at the main gate was completely tasteless. Oren hid behind the gate and used Kasumi's manipulation skill, which helped him examine the entire estate. Oren thought that it looked like there were only servants in the estate and no trace of slaves. There must be a secret passage somewhere, actually an underground room. How good that smoke can get to any place. The protagonist's energy went down to the basement and he saw that it looked like a prison inside. The protagonist thought about how terrible it was because there were many torture instruments here, and none of them moved. There were about 50 people here? The situation was worse than they expected. This family buys slaves for experiments on people, and the first one who comes to mind is Requa. He heard that he deciphered ancient letters and thought that this was his specialty too. He probably does it for research, or he likes to follow orders. Maybe he is more dangerous than he thinks? If everything happens in such a room, then most likely he is a dangerous person and will kill his opponent very quickly. He explored the rooms and said that he sees 2 prisons where children are kept. There are 5 of them, and they are about the same age as Alon. He hopes that Alon is here and the last room is left. The smoke dispersed throughout the office, and Oren thought that maybe this is Requa. Is this guy always in this room? There is only one corridor and an exit underground. He could easily get out alone, but it will be difficult to escape with Alon. He began to make a plan in his head to disrupt and distract Requa. The night visitor is too suspicious. Wait until he goes to sleep. He has no idea how long he will have to wait. The space is small for a fight, and other slaves will suffer. If he runs in there praying that he does not come out, and if he does come out, it will be the third option. He scratched his head hopelessly and thought that he would have to go back to the Uchikage and discuss everything with him. After a while, the protagonist came back, and the Uchikage said that the situation was worse than he thought. He should see the situation at night and save if Requa was not in the room. And if he was working there, he might not notice them, then they would save everyone. The latter would be a race against time. He did not think that in this state Alon would understand what was happening. Oren said that he would like to help the rest of the slaves and knew that it was reckless. The Uchikage smiled and suggested that he save as many children as possible. The protagonist smiled and thanked him. Meanwhile, they were near the Lumley family estate. Oren analyzed the situation and said that Requa did not seem to be there. Then they did everything according to plan. They simultaneously used the assassin skill and merged with the terrain, running straight to the estate. Oren opened the window of the room and climbed inside. Then they went to the gate and opened it. The protagonist walked forward and moved the barrel, finding a secret entrance. He said that this was the entrance, but there was no handle or lever. Uchikage noted that if they used magic, the wizard would sense this vibration. Oren smiled and said that it was no problem. He moved the hatch with water and a ladder appeared. They went down and the protagonist covered his face with his hand. He thought about the smell of blood and something rotten. Slaves were sitting here and there was silence. What an ominous place. Uchikage rubbed his body with his hands from the cold and said that even an adult would have a hard time in such a place. The protagonist said that he used a surveillance spell at the entrance to keep an eye on this. The children are here in these two prisons. Having found the right room, they approached the bars and Oren looked at Alon in fear. He exclaimed, "They finally found her." The Uchikage said that they needed to get her out of here, but there was no way to get through. The protagonist said that he would use another method. He used the water skill again and lifted the bars, taking Alon in his arms. He said that there was almost no pulse and that she was unconscious due to hypothermia. The Uchikage called out to him and said that it looked like the effect of a curse. Oren was surprised and asked if there was anything he could do. The Uchikage said that as far as he knew, a special purification was needed. They say that purification skills are effective against various curses. Oren wondered if he meant a special purification. He had one, and he didn't expect that he would ever need it. He said that then he would drag all the children outside before they were noticed, and that this was the best solution. After a while, they carried the children to the exit of the room. Oren looked at them and thought, their hair had become so light, for Alon the last 2 weeks had been so painful. He mentally apologized to her for coming so late to save them. Having got out of the estate, the protagonist said that he would like to help the adults too, but he could not stand it. Uchikage said that they could not all be saved. The protagonist frowned and mentally said that he would never forgive such a terrible attitude towards children and would send Rikwa straight to hell. Meanwhile, Oren knocked on the door of the magic item store and called for Ilusa. She opened the door and displeasedly ordered him to be quiet. Does he know what time it is? The protagonist said that this was an emergency and asked to let them in. Ilusa stood in front of the children and said, "These children are cursed." Oren asked if she understood this. Ilusa agreed and added that it was a very complex curse. The more it spreads, the harder it is to breathe. It is very powerful, and if you do not use the purification skill, it will be difficult to get rid of it. They are terribly exhausted, their cheeks are sunken, and even their ribs are visible. If you manage to purify them, they will probably wake up. She can't do it, she needs to find someone who has such a skill as soon as possible. Oren used the special purification skill and the healing aura engulfed Alon. Ilusa looked at him questioningly and asked, "Is this purification?" Alon caught her breath and fell asleep. The protagonist looked at her with a smile and thought, her cheeks turned pink and her breathing stabilized. Everything went well? He said that he would purify everyone and even the broken ribs were healed. After a while, the children slept peacefully, and Oren said that they seemed to be okay now. Ilusa displeasedly asked him not to use this skill anywhere else. Oren looked at her with disdain and asked, "This skill too?" Ilusa asked with displeasure, "What do you mean also? Does he have any other skills?" Special purification is a skill that can resist all magical curses. Most curses affect the human body, that is, gradual healing with the purification skill is necessary. However, if the enemy's magic is strong, then many people die without having time to completely cleanse themselves. But if you defeat him, you can get rid of the curse. This is difficult, because the spell is often cast remotely. There is a chance to be cursed even before it gets close to the caster. But such a skill can heal a person in an instant. Special purification can heal even terrible cursed areas. Uchikage said that if everyone knew about this skill, the whole country would know. Oren said that special purification is also prohibited. He turned to Ilusa and asked, "Despite this, it seems she is used to providing medical care. What is she doing now?" She sighed heavily and said that she had a healing spell and that she used to work in a hospital. So she had enough knowledge to provide basic medical care. An adventurer noticed her there. Oren was surprised and said that she was incredible. He thought that they could be left to her. Ilusa was surprised and asked what he was talking about. The protagonist asked if she could take care of the children. But this was a very delicate matter. They were slaves and had no family. They had nowhere to go, so he asked her. He would give her enough money to last for a while. Isula said that she wanted to help him. But if Lumley came looking for her, they would all be in danger. Or rather, the children would be in danger. Oren added that there were strange rumors going around the city. If they moved around thoughtlessly, they would be the first to catch them. Ilusa said that if Rikwa came for the children, Lumley's family would be affected too. The townspeople would raise an uproar saying that the rumors were true. Oren agreed with her and added that he would try to hire someone to defend against them. She wouldn't be able to win with such skills? The captured attackers would be interrogated, and if that happened, it would be a matter of time before Requa appeared. But he could say one thing, that she would be able to live in safety for a while. Alusa said awkwardly if he said that. He handed her a bag of coins and asked her to take care of them. Alusa looked at the bag in admiration and exclaimed, "This is too much money." Suddenly, Alon woke up and said where she was. She noticed Oren and asked who he was. The protagonist created figures out of water, and she asked in surprise, "Mr. White Snake?" The protagonist happily agreed and said that he was here to save her. Alon threw herself into his arms and cried. He stroked her head and said that she was doing well. The next day, Satella and Alon met and happily hugged each other. Satella said she was so happy to see her. It was all thanks to the protagonist. Satella turned to him and thanked him. Oren gave him a thumbs up and exclaimed, he promised. They needed to bring the two of them back to the Garrote Kingdom immediately. He asked Ilusa to visit Dulce, let her erase the records of these children's slavery. She smiled and asked him to grant her this. She asked him not to bring any trouble with him the next time they met. They said goodbye to her and got into a horse-drawn carriage, heading to the Garrote Kingdom. The Uchikage smiled and said they were so restless and asked not to tip over the carriage. When suddenly he noticed a man in front of him, and the protagonist asked what happened. The Uchikage asked why he didn't notice him. He ordered everyone to fasten their seatbelts and sharp claws appeared from his hands. Requa cast a spell and a magic seal appeared in front of him, from which a cloud of magic was formed. He threw it at them, but the Uchikage was able to counter his attack, cutting the magic ball in half. Oren excitedly ran up to him and asked if he was okay. He noticed Requa and said his name angrily. Requa smirked and said that the puppy knew his name. Oren said that it was easy to remember the names of those who commit inhumane acts. Requa asked, "Inhumane, what is he talking about?" The protagonist asked him not to play dumb and thought, so it was him. How long has he been waiting for them here? He was wary of Kasumi's manipulation, but the Uchikage did not notice him either. Requa mockingly said that he should not be angry, because he was here to pick up and deliver the test subjects. It seemed that one of them was able to use purification, even against his curse. Suddenly, magical marks appeared on the ground in the middle of the forest. Requa said that he did it in a hurry, but he was glad that he installed the warp device. The Uchikage said that with this, no one would see them, and if they defeated him here, rumors about him would not spread too far. Oren said that it was a good option, but before they defeated him, he would definitely hear what he did to Allieiance. The Uchikage said that his magic was quite powerful, and his attacks did not cause any damage to him. Oren asked if he could handle him. He said that he could handle it. If his goal was to get the slaves back, then he did not harm them, but everything was fine and he could protect them. The Uchikage used the Shadow Veil skill, and his shadow sat next to the terrified Allieiance and Satella. Allieiance asked if he was protecting them. The Uchikage said that they calmed down now. Oren said that they should deal with him and go home. Requa asked if he wanted to fight him, then let him be his opponent because this demon would make an excellent guinea pig. Uchikage asked if he was finished and who was he going to experiment on. Requa formed many magic balls around his body and asked if he was sure about that. Then he directed an attack straight at them. Oren used a water barrier, and it reflected the attack. Requa asked if he saw it or if it seemed to him. Suddenly, Uchikage appeared next to him and began to strike blow after blow, not allowing the enemy to concentrate. The protagonist happily thought that Uchikage was so fast that he could not keep up with him, but he would beat him to death. He appeared next to him and said that blades did not pass through the barrier, so he moved on to strikes, but it seemed that he did not succeed. Requa got up from the ground and said that it was good. Uchikage remarked on how he assumed that this was a protective barrier. Oren asked what it was, and could he explain? Uchikage looked around and added, if there was more time. He thought about how this was the first time he heard about a barrier, but it was a spell? In that case, once the battle was over, it would dissipate. But he wondered, is the barrier activated automatically? Perhaps he had not taken everything into account and would try to find out something. Oren created a large number of copies, and Requa was surprised. What was this? The protagonist attacked him with his skill, but Requa couldn't keep up with him and exclaimed, there are so many, but the accuracy is too low. This is not a very impressive performance, and the technique is not enough. Something like this will not work on him. Suddenly, Oren's attack cut off his legs with magical threads, and Requa began to scream in pain. The protagonist thought that he just wanted to knock him down, and did not expect to cut them off completely. Requa gritted his teeth in pain and screamed how much it hurt. Suddenly his legs grew, and Uchikage and Oren were surprised. He tried to stand up and exclaimed that he could not believe that he made him use the accelerated regeneration skill. Uchikage said that he must have absorbed a significant amount of magical energy by now. Oren thought that he was only causing laughter and asked his ally to deal a strong blow to him. Uchikage replied that it might not work. Reikwa ordered them to stop talking. He would turn them into coals. They should realize for themselves how great the power of an S-rank adventurer is. Oren smiled and said, then jokes aside. Unexpectedly, Reikwa used a heat beam and magic pierced Uchikage's body through the water barrier. Oren looked at his opponent in horror and said he broke through the water barrier. Suddenly, another attack from Reikwa hit the protagonist, and he flew towards the Uchikage. He turned his head to him and said that he was fine. Oren tried to reach him and thought that he wanted to use great healing, but Reikwa was looking at them, so now is not a good time to reveal his abilities. Things are bad, and Alon and Satella are in the carriage. We need to somehow protect them, but there is no use in a water barrier. The protagonist got to his feet and used a pneumatic barrier. Reikwa attacked him again and left a crack in the barrier. Oren thought about repelling the attack, but the barrier that he spent 50 mana on is not up to the task. He used 70 mana on his skill, but Reikwa was able to break through this barrier too. He laughed evilly and ordered the protagonist to see his power. This is the spell he worked on for years. It is perfect for a little fun. He attacked the barrier again and again, and Oren thought that his barrier would not last long. Now the Uchikage could not fight, and he would have to do everything himself, and he had almost no additional options left. Reikwa broke through his barrier and knocked him to the ground. Suddenly, Raisin appeared in front of the protagonist, stopped the enemy's attack with his hand and asked, "Was that a blow?" Reikwa was surprised and asked, "Did he stop the heat beam with his bare hands?" Oren thought happily about the familiar head and could never imagine that their meeting would happen exactly like this. But he is glad that he has not changed at all. The protagonist exclaimed that he was late and Raisin apologized to him for the delay. Raisin happily exclaimed that he did not expect to be able to meet his brother again, that's why he is so happy. After parting with him, he had a hard time. Suddenly, Reikwa fired a heat beam at his head, but there was not a scratch on him. He looked at him and asked, "Who is this man?" Oren said that he is an enemy. Raisin smiled and added that if he was his enemy, then he was his too. The protagonist thought that he couldn't believe that he had come to trust him so much in such a short time. He said that this guy had strong magic attacks. Did he have anything? Raisin said that he had a strong defense and that he wouldn't let anyone hurt his dear ones. Oren said that in that case, he would rely on him, and Raisin used the skill to set up the barrier again. The protagonist asked if it could be moved too. Reikwa angrily shouted that it wouldn't work, so they couldn't stop him. He fired a heat beam, but Raisin waved it away with his hand and then said that it was unfair. He asked him not to use his red stick while he was getting ready. Reikwa angrily exclaimed that it wasn't a red stick, it was a heat beam. So don't rename the names of his attacks. Raisin called out to the protagonist and told him to stand behind him. He has a skill that allows him to take damage from his comrade. He is fine with it, and no matter how many times he hits him, he will not receive any damage. So he will be able to defeat him easily. Oren said that he is cool, and his defense is really far from ideal. Reikwa shouted that, by the way, it took him 20 years to reach such a level of skill. Raisin again waved him off and exclaimed, "What a cry, this is just an ordinary magic circle." He used a pneumatic barrier and directed it straight at the enemy. Reikwa asked in fear, "Is this thing coming?" When suddenly the barrier knocked him off his feet and threw him aside. Oren was surprised and exclaimed, "He can attack with it on the move." Raisin added that he will not cause serious injuries with such a blow, and the rock cannon also disappeared. The protagonist encouragingly said that everything is fine and he has already worked hard. Reikwa got angry and shouted that he will kill him. Many magical marks appeared above him, from which heat rays were escaping. Raisin deftly parried his attacks, when suddenly the skill hit Oren's leg. He looked at his leg and was surprised. He really didn't feel pain. What a useful skill. Raisin said that it was so depressing and asked him to finish him off quickly. Oren said that he had already seen his power. Now it was time for him to show it too. He used water spears and Rensui thread spears. A sharp water sword appeared in his hand and Raisin asked with admiration, "What is it?" The protagonist moved to attack the enemy and said that it was a water spear. He would parry it with his flaming sword. Reikwa parried the attack, breaking the spears in half, when suddenly threads appeared around his legs and he thought, "Is he trapped?" Oren struck the enemy and Reikwa thought that he just needed to dodge. The protagonist swung his sword and struck him in the head. He shouted that he would not let him attack. Suddenly, Reikwa used a shield and Oren asked in surprise what was wrong with him. Reikwa said that they were indeed very strong opponents and next time he would kill them. The protagonist said that he escaped, and if it weren't for Raisin, he would hardly have dealt with him. After a while, Oren used the great healing skill and transferred some of his energy to the Uchikage. He said that his condition had stabilized and he thought that his life was no longer in danger. The protagonist picked him up and carried him to the carriage. Raisin was surprised and exclaimed, "This is his brother's carriage." Oren put the Uchikage on the bed and Satella asked if he was okay. The protagonist replied that the wounds were not serious, but it was better to keep an eye on him for a while. He asked if they would keep an eye on him. Satella and Alon agreed and asked who that person was. Oren said that he was his best friend. Why was he so embarrassed? Satella was surprised and said that he was so dirty. The protagonist said that he could use a bath. He used a water skill that enveloped his ally's body. Raisin asked in confusion if that was too rude. Oren said that they also need to change their clothes, right? They are still walking around in bad clothes. 3 days later, Oren's carriage was still on the road. The protagonist thought that the Uchikage had not woken up yet, but it was good that he had asked how to control the carriage earlier. Raisin, Elaine, and Satella were playing, and the protagonist said that he was glad that they got along, but they should be quieter since the Uchikage was still sleeping. Alon and Satella pulled Raisin's body in different directions, and the protagonist asked if that must hurt. What kind of defense was he using? Raisin and Oren opened the system window with the characteristic, and the protagonist added, although his level is lower than his, but the defense is very high. How is that? What is he planning to do? Raisin said, of course, he will go after him. Oren added that he can also become an adventurer. As soon as they solve all the pressing issues, then he and Uchikage will become adventurers. Raisin exclaimed with delight that he wants to too. The protagonist moved his head away and noticed that Uchikage woke up. After a while, they took a rest, and Alon and Satella petted the horse. Uchikage thanked the protagonist for healing him. Oren replied that he wanted to heal him right away, but it was dangerous to show the enemy great healing. Uchikage said that everything is fine. If he saw all his skills, he probably would not leave him alone. The protagonist said that he could not win and managed to escape. The Uchikage smiled and asked how he made an S-rank adventurer retreat. As expected of him, he looked at Raisin and asked, did this man help him? Raisin sheepishly agreed, and Oren hit him on the head, asking, is he so shy? No one will eat him, he doesn't have to be afraid. Raisin introduced himself and said that he was glad to meet you. The Uchikage happily exclaimed, he was that same Raisin. He was surprised and asked, does he know him? The Uchikage added that Oren told him about him. He has good defensive skills and great strength. Raisin happily hugged the protagonist and exclaimed, he praised him so much. Oren displeasedly said that he was still empty-headed. Raisin displeasedly asked what he meant. The protagonist said that such things should not be said. The Uchikage laughed and apologized, but it was the pure truth. Why are they both so annoying? A few days later, Uchikage said that the city was already in sight. The protagonist was surprised and replied, so they were almost at the Garo Kingdom. Meanwhile, Raisin was admiring the city and said that it was the first time he saw Western architecture. Oren exclaimed with displeasure that it was a castle and asked him not to shout because people were already looking at them with suspicion. Meanwhile, in the prince's office, Balto happily said, great job. Atlas smiled and said that he was happy that they returned safely. Oren said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and Alon and Satella were now safe. Atlas thanked them when suddenly Baladim burst in and called out to them. They happily greeted him and hugged him. Baladim cried and said that he was so happy. He called out to the protagonist and expressed his great gratitude for saving them. Balto added that thanks to Oren, they managed to avoid war. The protagonist said that he would have rushed to help anyway, and the fact that there was no threat of war now was just a pleasant bonus. Balto asked who was sitting next to him. Raisin excitedly said that they had not met yet, and introducing himself, he added that he was currently traveling with his older brother, Oren. Atle was surprised and said that his best friend did not know etiquette. Balto chuckled and said that it was a joke, because it was obvious that he had even overdone it. Raisin was upset and Balto said about Rekfa, it was good that they were not hurt. Oren asked what his punishment would be. Balto thoughtfully answered that the Adventurers Guild should intervene. Of course, his license would be confiscated and the church would persecute him as a sinner. But he was still free. The protagonist added that no one had reported experiments on people. If so, this was a good chance to collect evidence. All the slaves he found in Rekfa's basement could be witnesses. They will conduct a thorough investigation, and he will be punished. Balto replied that he will report everything to the guild leadership. The protagonist thought that while he was getting to the Garo Kingdom, Rekwa must have escaped and got to the slaves he left in that cramped prison. Balto thanked him, and he looked at him questioningly. He considered saving the innocent his top priority, so he minimized the damage and prevented the war. He may think that he helped a small number of people, but in the end he saved the entire country. He is very grateful to him. They move on to the next topic of conversation. He called Satella and Alon, saying that they would help him rebuild their hometown. Atlas said that they still have not lost their position, so they have enough strength to rebuild it. Although they are still young, but with the support of the Baladim, there will be no problem. The Garrote Kingdom will support them and send people to help. The inhabitants of Asbal are freed from slavery and can breathe a sigh of relief. Balto added that the only problem was that the Lord was gone, but the people knew Satella and her friends, so everything would be fine. Now that the Lord was gone, he would be happy if his eldest daughter would take over her father's work. Satella asked hesitantly, "Her father's work?" Alon called out to her and said that she was with her. Satella confidently said that she would do it. After all, she lived in this city with her family, and it was her turn to protect it. Balto said that everything was settled, so he thought that was it. What were they planning on doing next? Oren said that he, Raisin, and Uchikage would return to the village and tell the villagers everything. Balto smiled and asked them to be careful. Atle asked them to contact him if they encountered any difficulties, and he would definitely help them. Oren happily thanked them. A few days later, they came to the demon village, and Oren exclaimed, they were finally back. Raisin looked at the villagers in admiration and exclaimed, "Japanese style, there really are a lot of demons here." Meanwhile, at Raiki's residence, the assistant greeted them and said that the master was already waiting for them. Raiki said that they did a great job. Oren waved his hand and greeted him. Raiki exclaimed in confusion. Master White Snake, the protagonist, was surprised and asked how he knew. The Uchikage said that Master Raiki has the ability to see names. Hisui hugged him with all her might and exclaimed in displeasure. He was late. After all, she waited for him for so long. The Uchikage tried to help Oren and said that she was going to strangle him now. He held Hisui, who was trying her best to break free and screaming for them to let her go. She finally met him. Shim, confused, said that she was being a little selfish. They must have had many adventures with him. Oren smiled and thought that this hadn't happened to him in a long time. Raiki said that he heard from Tenda, so that's what happened. The protagonist smiled and replied that Uchikage was always there and helped him. Raiki asked if they had decided what they were going to do next. The protagonist replied that he and Uchikage would become adventurers. Raiki said that's it, and after a long silence, he called out to him and asked him to make sure to protect the protagonist. Uchikage bowed as a sign of respect and accepted the order. The demons happily rushed at them and wished them luck. They should celebrate this and drink. Hisui asked displeasedly, "Do they really want to become adventurers?" In the evening at the residence, Tenma hit Uchikage on the shoulder and said that he was a good boy. Hisui immediately went to look for Mr. Oren after dinner, and Shim tried to stop her. Tenma hugged Oren and Raisin, and they drank alcohol. Raisin said that he couldn't drink anymore. The assistant and Raiki watched them happily. Alon and Satella returned to their home. Oren asked Uchikage and Raisin if they were ready. They agreed, and the protagonist put on a kimono and headed towards the exit of the village.